Ja, e. Good morning. That was not easy to get you all in the room from the great discussions you were having at the coffee. And of course, I think it could even go on, and then even then the day would be successful. But I think we can add a little bit to the day by an incredible program that we have ahead of us. I'm Luc Bas. I'm the chair of the Strategic Advisory Council of the IEEP, and so I have the honor to open this conference with all the great people in the room, with a great program, with great speakers. In my day job, I'm at the federal government in Belgium. I'm leading a climate risk assessment center, but for the morning, I will be the chair of the Advisory Council and guiding you through the day. Delighted to open a Think2030 conference, but especially because it is such a special 2030 conference with a celebration of 50 years of IEEP. Which is quite amazing, looking at my own age, or some people looking at their age, that they were completely not into this business as it started. So it's a lot of history, a lot of looking back, but even more importantly, also from this meeting and from all the great work that's ongoing and will be done by IEEP and all its partners, because that collaboration is so important, it's the way forward. And as we know, we are in very unprecedented times. Things are turning all directions. Now we have a war that makes us understand that energy independence is really important. It's not climate or it's not the environment argument. No, it's the security argument. And in a very strange way, we're then surfing that wave to make understand that renewables and energy efficiency, just one part of our discussion, of course, today, is vital. So that's one element, but it also means that we cannot continue a business as usual. And when I say we, I mean those that are convinced that our future is with more resilience, as we say today, or with a real and genuine sustainable development. But we cannot do it as we have been doing it in the past. We have to rethink our narrative. We have to think out of the box. We have to, when we say mainstreaming, it's a bit strange because we talk about mainstreaming in other sectors. We should really talk about integrating and not even using the environmental or even climate argument when we integrate, but knowing that we're actually doing it. So you see, it's all very much about narrative, and I'm also experiencing it in my day job now, where we have this access to the security actors in Belgium to try to get the top-level attention of decision makers on sustainability, resilience, environmental management, however you want to call it. With a forward-looking approach. We've seen the program. We have this, we call it sometimes, or it's called sometimes, poly-crisis. Yes, there are many crises at the same time. Yes, they cascade into each other. But the thing is that when we look at risk and crisis, as the war crisis now we see, that's actually not even a systemic risk. The systemic risk comes from long-term impact, as with climate change, as with environmental degradation. And so that needs a systemic approach. Hello. We'll have high-level discussions, of which one of our keynote speakers is just arriving. We have science policy sessions. We will look at a lot of evidence. We know that this is all about evidence-based decision-making. And then again, we know there's so much evidence out there that doesn't lead to the necessary action. You can pull that, it's mine. Hi. That doesn't lead to the necessary action, even though we have the evidence. So what is lacking? Why are we not pushing it forward, even with all the evidence in front of us? We're talking about certainty and uncertainty. We will be talking today also about how uncertainty kind of influences how we operate as a community here, and how we then bring the story outside of this community, because I don't think here in this room there's a lot of convincing to be done. It's more to give you the arguments to go convince in other fora, in other places. So that's also the idea of today, not just of today, because this is the conference, the Think2030 conference, but also collaborating in other projects and in other contexts. So collaboration is this one big keyword, because all the organizations separately cannot do it, not even the IEEP. So just a few elements for today for house rules. I was asked to give you those. So be careful, it's all recorded and live streamed. There will be photos taken. And now I feel like I'm in an airplane to show you the exits. But there is exit signage in each room. And if you really can't find it, or if you really have a burning question, there are people with an organizing badge to help you. So with this short introduction, with hoping having really interesting discussions to use what we learned today to go out, convince who needs to be convinced still, to do this in a new context, in unprecedented times, as I said before, I hope that the conference will lead to some outcomes that are a bit new, a bit different, but it's because it's really needed. And with that, I'm going to hand over to Antoine, the Executive Director of IEEP, for his introductory remarks.
All right. Good morning, distinguished guests, colleagues, friends. I'm Antoine. I'm the director of the Institute for European Environmental Policy, the IEEP, and have the great pleasure to welcome you all here today. I would like to start by thanking you sincerely for joining us, as your presence reflects the shared commitment we all bring to fostering a sustainable future for Europe. I would like to extend a special note of gratitude to our partners, the Cyprus Presidency of the Council of the EU, and the endorsement of this conference among the Presidency's official events, but also Sweco and Wavestone, our partners, for their valuable support in making today possible. I would also like to acknowledge and thank our distinguished upcoming speakers, Eva Yisamidu, from the Presidents representing the Presidency, and Executive Vice President of the European Commission, Teresa Ribera, for kicking off the crucial conversation we aim to have today. So why is today's conversation so important? Well, I don't want to start listing the challenges that Europe is facing at the moment. I think we all read the news. But I would like to insist on 2 points. One, which I think is crucial for the conversation we're having today, is that environment policy is a cost-effective solution, not a barrier to address these challenges. With electrification, sustainable food system, soft mobility, circular use of biomaterials, risk governance, we hold in our hands the solutions to GHG emissions, to fossil fuel dependencies, to resource depletion, or adaptation to mounting climate events, just to name a few. It also so happens to address our strategic dependencies while bringing security to our fellow citizens, as well as certainty and innovation potential for our businesses and industries. So sound environmental policy is a solution, but it does not just happen. It needs expertise for careful crafting, implementation, and review. It also needs perspective and bottom-up flows to ensure that it caters for the realities of the practitioners out there. This is why I'm also so grateful to have with us today our friends Yanis, Esther, Delphine, and Cedric, who will bring their perspective of international organizations, civil society, philanthropies, and businesses to this particular conversation. Incidentally, I just presented to you the Institute for European Environmental Policy, expertise and convening. This is what we do. This is what we do notably through this Think2030 initiative. It's our platform bringing together experts and policymakers, practitioners, to support this evidence-based policymaking in Europe. It also builds on our network, Think Sustainable Europe, 17 think tanks in 16 member states plus the UK. Many of our representatives are here today, and thank you for coming from all across Europe. These initiatives emphasize the vital role that think tanks can and must play in today's debate to support policymaking with independent, evidence-based analysis, but also in strengthening democratic processes by fostering informed, transparent, and inclusive debate. So again, expertise and convening. This is us. This is the IEP. For 50 years now, we've been active at this Science for Policy Nexus. Our history is also one of resilience and adaptability, moving across Europe and evolving alongside the EU institutions throughout this journey. We will be getting into some of these details in a dedicated panel later on today. But what remains constant is that we remain firmly committed to our mission. Expertise in convening. We've been at it for 50 years, and we aim to continue until we're not needed anymore. Until we live in a just, sustainable society in which citizens can live well within planetary boundaries. Still a bit of work, arguably, okay? But as I said, we are not here to explain why it's difficult. We're here to provide solutions to get us there. So thank you all for supporting this mission. One last point before I actually let you go on with the interesting part of the day. I apologize in advance, but it's not so often that we gather such a distinguished crowd. So we would like to put you to work a little bit. As you will see in the slides here, and then later on in various moments during the day, there is a QR code that will bring you to a survey for a green policy barometer. It's a tool that we've been designing and we've been implementing for several years now that helps us understand better, monitor the gaps and the challenges, but also the opportunities that are carried by environmental policy making at EU level. So thank you so much for taking a few minutes of your time during the day to fill in that survey. Now, without further ado, I would like to invite Eva Isamidou, for the Presidency Coordinator of the Cyprus Presidency of the Council of the EU, for your opening remark. Thank you so much for being here, and I wish you all a wonderful day.
So, good morning to all. Executive Vice President Rivera, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Cyprus assumed the presidency a few months ago with the motto of strategic autonomy and resilience as our top priorities. And that's why I'm very pleased to be here today, because I really believe that this conference fits perfectly in this overall aim. So we assumed the presidency with a profound sense of responsibility and a clear mission to foster a sustainable, resilient, and competitive Europe. A Europe that addresses the urgent challenges of our time with vision and unity. Today, Europe faces a triple planetary crisis: climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. And these are not distant threats. They are realities that affect our citizens, our economies, and our future. Our presidency determined to act decisively, advancing the European Green Deal and ensuring that ambition is matched with action. One of our main priorities is water resilience. Water is indispensable and it's under unprecedented stress. We are working hard to push forward the main provision of the water resilience strategy, that is to enhance water efficiency by 10% by 2030, promoting innovative water technologies, and integrating natural and technological solutions that protect our ecosystems. Our goal is a Europe where water is managed in a smart, sustainable, and a fair way for all. The water resilience strategy was discussed in the informal ministerial council in Cyprus that was held last February. And there the discussion of ministers confirmed the need for cross-border cooperation, nature-based solutions, and integrated cross-sectoral approaches that align legislation, funding, and national action. A special focus was given to vulnerable regions, ensuring that there is European solidarity and targeted resources in order to make measurable progress through the integrated framework for climate resilience. Then climate policy. There our vision is clear: a Europe that is climate neutral by 2050. As a presidency, we are working towards fair and credible intermediate targets, trying to ensure that no member state is left behind. We have endorsed the link between climate adaptation and water resilience, and we are working on the urgent decarbonization of transport by encouraging innovative and sustainable solutions that reduce emissions, and at the same time, they promote technological neutrality. In the area of mitigation, the Commission has proposed adjustments to the Market Stability Reserve for both ETS1 and ETS2. And the Cyprus Presidency will work hard to advance both files. ETS1 has a very focused scope, so we expect that we will be able to close it quickly. And on ETS2, the Council is already ready with its position, and our aim is to work with the European Parliament and finalize the proposal before the end of our presidency. Another important proposal currently on the table is the CO2 emissions for cars and vans. Discussions are ongoing, focusing on strengthening targets to reduce transport emission while ensuring market feasibility and fairness for manufacturers. The Cyprus Presidency aims to facilitate these discussions, and we will seek to achieve as much progress as possible during our term. Circular economy and zero pollution are also essential issues for our presidency. And this was discussed also during the Ministerial Informal Council in Cyprus. And there, member states broadly recognized the winter package as a vital step towards a resilient and competitive circular economy. At the same time, ministers underlined the need for targeted measures, support to the recycling sector, and the need to address the high energy cost, the volatile virgin plastic prices, the unfair competition from imports, and the mislabeling of virgin materials. Ministers also underlined the need for financial incentives for green public procurement, innovation support, waste prevention, and eco-designs. There was a discussion on trans-regional circularity hubs. They were welcomed by ministers for their potential to mobilize investment and foster innovation, even if some clarity will be needed on the governance and the financing. Overall, ministers agreed that accelerating the circular economy transition is both an environmental imperative and a strategic priority for Europe's competitiveness and resilience. Another important area of work is the EU bioeconomy strategy. Under the Cyprus Presidency, we managed to build consensus among member states, and we adopted relevant Council conclusions. These conclusions reaffirmed the EU commitment to an innovative and sustainable bioeconomy. We highlighted in this conclusion the need for strategic investments, cross-sectoral collaboration, and public-private partnerships. Those conclusions reflect both environmental objectives and economic competitiveness. And they are useful because they are set clear directions for any future EU bioeconomy initiative. Another priority of the presidency is simplification. We are working hard on the environmental omnibus package, and our aim is to advance discussions and reach agreement in the Council, allowing the incoming Irish presidency to conclude the agreement with the European Parliament. Another area that we have worked is the new European Bauhaus, another important initiative that is linking sustainability, quality of life, and inclusiveness, transforming green and digital policies into aesthetic and community-oriented projects. We managed to make significant progress, And we adopted recommendations that reinforce these new European Bauhaus objectives, and they provide clear guidance for implementing these initiatives across the Union. Finally, on the international stage, the Cyprus presidency tries to make sure that the EU leads and speaks with one voice in global forums. We have played a central role in actively coordinating and representing the EU with a unified stance during the negotiations on the Convention on Migratory Species that met in Brazil in March 2026. This meeting resulted in key agreements to strengthen international cooperation on the conservation of migratory species, improved cross-border management of migratory corridors, and commitments to combat illegal wildlife trade and habitat loss. In parallel, the Cyprus presidency focused a lot on the preparation and the negotiations on the Conference of the Parties to Combat Climate Change to be held in November 2026. We have coordinated the EU preparations ahead of the COP31 in Antalya by having political discussions in the informal ministerial in Cyprus and in the Council of Ministers in March. In this discussion, ministers emphasized the need for a coordinated focus on mitigation under the Paris Agreement, on the need to promote energy transition, electrification, and storage, always while supporting climate finance and implementation of the existing national determined contributions. During our presidency, we stressed the importance of a unified EU voice, outreach to partners, and the need to leverage the EU role as the largest climate finance donor. We are working closely with the incoming Irish presidency for a smooth transition leading towards COP31. So to conclude, we will continue to act with ambition, pragmatism, and vision. We do not underestimate the challenges that lie ahead, but we are fully committed to work together to ensure that Europe is resilient, green, and globally influential. A Europe that secures prosperity, that safeguards our natural heritage, and that leaves no citizens behind. Thank you very much, and I wish you all fruitful deliberations today.
Thanks so much, Eva, for a very impressive and exhaustive overview of the Cypriot presidency. We all hope that you will reach the targets that you've set yourself, and I'm sure that the Irish presidency will be very happy to take over with all this hard work that you're doing. It's very impressive, and I remember one element that is, and we talked about it just before, is the resilience element, because the vulnerability of Cyprus as such being even more recognized than in some other countries, and that is actually quite vital, because it will not be just Cyprus, it's for the whole of Europe that resilience is so important. So now, without further ado, I want to invite Teresa Rivera, the Vice President of the Commission for a Just, Clean and Competitive Transition.
Thanks a lot, Luc, Antoine, and thanks a lot to you all. It's a great pleasure to be here with you today. It's true that we've heard from Eva such a broad agenda for 6 months. It's not bad. Eh? And I was entering the room when Luc was commenting on the need to talk outside this community. And I would like to stress that it's better not to make mistake. The other communities know what this means. In my way to this conference, I was reading an article in Project Syndicate saying, the shift from fossil fuel growth to low carbon and climate resilience, it is not only an environmental imperative, it is the organizing principle of the next world order. And we know what it is already happening. And we know that the whole program being introduced by Eva can be summarized in how we organize basic decisions on key principles. How we can ensure services and goods, rights and liberties for the people. How we can respect each other or fight for resources. And I would say that we have enough of energy wars. And to what extent we bet on long-lasting prosperity, or we decide to get the short-term profits for the current generation, and we forget about who may come after us. And yes, I think that this is the bulk of your work. And it is important because we Europeans know much more and have many more strengths than what we think. And we should be brave enough to stick to the values and to stand against those bullying and stressing that we are a kind of old-fashioned people that could not be able to deliver the prosperity that we have promised. This doesn't mean that it is an easy task. Of course it is not. It is difficult. We are trying to build a very different principle when organizing around prosperity. And we think and we believe that it's worth to build on that and to make an effort because it also relates back to something that we have also stressed for a very long while. The capacity to build a better world order based on mutual respect and using soft power tools. So to me it is a real pleasure to be with you today. It is the 50th anniversary of the Institute for European Environmental Policy. Congratulations, happy birthday. 50 years is quite a success. And even if you have been driving lots of discussions, assessments, research, favoring debates on how to organize the different steps forward and the different options, we know that we still need this intellectual leadership to the ability to shape decisions and not just to analyze them, to pay attention to the different angles, perspectives, difficulties, challenges, opportunities that we may need when making up our minds and designing policy options. And it is institutions like you, like many other think tanks being present in the room or not being able to attend today, that we need. And allow me to stress, we need you. I'm with you. I don't like the type of comments we have heard during the last months and years about NGOs or against NGOs on think tanks. It is that what it is ideological, not facts-based and science-based assessments on how to improve the quality of life of Europeans. So thanks a lot. But yes, here we are not only to celebrate Europe's environmental leadership, it is a moment to reflect on the direction of our economic model. It is a moment to think how we can build on knowledge and how we may sustain what we think it's worth to support. And yes, we know that the ecological matters not only as something external to our economies, as I have just said, it defines the very conditions in which economies operate, deliver, improve, or fail. And today it is so obvious, it is so polarized in the world that we know very well that this matters. And it is a real shift that we need to internalize, and this is not easy. Because environmental policy, we know it is not a constraint from growth and prosperity, it is the very defining physical infrastructure that we need to take into consideration to ensure this long-term prosperity or the condition for resilience. But, as I said, it is increasingly perceived as the basis for competitiveness. It is in the boards of the main business corporates. It is in the councils in most, if not all, governments of the world. It is everywhere. And it is important to be able to identify the key elements to find the right answers. In Europe, you are right, we are proud of what we have accomplished. Environmental ambition, social inclusiveness, economic prosperity can go hand in hand. That's what we have tried to shape together. And we have good data. We have experienced the benefits of what this could mean. And we know that there have been many others all over the world that have identified Europe as a place where we were testing and as a place where could allow some lessons to be drawn. And do not make mistake. There may be others that consider that they can already go on their own because their speed has raced so fast that they feel confident enough to not to care too much about Europe anymore. But remember, we have the strengths. We also pay attention to the social dimension, to inclusiveness, to liberties and rights. And that is an asset too. That is important too. That's the model of societies we want to build. So the real question, in fact, is not whether environmental ambition comes at a cost, but whether ignoring environmental limits creates hidden economic risk that we should anticipate, prevent, and avoid. These indicators that we normally use as environmental indicators are not only environmental references. When we speak about losses in biodiversity, when we speak about polluted soils or water, when we speak about air that we cannot breathe, when we speak about degradation, we also speak about economic parameters and social inclusiveness or exclusion. Everything translates into lower agricultural performance of food security, into poorer health conditions, so external cost for our systems, the possibility to keep on building opportunities, or to accept that there may be people that will be left behind. So it is between short-term gains that degrade our economic base or long-term prosperity built on efficiency, health, stability, inclusiveness. This is why resilience becomes so important. And think about resilience. It has become such a, I don't want to sound frivolous because it is not frivolous, but it has become a key word, a fashionable word, which is not just because it is on fashion, it is key. If recent crises have taught us anything, is that resilience is a core economic goal. Energy shocks, geopolitical tensions, climate impacts, lack of availability of key resources look like very crucial elements in any economic assessment, in any political election, in any public narrative, in any business case. What we think, and this is something that it is very much in this room, is that thinking about the green economy and how to improve the capacity to be effective, to be fair, to assess right the challenges is the right answer. not only because it reduces pollution, because it reduces exposures to risk. Think about the energy. We have gone through so many shocks in this field in recent years. Repower EU allow us to reduce Russian gas imports more than by 3 times in 4 years, something we could have never thought before. It is resilience in practice, but resilience does not only relate to energy. Our economy, our food systems, our industrial base all depend by nature. Biodiversity, healthy soils are not abstract concepts. They regulate water cycles, they protect against floods, they sustain food systems. When these systems degrade, the economic consequences are immediate, and the social crisis comes hand in hand. Take fresh water. Around 30% of Europe's land already experiences seasonal water scarcity. Water stress affects key economic sectors. We see it in climate impacts. Extreme weather events in Europe have increased by nearly 50% in just a few years. The cost of inaction are rising fast. That is why investing in resilience and adaptation delivers returns of 2 to 10 times the initial investment. And these figures, this understanding on the deep economic impact of action or lack of action are also available thanks to the research and the work of different think tanks and academia experts. This is a very good reason to explain why it is so important to advance an European climate resilience framework, thinking in resilience by design. Not only about reacting to shocks, but being prepared to prevent these shocks. It is about designing an economy that can withstand them. And this leads directly to competitiveness, because in the long term, competitiveness is about producing better, with fewer risk and greater efficiency, including those linked to the consumption of the resources that we need. Of course, this means also how we assess, how we think the availability of materials. And this is where circularity stands up. The figures about the amount of resources that each of us as Europeans, as privileged people in this world, consume per year are still astonishing. Too much for too few people in the world. It is not unsustainable, but it is not efficient either. If we double circular material use to 24%, we reduce import dependency, stabilize costs, and create new industrial opportunities. We will prevent wasting money, wasting resources, and we could be able to invest in people, to invest in our economy, to invest in our planet. Take zero pollution, cleaner air, cleaner water, cleaner soils. They mean healthier workforce, lower public expenditure, more predictable business conditions. The costs of industrial pollution in Europe have been estimated in the trillions over the past decade. Reducing pollution is then not a burden. It is a structural gain in productivity. Think about the benefits for the Europeans if we manage to use our strengths, our skills, our capacities, our innovative products and solutions to facilitate solutions to others, not only in Europe, but in other parts of the world. For instance, 40% of global water technology patents come from European players, and everybody needs water. And we need to make a very efficient use of water. But fresh water is life. Fresh water is a key component of almost all economy sector in any place of the world. So this means that playing building, shaping, strengthening environmental ambition can translate directly into industrial leadership. That's the way we have advanced in our economies for a long while already. And this is what it is already being discussed in any corporate board. What to do, how to do. And there may be many that find it difficult and try to lower down, to slow our paths, to get the short-term profits and forget what it comes later. But that's not the majority of the people trying to think how their business can thrive. And it is, by definition, in any relevant discussion at the highest political or business level. And this is thanks to you. It is the logic behind our policy agenda, how we can keep on shaping opportunities, anticipating the risk, lowering this risk, being able to bet on an economy that delivers, but that does not kill the very basic physical infrastructure that allows us to deliver for the people. Think about the Clean Industrial Deal, the Industrial Accelerator Act. They may be not perfect, but they try to translate how we can get this at the very core of the industrial competitiveness discussions. We are trying to create demand for clean technologies, those that could allow us to produce goods and services, reducing the impact. We are trying to secure supply chains, knowing that the first thing is being very efficient in the use of the resources, recycling, reducing the content of what we use. We are trying to ensure that investments translates into jobs and innovation in Europe, and that we dedicate the wealth to produce wealthy societies, inclusive societies. Environmental and social standards are important. This defines our model. They are also important when thinking about how to reduce our dependencies on critical raw materials needed for the clean transition. To be successful, we may need to think about our resource EU action plan. We think that this may be a good try, a good proposal to help us to diversify supply chains, focusing on the risk in investments, market monitoring, thinking on how we can purchase in a much smarter manner, thinking about how we can partner with other players all over the world. And again, I come back to my first sentence. It's the main organizing principle in the next world order. And soft power is power. And we may use our soft power to bring, partner, and help to build prosperous societies based on this type of approaches. Let's think about the circular economy. And to me, I can never think about circular economy and do not figure out a picture of my very good friend, Mr. Potocnik, here in the room. The upcoming acts will aim to recover critical raw materials from waste to help diversify supply. And I know that you could like to go much further. Conceptually speaking, thinking about the content of the resources that we use is the best thing to approach this debate. Let's also think to what extent we need to bear in mind the pragmatic approach to ensure that we succeed step after step. We want to address market fragmentation, insufficient demand for secondary materials, weak investment signals with different tools that we are trying to define. Boosting the collection of electronic waste, harmonizing end-of-waste criteria, creating a tax system that delivers along the lines that we could like, introducing minimum recycled content targets, setting mandatory criteria for public procurement to create the lead markets that we may need. You know, I know, that the most competitive economies of the future will not be those that exploit resources faster, but those that manage them wiser and more efficiently. And that is why Europe stands at a decisive moment. We have shown that climate ambition and economic prosperity can go hand in hand. We know that still much needs to be done. But we also need to clarify what kind of prosperity we want, what we talk about when we speak about growth, prosperity, wealth creation. These are important intellectual discussions, but it is not only intellectual discussions that count in this debate. We know that the resource depletion, the externalization of cost are not prosperity. And we know that these two concepts still remain in our economic model. They mean fragility. We know that we want to build resilience, that we want to be efficient, that we want to be stable, and we want to ensure predictable systems, that we want to ensure long-lasting availability of the resources that we may need. This is what the green economy should mean. I could say that now that we are used to speak about freedom, making whoever great again, this is the type of freedom deal that we want for Europe. An environmental ambition that is not a constraint on competitiveness, but that is not a source of polarization or greater divide in our society. The real choice we face is not between climate action or economic strength, environmental programs or prosperity. It is between short-term profits for a few or long-term prosperity for all. So, again, third time, final comment. We need you. Thanks a lot.
Muchas gracias, Teresa. Well, I think that was a lot of food for thought. We got a remembrance of what prosperity means, about resilience, about a heavy agenda also for the Commission, also for you, Teresa. So we have a lot of discussions based on that with the next panel. Thanks so much. Thank you so much. Goodbye. Yeah, so we heard prosperity, but one element, and as Teresa walks out, she will still hear this point, this stopping of bashing the ones that are in the think tanks or in the NGOs, how important that is from a highest political level, and to hear that, I think, is really important, because there's so much disinformation out there currently that is doing wrong or is doing not justice to all the hard work that is being done in the let's say, the broader, you could argue, non-governmental context. And also the polarization is one element I think that most likely will be picked up in a discussion after this. Maybe one element where we still need to be getting stronger, and why I hope that today will also contribute, is this kind of clear and better, also at the national level, understanding of the cost of no action. We have a lot of these big global European numbers, but at the national level, and I'm now there at this national level, we are struggling to translate that to the national impact on the national GDP. And we've done it with our Federal Planning Bureau to understand those costs of the damages and then the cost of no action, in this case, no adaptation. But it's not easy. And again, also at that national level, and here I'll stop, at that national level, we need your help. So, without further ado, I'm going to have Philippa Nuttall, the editor for Sustainable Views at the Financial Times, to introduce the panel and have a successful and exciting exchange. Over to you.
Hi, everybody. Great to be with you here. I'm just going to get the panel to come straight up because we're slightly short of time. So if you all want to sit down, wherever you wish. Great. So great to be with you here today. So yeah, my name is Philippa Nuttall and I'll be moderating the panel today. So you've already met Eva, who gave us the keynote speech. We also have Janez Potočnik, co-chair of the International Resource Panel and partner at Systemic. Delphine Morales, CEO of the Philanthropy, Europe Association. Esther Ansin, Director of WWF European Policy Office. And Cédric Becher, partner of Sustainability co-leader at Wavestone. So we've just heard the keynote speeches from Eva and Teresa Ribeiro. We've set out the broader European context, which is obviously complicated at the moment without the already existing issues of climate change and the other issues that they've set out. So in this panel, what we want to focus on is kind of concretely what can happen. Can the EU still claim to maintain environmental leadership in this more uncertain geopolitical context? And if so, to what extent and what might be at risk? We also want to look at some of the issues that Teresa Ribeiro has just mentioned in terms of competitiveness and resilience and achieving strategic autonomy through environmental policies. And also looking at the presidency. I mean, Eva outlined lots of very ambitious priorities there and kind of what tangible outcomes can we see in the next couple of months. So we're going to have 2 rounds of questions. We're a little bit short of time, but I don't think we've got a hard stop at 11:30. So if we go slightly over, unless anybody needs to run off stage, I think we're okay. Excellent. So first of all, we're going to look at kind of the strategic direction of what's happening in the EU. And Eva, I wanted to come to you first. So you've presented the priorities. Given the impacts of the war and other challenges that have sort of appeared that you might not have been expecting, within the next couple of months, what do you see as realistic that you can achieve by June 2026?
So thank you for this question. Actually, yes, it was a bit, you're preparing all your priorities as a presidency, then there is a crisis coming, and then you need to adapt to this new reality. And in one sense, we were happy to see that the aim we put as priorities, what I mentioned at the beginning, strategic autonomy, resilience, it became very relevant after the latest crisis in Iran. Because it's again, we see that with each crisis, we see the need to become more strategically autonomous. And to achieve this autonomy, it's not just, we need to proceed with concrete actions. And this area of climate, there are very specific things that we can do to become more resilient. And if you ask me about these 2-3 concrete deliverables, I mentioned this also before. The first was the conclusions on bioeconomy. It was our first concrete deliverable, and we were very proud of it because they just set the framework for any future initiative. And again, they highlight this very important thing that climate and competitiveness goes together. It what we have heard very clearly also from EVP Ribeiro. Then the second deliverable, I would say, it's what I mentioned before, the reform of the EU carbon market. We are working on ETS1 and ETS2. And ETS2 is very important because actually it touches the direct implication of road transport and heating cost for European citizens. So it's important in this context with the ongoing crisis. And the third deliverable, it's also what I mentioned this morning, I would say the CO2 standards for car and vans. Again, for the same reasons, it shows that we need to advance together on environmental ambition and industrial competitiveness, especially knowing that also our industry is under considerable pressure.
Thank you, Eva. And Janes, I want to turn to you now. You're no stranger to these discussions about how we can advance, but from a systems perspective, we're not in any way on track in terms of resources or climate challenges and actually tackling them. And so what do you think the EU should be doing first to tackle this gap from a systems perspective?
Thanks, Philippa. The world in which we are living, it's truly strange, probably best explained by philosopher Hegel saying, if we can learn anything from history, it's that we learn nothing from history. But what are the core problems? Maybe we have talked a lot. I will make 3 points. One is about the climate policy, and two are more related with resources, and the last one about the incoming Circular Economy Act. When it comes to climate change, if we will not understand that we can really deal with climate change only if we are combining demand, supply, and nature-based solutions, we will miss the point. So we are currently using basically supply-side solutions. But climate change is a result of ecological overshoot, and material footprint is dangerously under-discussed, which means looking to all the materials, their use, including fossil fuels, looking to the wasteful economic model in which we are living, and finally taking into account also the growth of population and how everything is in balance. So we are currently discussing a lot about adaptation, less about mitigation, but friends, adaptation is just non-mitigation of the past, and the cost which we haven't done in the past are coming on the table now. So in short, if I would like to summarize that, then my countryman Žižek, that's the philosopher from Slovenia, would probably best summarize our situation in climate if a really courageous stance would be that the light of the train approaching us from the other direction, it's probably the headline of the train approaching us. So that's where we are. Why resources are so important in that story, and access to the resources? If you think thoroughly, access to natural resources in human history and use of them was always decisive element of well-being of any nation, which is also today very well seen, even more brutally than ever in the history. But it was also the reason for economically advanced countries trying to politically control other countries. So for me, it was a kind of the history of colonialization of nature was always the core reason of fairness and equity problem. So, and according to International Resource Panel, which I co-chair, it's actually the core reason for the triple planetary crisis, the use of those resources. And in the last 50 years, we have more than tripled that. And 90% of that is used for 3 major human needs, which is mobility, housing, energy, and food. And circular economy, and we are calling for decoupling of the economic growth, and in particular well-being growth from resource use and from the environmental use. And circular economy can absolutely, in that respect, help. So in short, our economy is wasteful and unjust. And making energy transition will not make it less wasteful and more just. So we need to look to the transition of all economy and all economic systems, which leads me finally to the last comment, which is on the Circular Economy Act and why I think it's so important. So I will just try to explain you with one thing. I don't know if many of you have looked to the recent IEEA State of Environment report, which is looking to the success of the policies and giving them the flags. Red flag is bad, yellow it's going well, but it could be better, and green is very well. And circular economy, it's one of the few policies which is evaluated there. All have red flags, but circular economy. Circular economy has only green flags and yellow flags. Conclusion is all is fine, or mainly all is fine. But then you look in the same report to circularity rate, which according to European Commission target should double till 2030. This is coming to 24% approximately. And circularity rate in last 10 to 15 years has increased from 10.8 to 11 from 10.7 to 11.8. Come on. So the conclusion is very simple. It's obviously something missing in those policies. And the point which I would like to make is the same point as Mario Quintana is saying, don't chase butterflies, mend your garden and the butterflies will come. So we need circular economy. It's not economically attractive. And we need to make the real changes, and the real changes are, in first place, set the material use path. Proper material signals, which currently are still preferring the linear economy, and better organize, in first place, the governance of materials. We are not governing materials at all. So for me, what would absolutely need to be included in Circular Economy Act, because it will be test, do we understand what is the actual challenge ahead of us? But the real thing, I don't believe that market signals will change in a short time. If somebody believes that this will change, raise the hand. I don't believe. Because we see immediately that when energy prices go a bit up, and since a lot of people, due to the income distribution, are living on the edge, you know, we don't have a buffer. So we need to accommodate. We don't have that buffer. So if we really want to use those resources more smartly, we need to set material use paths, or if you want, material targets, full stop. Otherwise, keep on dreaming that circular economy will seriously come into the play. And I firmly believe that the question is not whether transformation it's possible. We know it is. The question is really whether Europe will choose to design it or wait to be forced into it. And one final point is we are not really considering one point in that very well. That is material stocks. So we are already well equipped with the material stocks for our well-being, because it's well-being it's connected more to the stocks than to the flows. Yeah, you have infrastructure, you have everything built around you. But if you already have acquired stocks, then circular economy, reusing the things which you have, it's the most obvious and logical if we are serious about resilience. Thank you.
Thanks, Yannis. And just a quick follow-up there. In terms of what we're talking about here is very much resilience, competitiveness. There's still lots of discussion of growth going on among policymakers. So how do you make the argument, given what you've said in terms of material targets, that it also fits in with especially the competitiveness agenda, because that seems to be part of the sort of discussion that's missing at the moment?
That's actually in my second answer, which
Sorry.
I want to, which I will explain later a bit more in detail. But you know, what is critical for me is to understand that European economy is fragile, and we know that for decades. We are lacking material resources, we are lacking energy resources, and we are lacking technological platforms which would lead a competitiveness story. So we simply need to prove that a well-democratic society based on values can function in the resource constraints. That's our real challenge. And that's where we would need to lead and not to follow the stupidities which are happening around us.
Okay, we shall wait to find out more for the second answer. Esther, if I can turn to you now. From a civil society point of view, do you believe in the current climate that the EU can maintain high ambition environmental policy? And if so, how can that be achieved?
Thank you, Philippa. Well, yes, I think we should and we can, of course. And ambition today, for me and many other, means delivery and not deregulation. So this is going to be the test case that we really implement what we've agreed democratically in the past mandate and in the past as well, and we don't go backwards under the banner of simplification, which is actually deregulation. And I'll just pause because now the message is, oh, environmental policy is a burden. It's costing us money, it's preventing us from, from our industry to thrive. But let's pause and think where this is coming from. I think it's coming from some member states who have pressure from their national industries as well. It's coming from highly polluting industries that they want to keep, still polluting, buying, selling fossil fuels and exploiting nature. And if we think about when we say, oh, there are like too many EU rules, let's travel briefly back in time. The European Green Deal, as imperfect as it was, it is, above all, a long-term policy framework. It sets very clearly, we have to become climate neutral by 2050. That's the policy framework we need, how we get there. So we need this longer-term vision because the first thing is we need to mobilize the resources. We know the transition is going to cost money, so both public investors and private investors need to plan for that. And then maybe Cedric will talk about that, but in WWF, we work a lot with companies and with business. And what we are seeing is some of these companies first, under voluntary commitments, were already transforming their business and their supply chain. So basically what we are seeing now with all this back and forth, is there's no clarity, there's no predictability, and there's no this famous level playing field. And this is what companies require, because then what is the signal you are sending to the ones who've invested? I'm thinking about the many companies who are now, for instance, invested to become compliant with the EU deforestation regulation. What you tell them now? Oh, sorry, well, you might have lost a bit of money, but others. So you are, and I'm looking at Patrick because from EEB, you are rewarding the laggards, basically. This is the message you are sending. So also because, and I conclude with that, we keep saying, oh, environmental policy is a burden, but I think Teresa already pointed to the fact that we keep ignoring the evidence that environmental policy is helping us to reduce the long-term cost. I think now everyone is freaking out because we can't, fill our cars with fuel while we've been advocating for electrification of mobility and for many years. And again, some of the industries are pushing back on that, where we know that we can deploy effectively renewables in Europe that are going to provide for, clean power. We also know that nature protection, nature restoration is strengthening our resilience against climate change. And finally, there's an opportunity to really drive innovation, to have a clean tech European industry, low carbon, circular economy as well. So again, deregulation might offer, a bit of a check, a short-term relief to the ones that, frankly, I don't think they need it. But it's keep ignoring the fact that, without healthy ecosystems, there's no food, there's no water. Without fighting prevention, our health is at stake. And this is creating an even more, burden and cost that really tackling the issues now. And I'll stop that. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. Delphine, so from the philanthropy and sort of side of things, how can you and other foundations and philanthropic networks help support policymakers to achieve what's being discussed?
Thank you so much. Thank you for the question and for the invitation. Let me maybe say a few things about philanthropy itself first, because it's a complex and very diverse sector. So the Vice President talked about some of the strength that we have as Europe, and I think one of the strengths that we have as Europe is that we are the continent with the most amount of public benefit foundations that bring together citizens, businesses, families, communities around issues that they care about. We have more than 175,000 public benefit foundations in the EU. And according to our latest data from 24 countries, they granted a total of 75 billion euro in 1 year to different areas of work that they care about, and have at their disposal over 500 billion euro of assets and endowments that can also be used for public good. As I mentioned, it is an incredibly diverse sector. So within our network, we have corporate foundations, enterprise foundations, family foundations, community foundations, banking foundations, and anything in between that work at local, national, regional, and global level. And that are so different from one another that we tend to say that if you know one foundation, well, you know, one foundation. What they do share within our membership is a vision for philanthropy to co-shape and support pluralistic, just and resilient societies that center people and planet. So based on the numbers and the amounts of granting as well as the endowments that are available within philanthropy, it's clear that we are dwarfed by the public sector in terms of our financial means, and that we cannot, and in my view also should not, attempt to be replacing any kind of public funders. But we can be a significant social actor. And I think if we can be a significant social actor, it's because of the quality of the work and the funding and the connections that we bring. Philanthropy typically stands for long-term patient capital. It's independent from short-term electoral cycles or returns on investments for shareholders. It has very close connections to communities, practitioners, innovators, and citizens on the ground. And that really puts us in, I think, a special position to support policymaking in complex fields in particular, such as climate and environment. And just as a side note, within our network, climate and environment is one of the 3 cross-cutting themes that we focus on, most particularly. The other 2 being equality and democracy, which we see as being closely connected to environment and climate. We're spotlighting that theme throughout our work this year, and we will have our annual forum focus exactly on people and planet in a couple of weeks in Copenhagen. And we're also publishing in a few weeks an overview of an analysis of environmental funding from foundations in Europe. Our latest report dates back to a couple of years where we analyzed 8,518 grants from 126 foundations of a total of 1.6 billion euro, of which 25% went to climate and environment, and then very much around different fields as well. I think it's clear that it's not enough and that we need to do much more, but there is, I think, a potential for us to contribute. And maybe to go a little bit more into detail around how we are doing that, how philanthropic organizations around the world are supporting policymaking and European leadership with that. A lot of it actually comes back also to what was mentioned by Antoine in introducing the work of this institution. Philanthropy is very well placed as a convener and as a space for cross-sectoral dialogue. So we believe that that's really important, and that we can work on that by bringing together people around very complex issues and holding spaces where we can build bridges and you know, try to find solutions together. And I think that importance also of bringing local communities together and connecting to the territories is also recognized, among others, by the Cyprus presidency. I think a second area where we potentially stand out is our ability to really strengthen knowledge and create support knowledge base for policymaking by supporting and funding research institutes, and a lot of the funding from European philanthropy goes to research, but also by working with think tanks to really you know, widen the field of understanding. And then the last point that we care about quite a bit at Philea as well is to make sure that philanthropic organizations themselves also step up internally. So one of the ways we're promoting that is that we co-host a global coalition on philanthropy for climate that has over 800 foundations globally signed up, really looking at how they align their programs, their endowments, their operations, irrespectively of the kind of foundations that they are. So you can be a local foundation that primarily supports arts and culture, but still integrate and apply a climate lens to your work. And by doing that very consistently, also in line with what Luc was saying about integration, it becomes very natural to have that as one of the ways in which you look at your investments, one of the ways in which you look at using your voice, one of the ways in which you organize your own work. And this is something that we care about a lot. And then perhaps connected to this as a last point, and I'll end there, philanthropic organizations are in some cases also shareholders of enterprises. And you know, we have, among others, enterprise foundations in our membership. Some of the largest European enterprises are actually owned by foundations. And there too, I think, having those organizations understand that they are part of this bigger ecosystem that needs to really live up to the vision of supporting people and planets, can also allow for enterprises to play a role more effectively. So there's a few points in which we can, I think, hopefully support.
Yeah, super. That's really interesting. Thanks, Delphine. And Cédric, now from a business point of view, I mean, at the moment, there's very much a sort of mantra that business and environmental policies are somewhat opposed. So perhaps you can, how can European companies actually turn environmental and climate policies into competitiveness and innovation, actually use it to move forward rather than it being seen as a block?
Thank you very much, Philippa, for the question. Thank you so much, IEEP, for having us here and convene and share expertise. It's really a pleasure. And I have to say that after listening to Vice President this morning, I'm even more proud of being a European than before arriving here. So it's really key. Happy to share a few words about the voice of business here. So Wavestone, we are quite a young company, 30 years old. We are French and German. We have very strong European DNA, and we address the three main transformations which we think are key for corporations, but also for public institutions, which are the digital transformation, the organizational transformations, and the sustainable transformations, which is what I'm co-leading at Wavestone. And again, very happy to share a few words here. Of course, you've all heard about the ESG backlash, right? And I'm quite convinced that beyond the words and beyond what is sometimes being said in the press, etc., and beyond all the comments about that, what I experience daily in the field working with many different companies from different sectors is that there is really a mental shift which has happened already, and that across many sectors, companies and decision makers have crossed the line and have really started understanding that ESG is not only about regulation, it's not only as a burden, it's really something positive to create value, very much connected to business model. And this is what we try to do, is really, help them transform really the business models to make a wiser use of resources. So I think it's happening. Sustainability, business performance and competitiveness. When I talk to leading teams in very diverse sectors, energy, services, it's clearly already connected. And as we heard before, many companies, I think, start connecting sustainability with power in the long term. And I think it's a very important point to have in mind. Also, what I see is that beyond performance and the integration of sustainability in performance, the keyword now is robustness for many companies. And this echoes what was being said. Yes, indeed, we have a fragile economy. We have to be aware of that. And it's completely the common interest of the European institutions, the civil society, the corporations to acknowledge that and to become more resilient. So I think we should really stop opposing, and that's really what is my belief, what has been my belief over the past 25 years working in sustainability, is that it's a nonsense opposing institutions who would just have an interest in pushing for stronger regulations just to bother businesses, and on the other hand, businesses who would be the sole actors, willing to be competitive. No, I mean, we all want to be competitive, and I think it's a matter of really finding our common interest. And also to echo one point which was being made before, I think that for most executives I'm working with today, uncertainty is far more costly than regulation. So let's stop looking at regulation as a burden. I understand, of course, we've all been working on CSRD. Maybe it was going a little bit too fast, but still I believe that Green Deal is a very positive direction, that CSRD is the sense of history. Maybe with Omnibus, we're trying to find some kind of an easier way to address it, and it will be under progress and on work in progress. But again, uncertainty is a huge issue, and constraints force companies to prioritize, to invest, and this is what's happening today. And this is why I like talking more about sustainable transformation for companies, because I try telling them every day, you have to go beyond regulation and really look how you want to make sure your business model will be more stable, more predictable in the future, and this is what sustainability can help you to do. And just a couple of other points I wanted to make for this first moment is that we have what I see in companies today is not really a matter of setting commitment, it's a matter of executing. And many companies find out that it's one thing to say you might be neutral in carbon in 2035, etc. It's a completely different topic to execute what it means working with all the ecosystem of actors, upstreams, downstreams, the value chain. It's a huge effort, and you have to work with procurement, you have to use technology, digital and AI, we'll get back to that, is also, I think, becoming an accelerator, even if it creates also new challenges. So again, we have this execution issue. And just to end here, I think that sustainability cannot be addressed in isolation. And I keep saying to companies, go beyond your team in charge of sustainability. You have to establish bridges, work with procurement, work with innovation, work with marketing, and identify joint collaboration, understanding that this is really your business interest, and you're not doing that for the regulator, you're not doing that for the NGOs, it's a common interest.
Yeah, thanks, Cédric. And that's something definitely that I see when I speak to businesses from a journalistic point of view, that most companies are moving forward. I think
Indeed.
this phenomenon of green hushing, where they're perhaps talking about it less, but that, they're moving forward. Yes, and the CSRD, we'll see if the ESRS have appeared today, which may or may not cause greater uncertainty. But
CSRD had a very strong point, which was to talk about, and I think it was extremely clever, to be honest, to talk about impacts, about risks, and about opportunities. This is very much business aligned. And it was clever as a philosophy. And I think that most companies who reacted badly to it completely missed the philosophy, which was completely aligned with business behind it. And I know that's not everyone agrees with that, but I think the European institutions did a great job setting the scene for that. Then, of course, maybe the ambition initially was too big. But again, it's the sense of history.
Yep, we could carry on talking about that, but we better move on to other issues. So Eva, I wanted to come back to you now in terms of the second round of questions. And if you could talk a little bit about how think tanks can concretely help you during your presidency to deliver.
I think they can help us a lot because we are discussing these issues that we know the political objective of this, but at the end of the day, all these climate files are very, very technical. So we need your knowledge, your expertise, and the most important, data. To be more specific, for instance, we are discussing in the Working Party CO2 for vans or the carbon market reform. These are very technical issues, and the experts there, they will need to work on a very complicated legislative text. So to be able to advance this work, we all agree about, we all have the political will, we all have the same political objectives, but our experts will need granular, reliable data, and also disaggregated data, so that each one there in the Working Party will be able to understand what each of these proposals mean for its own industry and social reality. And the second point, we are currently having the discussions, for instance, on the MFF, on the next 7 years budget of the EU. There are the same amount of money, but many new priorities. And they are all talking about these new priorities, defense, security. There as well, it will be very important, your role, to bridge this, analytical thing and show that with your data, with your expertise, with your evidence-based, that those considered soft priorities such as water resilience or climate resilience are actually fundamental components of what we want to achieve, which it is this security and the European strategic autonomy.
Super, that was very clear, thank you. And Esther, a similar question to you in terms of how can it be clear that stakeholder engagement is actually useful and sort of creating change rather than just almost a box-ticking exercise that the institutions or whoever are engaging with the public, but it's not really changing anything?
Thanks. Well, I think we have to be honest about why we engage with the stakeholders. And for me, being an NGO, being part of civil society, the baseline is a vibrant civil society is one of the key pillars of democracy. This is really the baseline. And unfortunately, and I really thank a lot Vice President Rivera for speaking out, I think we, particularly green NGOs, we've been exposed, I mean, we've been targeted, we've been called obstacles, enemies of democracy, and not a value partner in the policy making. And our organization, I'm speaking, WWF, EEB is there. I mean, we've been working in this development of implementation and monitoring of EU policy for decades. And we are doing that in partnerships with ourselves, with private sector, and especially with our networks. We all represent networks that are rooted in national realities. Colleagues who work every day in the field to, provide solutions to the farming problem, working with farmers, working with hunters, that, hold governments to account, that support the European Commission in the infringement procedure. So and that bridge connect with citizens, I think is good to highlight that our Hands Off Nature campaign, launched with EEB, BirdLife and Clienter, now has reached out to 400,000 people who don't want nature to be deregulated. So what it takes for this engagement to be useful and meaningful, 4 points. The first, we need a policy. We have it. A good civil society strategy from the European Commission. It needs to be implemented. What we need as well is political will and courage. Courage to go beyond the vested interests, to go beyond the usual suspects, to look for the alternative voices that are going to bring maybe a bit of uncomfortable solutions, but have to be listened as well. Corporate Europe Observatory noted that in all the meetings related to the simplification agenda, businesses have been the dominant participants. So it also takes a toolbox to explore, at different times, formal, informal, public consultations, there are many solutions to really engage the stakeholders. And the last point, and Delphine alluded to that, it does take resources. And you would argue, oh, here she comes again with the issue of the money. And some of our opponents, they've been asking, why I have to pay NGOs to lobby me? I would really turn the question about how we support civil society to remain this key pillar of democracy. Because if only the wealthy ones could contribute and participate, I think it's going to be a very dear future. And I fully agree, Delphine, philanthropy is playing a role, but we also need to ensure a stable, transparent, and predictable public funding. And this is where in the MFF, I think it will be hopefully a discussion where we support civil society, which type of instruments and funds. And last word about a program that is very close to my heart of WWF and many is the LIFE program. LIFE has really done a huge amount of work to bring stakeholders together and to provide solutions. So we'll keep fighting for LIFE to be back. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther, for that passionate intervention. And yeah, you say businesses have had the most access to or have the most meetings with the institutions. I think it was interesting around the CSDDD, the due diligence. It wasn't just business, it was ExxonMobil. So yeah, it's perhaps good to pick out which businesses are actually got that access. Yanez, now's your moment to answer that second question.
It's actually very much connected with what you are discussing now. When I was commissioner for both areas, actually, my view to civil society was always that this is the sincere, knowledgeable army which is helping me. So congratulations for 50 years, and I think that's, and if I would have any ask from you today is, don't ask what is possible and acceptable, but what is needed and necessary. Because if mistakes needs to be done, let them to be done by the others. You need to keep the flag for the future we want and keep it high. And that's actually what you need to do. So in short, be more the think and less the tank. So two areas in particular which I think are important that we really keep the flag high. We all remember the two important reports, the Draghi and the Letta report, and much more was the talk about the Draghi report than the Letta report. But frankly, Letta report is much more holistic, it's much more European. And I think that the major advantage of Europe is when we work together. And the internal market is the missed opportunity of European Union. As long as the member states will still function as trying to protect their incumbents and compete to each other with tax systems and collectively complain that we are not competitive on the outside, will not work. So we simply need to work together if we want to be serious in this competitiveness story. And the fifth freedom, which I already tried to put in 2007, 2008 on the agenda, the freedom of movement of knowledge, innovation, and everything that, it's a very practical and important thing. Because we need to regain the necessary confidence and trust of our citizens that Europe is on the right side of the history. And the best weaponization of Europe, it's through inclusive, fairer, informed, knowledgeable society, because well-informed and knowledgeable people are basically the best guarantee for the future of Europe. That's the first point. The second point, it's more about circular economy and resource use, which I wanted to touch before a bit more. We need to understand that we are shifting actually slowly from the fossil economy to the metals, minerals economy. So that's actually the process in which we are currently. And the lesson from the war on Iran, it's actually very clear how to make all economic system delivering human needs more resilient and sustainable. That's actually the core question. And I think I will use here a bit the analysis which was done by chief economist of Triodos Bank, Hans Stegemann, who was extremely well explaining the situation in which we are. He was saying something like that. For decades, European security was largely outsourced. Energy resource use were imported. Industrial production was increasingly externalized. Europe specialized in regulation, market access, coordination. This worked remarkably well as long as free conditions held, abundant global growth, stable geopolitical guarantees, and broadly cooperative international order. This is no longer the case. Democratic erosion, geopolitical vulnerability, ecological constraints are converging and limiting the political room of maneuver. And Europe's current answer, more competition, more markets, more growth, it's simply not good enough. So growth is expecting to compensate for vulnerability rather than vulnerability being addressed by itself. Simplification is presented as pragmatism, deregulation as necessity, and democratic erosion as an unfortunate but temporary cost. But Europe, lacking energy reserves, critical minerals, dominant technology platforms, finds itself structurally exposed in this new landscape. So that's where we basically are. And I firmly believe that Europe is on the crossroads, that we simply need to decide where to go, and that we need two most important things, which is hope and compass. And we really need to deepen our cooperation in three core fields. This is fiscal policy, external policy, and defense policy. So probably back on the table needs to be the debate also about more cooperation. And diplomacy, it's indeed an art of compromise, but without compass rooted in values, we will lose not only the right questions, but the Europe itself. So compass must also consider this structural vulnerability. The current scarcity, it's actually forcing Europe to consider new strategic direction and prioritization. Sufficiency, reducing material demand rather than merely greening supply, stops being a moral preference and environmental issue. It's a strategic competitiveness consideration for European economy. So it's a test actually of political adulthood. Rather than waiting for global alignment on sustainability, trade, industrial policy, Europe leverage lies in showing that a high-income democratic region can function under material constraints. And that's why I do believe that circular economy is so goddamn important, because it will show adulthood of European policy. If we miss that opportunity, it will be missed. And final remark, you know, a lot of research is basically showing that democratic erosion is not random. It's highly correlated with income inequality. And that's the bottom line of all the problems. You know, when you go from crisis to crisis, from shock to shock, you need to be able to absorb that shocks. If too many people are living on the edge, they are on the street, and they will be on the street. They have to be on the street. So we need income distribution. It's the name of the game. And if somebody in the room still thinks that GDP is more important than well-being, then answer yourself this question. GDP per capita in the United States of America, it's $90,000. In Europe, average is $49,000 per capita. Where would you like to live? Thank you.
Perhaps we should do a show of hands. Yeah, and it's a good point making that we're at an environmental conference, you say, about being at a crossroads. And obviously Rachel Carson said in Silent Spring well over 50 years ago that we were at a crossroads. And I don't know whether people would agree we've taken the right path or not then. So yeah, a good food for thought there. Delphine, yeah, perhaps you can enlarge on your point about philanthropy, and especially in terms of think tanks, what role can you play?
No, absolutely. So thank you so much again for this question. And there's a lot that resonates with what was said with the previous speaker. So I'd like to start maybe with bouncing back a little bit on what Esther was pointing to and others as well with regard to our, I think, shared enthusiasm over the Vice President's point around the role of NGOs. I think indeed there is a need for funding for NGOs, but if we look at the sector, philanthropy sector that I represent, and how we can also meaningfully engage with think tanks and others in the communities that we support, there is a structural element around the operating space for civil society and for philanthropy. And what we're seeing in a context of eroding democracies, what we're seeing in a context where in the US very clearly there has been a quite vile and continued attack on philanthropic organizations, Vice President of the United States calling philanthropy a cancer on society. That is quite a challenging context to operate in, and we're seeing that there are some of those chilling measures that are also occurring in Europe. Our belief is that in pluralistic democracies, independent voices are not something that you need to manage and ideally manage away, but it's an opportunity to have better informed policymaking that is more sustainable on the long run. So for that to happen, philanthropy itself, as part of civil society, as an enabler for civil society, as part of a social economy, as an enabler for social economy and beyond, really also needs to have those frameworks that allows it to work. And for that to become a reality, there are old and new barriers that need to be addressed. So for us at Philea, we are and continue to insist on what we call a European Philanthropy Manifesto that calls upon the European institutions to create, to empower philanthropy with enabling frameworks, to facilitate cross-border philanthropy. Yanis was talking about the value of the single market. You know, there is no single market for doing good either in Europe, and that is a problem. It is very challenging and very costly to work across national borders, and that needs to be addressed. There needs to be a continued dialogue with policymakers that allows also philanthropic organizations and others to bring in their voices. And I think there are real opportunities and needs for better partnerships, public-private philanthropy partnerships. So if all of these conditions are met, and unfortunately there is still quite a bit of work to do, and we are concerned, really deeply concerned with what we're seeing, not only in countries with traditionally authoritarian regimes, but also in France, Portugal, Belgium to some extent, the Netherlands, etc. If conditions are met, then I think philanthropic organizations can continue also to play an important role in supporting the think tank ecosystem in different ways. And let me just very briefly mention 5 that would be top of mind. First, we can play a role in funding not only individual research outputs, but also supporting the connective tissue of policy and knowledge ecosystems. That is a different kind of funding investment that needs to be made and is really essential also for the resilience of that sector. That also allows to reduce fragmentation and to have a better knowledge infrastructure. Secondly, philanthropic capital is a capital that can be used to fund not only output-driven activities, but really also funding innovation, experimentation, using the flexible and patient capital to fail and to try again and to learn from failure. And I think we do really need that space for funding that is different than what traditional funders can do. A third is around strengthening foresight, horizon scanning, and anticipatory work. I think that has been done in a lot of sectors, but unfortunately insufficiently in some of the sectors that really can play a role also in tackling the transitions that have been talked about. The complexity, the interconnectedness, the long-term impacts, the fact that future generations will be the ones inheriting mistakes that we make or don't make really requires us to fund spaces for imagination, for moving beyond the reactive to the proactive thinking of what the needs and opportunities will be towards the future. Then I think obviously philanthropy can continue to complement public funding and doing that in a way that allows think tanks and others to take those risks and to fail forward without, for that matter, replacing public funding, because we just simply don't have the funding for it. And last, I think one way that we can continue also support is by broadening the impact of our own work. And that, again, by moving beyond traditional grant making and using really the full spectrum of capital that is available within philanthropic organizations. So things like mission-aligned investments, impact investing are areas where I think philanthropy can continue to play a role and support. So a few points.
Super, yeah, and I think that point you just made about also financing for organisations or ideas to fail as well, and learning from that is super important and often gets missed. Cédric, what do you need then from policymakers and think tanks, and not just you, but business as a whole, in terms of enabled to scale up solutions?
Thank you, Philippa. What was being said is very inspiring. And indeed, I think we all share this vision that we have a whole new world ahead of us. And like the Vice President was saying, we need to be brave. I really like that. We need to innovate, and we need to stick to our values. And it's true for a company, a citizen, a think tank, whatever, right? So we have this same vision. And we need to innovate, and what company, what business could say today that they will innovate alone? It's a nonsense. So we need dialogue with NGOs, we need dialogue with think tanks, we need to listen, to be challenged. Innovation comes from challenge. So any company complaining about the fact that a think tank or an NGO might be challenging some of its model is just missing the point. That's my belief, and I'm helping a lot of sectors to conduct stakeholder dialogue, for some of them for more than 10 years now. Initially with people around the table really looking at each other, meaning, oh my God, what am I doing here? And 10 years after, with a real network of people who understand how, this dialogue was really bringing value. So this is something I'm really convinced. And I also believe that whatever our profile of actor, think tanks, NGOs, companies, institutions, we all have a role in the consolidation of the European Union. And at our very modest and humble scale, this is what we want to do at Wavestone. In the 22 countries where we operate, half of them are in Europe. Our governance is strongly French and German. And we do believe that also through the projects we're conducting, through the transformations we're guiding, we hope we also contribute in a way to this intercultural dialogue inside Europe. Now, just a few words. As I said before, I think Europe doesn't have an issue of direction. We have the Green Deal. As a European citizen, I'm proud of the Green Deal, and I'm proud also of it for my children. I think we need to really work on scaling and execution. And that, again, it's not only the matter of businesses. It's a matter of collective intelligence. It's a matter of being able to align, right, and not to oppose. So how do we need to proceed? I think the first one, that was said before, and I liked it. We need really stability and a level playing field. And I really would like to insist on that because, you know, businesses, but like many other actors, desperately need policy stability and coherence. We don't necessarily need less ambition, although some people might believe that businesses expect less ambition, but we need clearer trajectories, fewer contradictory signals, and again, a genuine level playing field, because this is our strength for the future, also compared to our competitors outside Europe. So with our own rules, I think we can be stronger. We need this predictable framework and to, again, really place sustainability at the center of the business game and make it very completely clear. And it's critical for Europe competitiveness. If we want European companies to play the game, and this is what I really try to contribute to every day in my work, I think we need to set and contribute or control the rules of the games rather than importing them. And that's really true in a world, even more true in a world of scarcer resources. So that's the first point. Second, we need to move beyond siloed approaches. And we need, and that was also addressed a little bit before by the Vice President, we need to include change management and social issues even more in environmental policies. Of course, you're right, it's a lot about expertise, technical expertise, and this is where think tanks, universities, research actors can make a difference. But we also need to make sure we include change management and social aspects in the environmental policies. It's important for societies at large, but it's also important for the businesses, because even if you have a couple of pioneers who really are passionate about carbon pricing, passionate about circular economy, it's great, even if you have 20, 30 of them in your company. But if you have 200,000 staff, then you need to understand that you are not going to have only pioneers, and you need to move this organization towards something bigger, and this is where change management and social aspects are really key. And just two last points. I think we really need to go even further in our effort of linking environmental policies with digital policies. I think it's absolutely key. I'm concerned because I see some companies now with the temptation of saying, okay, we've worked a lot on ESG and sustainability. Now the new fashionable topic is AI. So sorry, but now we need to focus all our efforts and resources on AI. That's extremely risky. And I think it's a huge strategic mistake. And this is what, again, with humility, but we try to tell the companies we work with, connect the two of them. Because of course AI is going to bring new challenges in terms of pressure on water resources, in terms of conflicts to access energy and decarbonized power. But it's also going to accelerate some aspects of the transition, and we cannot do without it. So linking these two aspects, I think, are very important. On my last point, again, and I will finish on that, but is really that we need to reinforce a dialogue and make sure that everybody understands that environmental policies are not an end in themselves. It's at the service of the prosperity of Europe. It's at the service of the power of Europe, including European companies. And it's all about economic strength, strategic autonomy, geopolitical relevance, and collective security. So even if at the beginning we thought that we're going to achieve sustainable transformation for moral and ideological reasons, it was interesting, but I think now the reality is that we're going to do it for security reasons. And again, let's stop opposing actors, because it's our own interest, all of us.
So I think Cédric has just summarised for me, so I don't need to say very much else, but thanks for that. Yeah, so I think that was a super interesting panel discussion. We could carry on talking for a long time, but we're already over time, so I'm going to stop there. I mean, I think just in terms of summarising, we've heard a strong emphasis on aligning environmental ambition with competitiveness, the importance of delivery and implementation, and the role of evidence and collaboration, and that Europe's leadership is not going to depend just on ambition, but also how everybody delivers together. And I think this idea is something that I've heard for a very long time in Brussels, is that we need to get out of silos, and it perhaps is now the time to do so and start working together. And also perhaps to come back to what you were just saying as well, Cédric, that the change is happening. It's not something that's theoretical. And what Teresa Ribeira said as well from her Project Syndicate article, that this is now an organising principle of world order. It's not just a theory that's happening in the EU. And so I'd like to thank all our speakers for your really interesting and interventions, and also thank you for the audience, and thank you for allowing us to run over time.
Thanks a lot, Philippa, and the panel, again from me as well. This is my last intervention now as your MC, before I hand over to Marianne, but also as the chair of the Strategic Advisory Council. And in that sense, I wanted to just say that what we hear already now, in the broad perspective and the broad challenges that have been put forward, but also opportunities, it is and it has to fit in to the program of IEEP and the SAC, as we abbreviate it, and the members of the SAC are contributing to that program from their backgrounds and from their knowledge. But what we pick up here, in some or another way, has to be translated into that program. I will only make one comment on what I heard in the panel, because I could do many, but one that was really interesting was the philanthropy and how you are seeming to change your strategy on how to support the agenda. As it was very project-driven so far, you're looking at it in a broader perspective, which is amazing, because much of the work, the collaboration like in Think 2030, comes often from the core resources of these organizations, which are very dear and very difficult to fundraise for. But if there's more flexibility from the philanthropy, that would make a major change. So I just wanted to make that one comment as really critical and very promising what I heard there, Delphine. So without further ado, Marianne Kittunen is going to introduce the celebration part of today. And of course, also those that will be on the panel to celebrate with her. And with that, I leave you in her good hands. She will guide you to lunch afterwards, and then I'll see you again in the panel on resilience, actually. Thanks a lot.
Welcome to this panel between you and your lunch. While we're taking our seat, please roll back your shoulders a little bit and move a little, because I know we've been sitting for quite a while already, but I hope that you'll be staying with us, staying awake, because we have a journey through 50 years and into the future ahead of us. So, welcome to the panel celebrating 50 years of IEP, but in addition to that, of course, celebrating also the history and future of environmental policy in the EU. My name is Marianne Kettunen, and for the intents and purposes of today, I'm wearing a couple of hats. I'm the biodiversity lead at the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, and in that capacity, I'm also delivering congratulations and hellos and warm greetings to one of our closest partners working on circular economy and EU policy. So happy birthday, IEP, from the foundation. I'm also serving at the IEP board as a co-deputy chair. And perhaps first and foremost, I am also a proud IEP staff member of 15 years from the past. So in that capacity, particularly, it's a delight to chair this panel. For 5 decades, IEP has played an important role on the European scene. IEP has been there for the early days of European environmental policy. IEP has been there for the enlargement. IEP has been there for Brexit. IEP has been there for many major legislative milestones as well. And most recently, European Green Deal, and of course then now the Clean Industrial Deal. So in this panel, we will reflect a journey of IEP, of the environmental policy in the EU, and we also look at where we are today and where we want to be going in the future. And we are very fortunate to have a number of wonderful, acknowledgeable speakers in the panel to do the journey with us today. So firstly, we have Nigel Haig on my right, who is the founder director of IEP and current honorary fellow. So welcome, Nigel. We have David Baldock, who is the former director of IEP, perhaps the longest serving former director, I think, and currently a senior fellow at IEP. And of course, we have Antoine, the current director. The only former director missing from this room, I think, is Céline Chaffriard, who sends her warm greetings as well, and congratulations, but she couldn't be here today with us. Then we also have 2 other people wearing multiple hats. So we have Patrick Den Brink, who is the Secretary General of EEB, but also former IEP Brussels director. And then we have Sirpa Pietikäinen, MEP, Member of European Parliament, and former chair of the IEP Strategic Advisory Council. So a lot of IEP knowledge and European environmental policy knowledge here on stage today. Antoine, I'm going to go to you first and start with you first. It is an anniversary, but it is also a big moment in the European environmental policy history. We've heard the words whole new world, unprecedented. We've heard crossroads. So through the lens of IEP, where are we today?
Thank you very much, Marianne. And I'd like to start by just thanking the wonderful panelists with me here today. You know the expression, standing on the shoulder of giants. This is pretty much me right at the moment, so please be nice to me. But there's a wealth of experience just sitting just on my left, so that will be fundamentally important for the conversation, so thank you. Well, as I said earlier, I don't think we need to go very far to find some existential challenges for the EU and Europe in general. I mean, these have been already quite discussed with the recent interventions. Although they're global in nature, the environmental pressure from the triple planetary crisis, they have clear domestic impact within Europe in terms of economic competitiveness, in terms of social cohesion. And this fuels a narrative of decline that is eventually incentivizing for forces that are not necessarily sort of aligned with the conversation we're having and aligned with the general collective interest of Europe as a whole. The same goes for global geopolitics. I mean, I'm sorry if I'm going to simplify a bit much, I know it's trendy, but the EU in its modern form came to be because we enjoyed relatively cheap energy from elsewhere, including Russia, relatively cheap security from the US and NATO, relatively cheap consumer goods coming essentially from Asia and China, all of this underpinned by a stable, rule-based international trade order that allowed us to build highly complex, highly globalized value chains generating extremely strong economic returns. That is how we came to be until recent time. No more. I think a lot of these elements are being severely weakened at the moment. And the EU, as a multi-layered governance system, sometimes complicated, sometimes not easy to navigate, as many of you will know, we are ill-equipped to deal with the consequences. So that's what's at stake now. That's what we would like to reflect upon. So I said earlier, environmental policy is not a barrier, is a cost-effective solution to many of our challenges. The Iran war. Now, the total cost, as of very recently, we were in the range of 25 billion euros. That's 15% of the yearly EU budget. Just right there, wiped out. And the effective costs are likely to be much higher. I mean, think of what we could do with such a buffer, as we've mentioned. We're lacking buffer at the moment. Think of what you could do with this kind of buffer. On the environmental policy, on the other hand, they bring you independence, it brings you security, it brings you health, resilience, innovation, all tools that are at the heart of a competitive economy. This is why this is a cost-effective solution, not just for semantics. But it needs efficient policy making. I mean, regulatory complexity can be a hurdle for a lot of people, stakeholders, business and others. Who likes to fill in, show of hand, who likes to fill an administrative form? No. Okay, so I applaud simplification when as it's envisioned in the Letta report. And thank you, Yanis, for making the point about the Letta report being so comprehensive and so important to be discussed. This is good simplification, harmonization. But on the other hand, simplification through deregulation will be what? More complexity, less clarity, less and more fragmentation. That means what? Higher cost, less investment. That's not what we need. So how do you decipher between all of this? This is where we're coming. This is where the IEP comes in. Yeah. We help to navigate that path and identify what's eventually something that's positive for Europe.
Fantastic. So that is where IEP comes in. Do you want to elaborate on that or save it for a bit later? How we're going to help people to not to fill in?
I'll come back to it later.
Super. Thank you, Antoine. So that's where we are today, and IEP has a role to play, as do many other think tanks. And I think even before Antoine, it was very clear from the previous interventions this morning. I know Yanis said that what we can learn from history is that we don't learn from history, but let's attempt otherwise, because I think we're going to take a time machine now. We're going to go to Nigel Haig, and we will hear from the start of IEP, but also start of the European environmental policy. And we, through that journey, attempt to also learn from history and see what kind of vehicles we have today in our use to take us to the future. So, Nigel, over to you.
Thank you. Well, it was the European Cultural Foundation, a Dutch... Is this working? Yes. No. It was the European Cultural Foundation, a Netherlands grant-giving foundation that created IEP 50 years ago. And the key person who took that decision was Raymond Joris, its Secretary General. He had actually founded other institutes around Europe, including an Institute on Education in Paris, which thought up the idea of the Erasmus program, and indeed ran it for several years before it was taken over by the European Community. And it's not generally known that Erasmus was an initiative of civil society, which then became official. And a lot of ideas in environment policy came from IEP, which became then adopted. Now, Raymond Joris is still alive. I contacted him to ask him whether he would come to this event. And he said, well, I'm 95, and I'm confined to my home and my garden, south of Brussels. He's a Belgian. But he said, I will send you a message. So I will read a message from him at the end of my presentation. But he took quite a brave decision, because environment policy was marginal to the Cultural Foundation. It was outside their comfort zone. And he appointed Konrad von Moltke as its first director in Bonn. And Konrad was a very brilliant person. He became a good friend of mine. He died, he was younger than me, and he died 20 years ago, very sadly. And I'm not going to say much about him, because there's a wonderful book by Claire Weil, which is a biography of him, which describes a great deal about the early days of IEP. And there's going to be, that's in French, and there will be an English translation, English version coming out next year. So look out for that. Now, Konrad, I met him in 1975, a few months before IEP started. I was then a vice president of the EEB, and I was a founder member of EEB. And we had our first AGM at Louvain University. And the subject of a conference that we organized jointly with the Council of European Environmental Lawyers was on the proposed directive on environmental impact of development projects. And we heard the first statement from a commission official of what their ideas were for this new piece of legislation. It took 5 years before they had made a proposal. It took another 5 years before it was adopted. And I just make the point that it does often take a long time before a good idea gets translated into reality, and you have to work at it. And IEP did work on that quite solidly. Now, Konrad and Raymond Joris created a board to run IEP, and they got Edgar Faure, who was president of the French National Assembly, a former French prime minister, a member of the Académie Française, to be its president. And they wrote to the Council of Europe and to the European Parliament and said, will you nominate board members? And that's how Ken Collins, who was chairman of the Environment Committee of the European Parliament, became a board member. And the Council of Europe also nominated a board member. So one of the ideas, Konrad took 3 decisions fairly early on. One was what was to be the audience of IEP. He made the point that in a national context, you don't have to define your audience, because it's always often self-evident. In a European context, there's no real, or certainly wasn't then, such a thing as European public opinion. It was very vague. So you had to be clear about your audience. And the first target audience of IEP was parliamentarians. And we contacted all the environment committees throughout Europe and the European Parliament and the Council of Europe and contacted them. The role of IEP, Konrad defined very succinctly, it was to inform and guide policymakers. And the third decision he took was that an institute in Germany would be seen as a German institute. It was therefore necessary to have a presence in other countries, and he opened an office in Paris in '78 and one in London in 1980, and that was me. Just one person initially, and we then grew from that. and we opened offices in the Netherlands and in Spain later. Now, we have many achievements, and I think, Antoine, we are producing an attempt at a list of our achievements. It's not ready today. I will only take one example of something that we struggled with over the years, and that was to amend the Treaty of Rome so that it said something about the environment. This was an idea that the European Environmental Bureau had picked up right at the beginning when it was created in 1974, and the IEP pressed that too. And it was because I found myself corresponding with Conrad about treaty amendment that he invited me to open the London office of IEP. Now, we developed three ideas. The treaty should have a title in it saying there shall be a community environment policy. It should also say that environment policy must be a component of all other policies. And the third thing we wanted was to amend Article 2 of the Treaty of Rome, which set out its task. And its then was to create a common market to increase continuous and balanced economic expansion. So it was all about economic growth without saying anything about any possible constraints on that kind of growth. So these three ideas we pressed. Very fortunately, the House of Lords in Britain produced a report saying many directives being produced by the community was not based on the treaty, because they couldn't see the connection with just not distorting competition, with the bathing water directive, for example. And so they produced a report, and IEEP gave them evidence, and they produced another report, which they called Environmental Problems in the Treaty of Rome, which effectively argued for treaty amendment. Now, fairly soon after I joined IEP, I was in the offices of the Commission, and its Director General, Michel Carpentier, was a great supporter of IEP. He actually took offense that we didn't ask him to join its board. But I'd met him because we'd shared a platform at a conference in London. And one day I was in the Commission offices, and Michel Carpentier walked down the corridor and said, Nigel Haig, I want a word with you. I'm very displeased with you. You're making my life very difficult. You've been going around saying that there isn't a legal base for environment policy. And people are saying that the community should abandon environment policy. This was extremely interesting. What he was saying was that other directorates general were pressing for the suppression of the environment policy, which the community...
Indeed, Nigel. And how did we end up with a different outcome?
Well, we did. And nobody thought, I certainly didn't think, that the treaty would be amended only for environmental reasons, but that some occasion would arise when you had to amend the treaty. And that happened with the Spinelli report, with the Leo Tindemans report on European Union, and then with the pressure for the completion of the internal market, the white paper. So all these came together, and we got the Single European Act. And it was the Parliament who, in their draft treaty on European Union, said there should be a title on the environment. So our pressure worked through the institutions and led to the treaty. But that dealt with 2 points. There was a title on the treaty, and there was, which said, environment policy shall be a component of other policies too. But it left untouched the Article 2, and that was a much difficult battle. And fortunately, the Brundtland report in 1987 publicized the idea of sustainable development. And it was very quickly endorsed by all the member states and by the community institutions, so that when the Maastricht Treaty came to be, we were able to push for sustainable development to be written into the treaty. That was a mess. The Amsterdam Treaty got a better version, and eventually in the Lisbon Treaty, very fine words in Article 3.3 of the Treaty on European Union sets out sustainable development as the goal of the EU. Now this, you might think, is just words on paper.
But it's not right.
And it's not. And this is the message today. We are now having a pushback on environment policy. And I am suggesting that we ought to point the community institutions at the treaty and say, look, what you are doing is not now consistent with what is in the treaty. Any member state or any of the EU institutions may go to the European Court and challenge another institution. This was done by the European Parliament in the 80s on transport policy, and they won the case against the Council and against the Commission. And because there was no common transport policy, it got blocked. It was unblocked by the Single European Act, which introduced qualified majority voting. And so there now is a common transport policy. And I think if there is to be a real community policy, as we've been discussing earlier this morning, we need to remind the Commission not to roll back and to threaten them with going to the European Court.
Nigel, it's wonderful because you're giving us basically ammunition for today from the history, which I think is a good moment to maybe bring in David as well. But would you like to absolutely read the message?
Yes, the message from Raymond Georges is, please convey my pride in the crucial role the Institute plays in Europe today, and offer my best wishes for success in the decades to come to the team that currently leads it with such confidence and enthusiasm. So with those uplifting words, I pass.
Fantastic, thank you. So I think that is a quite something to hand over to David and build from there. So David, you were through IEP and the European environmental policy for quite a few years, through ebbs and flows, and also through quite a few changes. So from your perspective, what has shaped the IEP of today, or shaped IEP into what is today, and of course also the kind of core evolution with the European environmental policy? So a few thoughts on that, please.
Thank you, Marianne. I took over from Nigel as director late 90s, and looking back, it was a great era. We were growing fast. We were able to set up the Brussels office, and Patrick fortunately agreed to take on the job of running that. We were able to work on at least 3 different fronts. One was kind of core environmental policy, including the beginning of climate policy, ETS, biodiversity, the whole issues around pollution control. We would then had a whole strand of work around governance on the major institutions. We did a review of the European Environment Agency. We were very involved in the 4th, 5th, 6th environmental action programs. I remember working with the Commission, against the Commission, for the NGOs, organizing various workshops in different chateaus in the vicinity. It was a period of a great deal of sort of foundation building. And finally, and one of the signatures of IEP is we've always worked on the sort of the issues where there's a big environmental footprint from outside environmental policy. So that's coming from agriculture, fisheries, transport, regional policy, trade policy. We've dabbled in areas where sometimes at the beginning we were one of the only 2 or 3 green people in the room. And I'm looking at Heino here, my old colleague, where he and I were often at the beginning of the CAP, the only 2 green people in the room. Kept us a bit busy. That period has was a foundation then for us in trying to move forward across quite a big agenda, and knowing, as Nigel said, that a lot of change comes in increments over the long haul. You can't necessarily get there quickly. You need those quick moments, the brilliant moments, the Green New Deal, the Nature Restoration Law, to feel a sense of progress, but very often it's not like that, and it hasn't been in the past. And the way we worked was very much dependent on partnerships, and it still is. I'm sure Antoine will agree to that. And some of those are in Brussels with the European institutions, not least with the Commission, with the NGOs. Progress on environment policy can't be made without NGOs. Their signature is absolutely a vital element in so many different fronts. And with other think tanks, including Ecologic in Germany. I want to mention that particularly with Andreas sitting there. He was an extremely important partner in Germany, and still is, with the work that's been done. And MEPs in Parliament. But also, I have to say, member states sometimes get forgotten in this. We worked a lot with member states, and in some cases, they were very important funders for us. The forward-looking member states, such as the Netherlands, would be often actually the people who are floating some of the more progressive ideas, organizing the first round of meetings at a European level. And I can think of examples across a lot of the circular economy, high nature value farming, enlargement, which was an important issue for us, very much funded by the Dutch. So once we're in the Brussels bubble, you can forget that there's member states and there are think tanks and experts and NGOs and companies out there who are crucial too.
Thank you, David. So, a lot of different topics. IEP has always been quite adaptable in that respect. Partnerships, key thing, and indeed, the reach out to the member states as well. That's also what I remember from my early days of IEP, particularly when I was working on those topics. Many things have changed, also at IEP topics and different things, and also, as we've heard, European environmental policy. Would be curious to hear what, in your view, has stayed the same, how IEP works and what carries IEP forward, and also other think tanks as well in partnership.
Well, thank you, Marianne. I mean, first is the basics, the needs for partnership, for rigor, creativity, self-belief, ambition, grounding your work in real European values and not forgetting that there's a Europe beyond the Northwest countries which part in here. What happens in Southern and Central and Eastern Europe is incredibly important as well, and we need to kind of capture that in our thinking. We have to cherish our belief in our objectives and build at the same time the strategy for the long haul, for the setbacks, for the difficult points. And some of our most important work has been defensive. We've invested 2 years of enormous effort in defending the Habitats Directive in 2016. A lot of people will remember this quite clearly. And a lot of these battles only get won in the long term. And unfortunately, I developed a bit of an addiction for the Common Agriculture Policy. It's not contagious, don't worry. And here we see, the full bloom of the snail's pace in European policy. You think in decades, not in years. But where we have stayed the course, and people sometimes say, why on earth do you do this? And has anything changed? Actually has. So we started with zero money on the environment when Heine and I were first messing about. And we're now up to about 35% nominal or something like that. And things have improved along the way. And Patrick and I were talking earlier, saying, well, even today, when we're having a pretty rough MFF and pretty rough CAP reform. Even now, we've got some issues where we're working quite hard around ring fencing, around transition aid, and so forth. So you don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. The ability to attract really good people has been absolutely crucial, and I want to thank all the people in the room, even those of you who went for a quiet life in the European Commission. And I can see a couple of you there today. I've forgiven you all, but you cannot run a think tank without absolutely excellent people who've got a passion for the job and a real appetite for work and a big picture there and an ability for partnership. So I know you know that, Antoine, but you can't say it more often. And finally, I want to say that where we do rely on sanity and good sense, we get used to that. And although it's never been perfect, European policy has generally been built on a fairly transparent, evidence base on a fairly high respect for science. It ebbs and flows. And now we're starting to see a worrying number of instances where this doesn't look necessarily to be the case. And when we see this, and you know, particularly if you start seeing that in the Commission, that is a pretty big concern and a challenge which we'd like to hear about. And I suspect Patrick will have things to say.
Thanks, David, and thanks also for doing my job handing over to Patrick. But before that, before we bring Patrick in, first of all, to attest to the, I attest to the excellent staff and excellent people, many of who here today as well, but also many of actually following us online. So here's to the IEP staff over the years as well. And then the 50 years gives perspective to see the progress in snail space, which is good. And I think that gives us hope. And I do think that's something that IEP can also remind people of moving forward, is that there has been progress, so therefore there can be progress. But Patrick, you have seen IEP from inside, and now you are looking the civil society at large from EEP and also collaborating with IEP. What is the role of think tanks today, hearing where we are, and what is the role in the EU environmental ecosystem from your perspective?
No, thanks very much, and it's also good to follow up on the various different speeches. I think the best way to answer it is starting with a list. So first, I got to know IEP in Hungary when we're talking about EU enlargement of the Integrated Pollution Prevention Control Directive, which was the precursor to ID. Hungary was enthusiastic about environmental policy, enthusiastic about Europe. So this gives a statement. And I was impressed. The person I worked there was Neil Emmett, and he is so smart. I said, oh, I got to work with them. So that was the instigation. So immediately I phoned up David and said, listen, in a year's time, let's talk. And then became the list. So what did we work on together? We actually worked together and had influence on the Industrial Emissions Directive, on the cars and CO2 regulation, which I'll unpack, on the vans, on access and benefit sharing, which is about genetic materials, on invasive alien species, where Marianne and I worked together. We did costs of policy and action studies. We did benefits of action studies. We did benefits of nature. We did fitness checks. We did ex post evaluations. We did, as you say, prove that the Natura 2000 was fit for purpose, as we did with others. So it was analysis, 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 analysis. And I think that's a key thing where with reliable analysis. But I'd like to unpack one of these in particular, and that's the cars and CO2 regulation, because this is so fundamentally important now, and cars is now the largest emitting sector. So David and I were also on the Cars 21 and Cars 2020 high-level working groups, where we're talking together with various different industry stakeholders and other stakeholders to talk about what the future should be. Okay. Now, one step back before that, in the analysis that we did some studies for DG Environment, then we did some studies for DG Enterprise, and we had different results because both of them insisted on different parameters. Then we did a study for DG Environment and DG Enterprise, and then we had a result which effectively became the basis of the regulation, which all of you know. And of course, it went through that, and of course, many other people also contributed. But going one step back before that, there had been no political will 7 years before the regulation to actually have a regulation. So what they did is had a voluntary agreement with the automotive industry, and year by year they monitored, they reported, they shown that progress was insufficient. The reason I'm mentioning it is that reporting and monitoring and data is important. After 7 years of showing it's insufficient, they had the political capital to have the legislation, and the legislation passed. Now, in the cars high-level groups, of course, this is a lobbying forum. In that context, they were, of course, arguing for a defense of the internal combustion engine. We said, how about moving forward and thinking about zero-emission vehicles? Of course, the lobbying of one think tank, apologies, was insufficient to counter all of the industrial lobbyists, all the automotive industry. So the internal combustion engine was defended. And of course, we saw that 15 years later or 20 years later, we suddenly have Toyota coming up with hybrids, we have Tesla coming up with electric, and now BYD, and then European industry is fighting for its life. And as I think, Potocnik, you love your quotes, so I heard you say something which I will quote you now, and that is, the recent changes in the legislation, the weakening of it, is basically killing by kindness. because what we don't need is to take the pedal off the regulatory incentive. We need to encourage it, because otherwise we won't be able to compete. So that was a whole process, I think, is really important, because it shows about data, it shows about analysis, it shows the role of IEP, it shows also the role of lobbying and how that can actually lead to short-term benefits for the industry, which actually undermines its long-term viability.
Thank you, Patrick. Where do you recommend us to adapt towards next? Both IEP, think tanks, and the civil society more broadly, building on the past examples, also, for example, the cars.
Okay. First, I think we shouldn't resign ourselves to the post-truth world. I think resignation, another quote, so I can't remember who, is like daily suicide. We need to get on with it. We need the facts, okay? So we need the think tanks to do that. We need to work with the universities as well. We also need to actually realize that facts are not just economic facts. So when we talk about cost of action and things like that, or impact assessment, yes, there's an economic part, but there's also a quantitative part and a qualitative part, and that is also that. And this is where the NGOs, we present the voices of citizens and communities. So if you want to make it very practical, when you talk about PFAS, and we heard some numbers, the forever chemicals moving away from cars, there, one family who is affected by a cancer in their family because of exposure to PFAS. That is the reality. In a different narrative, you can also talk about that it costs hundreds of billions to clean it all up. So there you can talk about economics, but what civil society does is we bring the families. In fact, recently we brought families from 6 nations where the children had high levels of PFAS in their blood and shown that this is a problem. At the informal meeting of environmental ministers in Denmark, we worked together with the Danish presidency, and thank you for the Danish presidency for their courage. But we had, I think it was 22 countries, and no, 22 blood tests in 19 countries of people took the blood test to say, what is the status of PFAS in the blood? And I think Commissioner Jessica Roswell also took the blood test. What I'm trying to say here is you need to have committed people everywhere to look for the numbers. Some of the numbers are big evaluations like economics. Some of the others are simply representing the voice of citizens and communities and saying, we are getting sick from exposure here, let's do something about it. And the combination of these two, working together with the ministry and also, of course, ex-commissioners who just have insanely long-living batteries and commitment, like that we move forward. And then, of course, with the Parliament, we heard before what the Parliament has done, and yes, so I'll try to create a bridge here. But that's what I think. So just keep going. And then I think what we need, the only way forward now to resist, we need a type of resistance movement to the global context. We cannot accept to just give up and follow the Americans. We need to chart an own path. The Chinese path is not open to us. The American path is not open to us. We have a European path, European values, European system. We do that, but for that we need a resistance across all, which is why the stakeholder platform we had before is very valuable, because we need the philanthropy, we need the business, we need all of us to talk to each other, and then just get on with it. I think it's basically that.
Get on with it. It's an ecosystem. We need to be connected. Get on with it. It does lead to the Parliament. Parliament has been mentioned a few times as a crucial factor here, so that is a good cue to bring Sirpa in. So Sirpa, welcome. How do we stay relevant from the decision-making perspective, given what you've heard today? What is your advice towards IEP and think tanks more broadly?
Well, I would start by saying be proud of yourself. If you don't remember anything else out of this, remember that there's incredible amount of intelligence, information, and wisdom in this room and in networks of IEEP. This is what we need. Then the second point is that the EU and politics is best when it can start from the clean table. What I mean, it's very hard to change the health or social politics in member states because you have your laws and regulations and practices and institutions. But the environment, as we could hear from Nigel, when it didn't exist as a regulation, you could, and yes, we can, create it, like we created one of the last examples, this do no significant harm principle, as we had the precautionary principle earlier on. And then, Patrick, thank you for sort of bouncing the ball to me about not being timid at these times. If we just stand and defend what exists, oh no, do not destroy and deregulate everything. We are just bargaining from wrong position. Now, if ever, we need to be bold and visionary. And if we heard all these speeches before myself, it tells what have been done. You have created new concepts, raised the bar, and put the policy proposals on the table. And yes, first it looks totally impossible. No, you can't do it. But then suddenly, after when you push and you get support and understanding for it, yes, it makes it possible. And this is what it's need nowadays, because it's very hard to support any policies if you do not have a vision and a policy. And my last comment on this then is sort of a forward-looking point, what needs to happen. Firstly, and this I hope you remember as well, is that you have an ethical obligation. If you are a researcher and you know that the child is going to die if it falls here, it's not just, well, I'm just a researcher, just a note for yourself, the kid is going to die. You have an ethical obligation to try to prevent it. If we know what is going to happen to the planet and to people, it's our ethical obligation to do research, communication, and try to have the impact in policies. And that's why I think that because one organization only has very limited resources, the Think2030 is a very good example, how you draw different knowledge and information together firstly, and secondly, more than ever, because many of the phenomena are accelerating, it is to understand not only a still picture, Polaroid picture, this is the state of the environment, where it comes, how it evolves, and what it means, and then interpret it in the politics. This is why you need to have zero-emission cars and different kind of transportation systems in the cities.
Thank you, Sirpa. And also thank you for highlighting the Think2030 and the network, because I think we at IEP, we are very proud of that, and it has given us a lot to draw on and build on as well. I'm going to start to close the panel, also given that the lunch is waiting and we are a bit behind the schedule, but I'm not going to do it without bringing in Antoine as the current director to reflect on what he's heard. What I've heard is be proud. I've heard get on with it. I've also heard we have the Treaty of Rome to lean back on and refer back to, which is really important. Also, I've heard that there is progress we can show and keep pointing to keep hope as well. So these are the few things that I've heard. What about you, Antoine? Your thoughts?
Well, standing on the shoulder of giants, indeed. I take a lot from this panel, and thank you once again. From Nigel, this notion that IEP just helped introduce environment into the treaty of the EU. Just that's saying something, right? This is really so fundamental. Also being an irritant to the institutions, as to the point of being stopped in the corridors for a bit of a conversation, let's say. Then let's not be complacent. Let's just work hard, and no matter where it takes us, including being irritants to policymakers and others. From David and Patrick, I take the longest list of achievements that is sort of already very so impressive, and on the notion that it's very important also to work with to the member state level. We have our think tanks here, our partners from our network, from Germany, from Denmark. Also, I think I saw Andras from Hungary as well. I think Andras, we're very much looking forward to seeing you more in Brussels now. Congratulations. This is absolutely fundamental in the work that we do. And on Sirpa, I take these ethical obligations as part of it. Nigel gives us the legal background, legal basis. We have the legal basis. We have the facts and figure. We have the ethical obligation. So I'll just end with that. We have everything that we need. So to everyone here, especially the colleagues who have worked tirelessly to make this happen, let's be proud of ourselves and let's get on with it.
Absolutely. Indeed, we have the staff and the talent and also the collaboration, the ecosystem to get on with. So with these words, thank you for going through the journey with us. Thank you for guiding us through the journey, dear speakers. And we're going to go to lunch. So as we are a bit late, I've been informed that we have an hour lunch still, so we should be back here 1:45. So we have an hour of lunch to in hold of us. So with that, thank you, everybody.
Let me invite everybody to come back, slowly but surely. And I know it's just after lunch, so there is the slot before lunch and there is the slot after lunch. So we are going to start the slot after lunch. So please have a seat. And let me welcome everybody back to the room. And what a morning. I think this morning we have heard people saying much better than what I could say. Lot of truth. I dare to say that there have been truth. And the call for action and the call for daring has been heard today. So thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. A very warm welcome after this lunch break. And I'm sure you have had the opportunity to exchange, to challenge yourself and to engage with the different people that we have around the room. And we are extremely thankful for those who are coming from close and for those who are coming from far away. So this event today is, first of all, a pleasure to have all of you and to continue the program of Think 2030 conference. And we have quite a program for the afternoon to go. For those I haven't not yet met, my name is Mercedes Sanchez Varela, and I have the honor to be serving as the chair of the board of the EIP. And this afternoon, I will be guiding you through the different sessions of Science for Policy sessions and continuing the discussions and to ensure that we continue having this dynamic exchange of ideas and how we are going to make them not only scalable, but also actionable into the different strategies that need to be followed. And before I move forward, I want to renew, it was done this morning, but let me redo it again, our sincere thanks to all our partners, to all the people that is today here in presence, to those who will be listening to us via YouTube and via the streaming channels, to all the contributors, to the team, to the EIP management team and everybody who has made the day it is. And believe me, you have no doubt that is a lot of work. And of course, to all the Think 2030 network, which has come from different places of Europe to be with us today. This conference is, we use the word collaboration quite often, is part and the result of a strong collaboration, shared commitment, continuous support. It's this collective effort that makes gatherings like today totally meaningful. So thank you. We meet, and it has been said this morning, at length in a very important moment. I suppose all the moments are important, but let's stick to the one today. It's an important moment for our 50th anniversary, and I'm glad to hear, even in the words of the Vice President, that we don't turn 50 every day, particularly when you are a think tank and particularly when you are talking about environmental policy. So I think we need to auto-congratulate us, and we are accepting the congratulations from everybody for achieving this milestone. And I'm happy as well that Nigel and others, David and many others, which are today just to break through the testimonial of these 50 years of EIP. And we wish that there is even more other think tanks that long, or maybe not, because if you last that long, is that the topic needs quite a lot of work, just still to be done. This particular moment is also challenging for the think tank community. First, because policy challenges are becoming increasingly complex. You don't need a drawing. We are navigating on rapid environmental, economic, and social changes, often happening simultaneously and reinforcing each other. And policy changes are becoming increasingly important and critical. We cannot lose sight, as Vice President Rivera said this morning, of what is the fundamental need of any economy in society, which is to ensure a welfare for a maximum of people on the planet. Living with nature is our future, and today we need to recall to everyone the importance of deepening and embedding nature fully into our economic, social, and probably cultural ecosystem. In this context, the role of independent, science-based expertise is more important than ever.
Think tanks have a unique responsibility. They also have a unique opportunity to bridge knowledge and decision-making and ensuring that policies are well-informed, are credible, are full of data, are credible for industries, for people, for citizens, for organizations, and they are forward-looking. So we want to believe, as this morning was said by Janusz Potokis, that we want to believe in hope, and for that, he mentioned the word compass. I was just writing that we know what is the direction of travel in which we need to be engaged, and this is the way with and along with nature. So my board colleagues, which are in the room, and myself, we have been taking full stock of those massive challenges. And to go stronger forward, our board is taking the step to expand our board, and we are currently having 2 additional mandates to equip us and to stay strong against all winds and continue to deep our commitment. So this is the message for anyone in the room that might like to see these 2 board vacancies advertised in our website. So the core message that we want to bring you in the afternoon and in the Science for Policy session. 2 things. Not a surprise, I'm repeating what others have been saying much better than myself, but I have to say it again. We need science-informed evidence, but that alone is not enough. We must also ensure that this evidence is translated in practical, actionable policy solutions. And secondly, our ultimate goal is clear, is to enable policymakers and society more broadly to act effectively and to support Europe's transition towards sustainability and towards resilience. This is precisely the purpose of the Science for Policy sessions that I'm going to introduce right now. They are about to follow, they are about to start. These sessions are designed to connect, again, the scientific and research insight with the concrete policy discussions, creating the space for knowledge and directly feed into action. Probably for the last years, a think tank like ours has been quite a lot focused on this science evidence building, science evidence support to the policy. I think we have been stretching by all the calls about delivery, the time of delivery, the moment. It has to be scalable, it has to be on the table. It stretches us, but it does make us well fulfill the role that we are doing. So I think the sessions that we have today, which are rooted into 3 directions, so this is the themes that we have chosen for this afternoon. The first one is moving from risk to resilience in a context of polycrisis, together with Louis, which is going to moderate that discussion. We go back another topic that has been raised this morning, which is water resilience and ensuring healthy soils. And the last but not least, how trade policy can balance climate justice with a strategic autonomy. So we do hope these sessions will spark fruitful discussions, new perspective, practical ideas, and thank you, and we are looking forward for the conversations ahead. So maybe now it's time for me to call upon Louis to start the session on risk to resilience in a context of polycrisis. Louis is an EIP lead of resilience, so I think this is a word that you are going to hear a lot, but I can tell you it's going to be very meaningful. Louis, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Hello, my colleagues and my friends. Yes, my name is Louis. I am the topic lead for climate resilience and risk governance at IEEP, and I am very pleased to be here moderating this discussion today entitled From Risk to Resilience in the Age of Systemic Risk and the Polycrisis. But before I go into the content, I would like to welcome my panelists to the floor, please. I'm very lucky today to be joined by Séverine Hermin, the Senior Project Leader for Climate Adaptation and Climate Resilience at SWECO, my friend Lorenzo Benini, who is the Sustainable Transition Expert and Team Coordinator, Methods and Tools for Integrating Assessment at the European Environment Agency, Luc Bas, who you've already heard from today, who is the Director of the Belgian Climate Risk Assessment Centre, Christophe Heinrich, who is the Executive Director of the Ecologic Institute, and last but not least, Martin Splach, who is the Head of Unit for DG Klima. So, as Mercedes said, this panel is looking specifically at the idea of resilience to systemic risk and at the time of polycrisis. And we structured it around 4 key questions, so I'd like to introduce them to you now to get you thinking before we dive into some of the discussions. The first question looks at how we should be rethinking and defining resilience in an era of the polycrisis, where we have to perceive the cascading and compounding nature of different risks. The second question is, what does it mean to practice, to go from bouncing back to bouncing forward, and how can policy enable that transition? The third question looks at where current policy investments and infrastructures enable that form of transformation, which allow us to go beyond recovery. And finally, the fourth question, how can policymakers and organisations make more robust decisions under uncertainty? And we've heard a lot of these words that have come up today in previous discussions. So, jumping forward, I would like to open up the discussion with the first theme, defining resilience for systemic risks and the polycrisis. And I'd like to ask you, Luc, if you don't mind. Recently published, the Belgian National Climate Risk Assessment looked at cascading and compounding risks that are going to be affecting Belgium. As part of this, resilience is a really strong theme that comes through quite heavily in the report. So I wanted to ask you, how does the report define resilience in this context? And how is this concept operationalized?
Right, that's a mouthful to try to answer to. Before I do, there is no one fixed definition of resilience, just to be clear. And I think once you have defined for your organization or for your government, for your country, for the EU, what it could or should be, the main question actually is which risk that you identified, because there's so many, which of the risks do you accept, or what level of risk do you accept, because you cannot tackle everything. So the question is, once you've defined that, then you can start to think, okay, where does our resilience go? So, because it's impossible to tackle every risk that is upon us. So there's a big thing about choices. So now at our center, which is an independent center within government though, but with a mandate also to advise the National Security Council. So that's just to give you the context. We try to make that bridge, okay, when does that risk, identified risk, which is of course the hazard with the vulnerability and the exposure, that's already one big thing, and of course vulnerability will very much define your resilience. Where does that trigger a security concern or a security action, or on a broader perspective, this is economic security, food security, but also for the security service themselves. How will they be impacted in their work when these events are going to be more frequent and more intense? And that's a combination that we've tried to strike in this assessment that we did. We've been doing different assessments that are linked up with the first Belgian climate risk assessment. It's the first national assessment that we did. And from the assessment and the 5 clusters that we use, just like the UCRA, we've been using the UCRA as a model. We have then had to divert from it at stage because the national context was different, so we couldn't fully follow it. But I think from the assessments that I've seen, the Belgian assessment is closest to what the UCRA has done in already more than 2 years ago now. We have these 5 clusters, and in each of them we identified 28 risks. But to make it broader into a kind of ecosystems resilience context, we looked at climate or hazards from climate and the risk evolving, but also at ecosystem degradation risks themselves. So that was one novelty that we added. And then, of course, the comment that came in was this, okay, how do you define now your compound and your cascading, and is this all linked or not linked? Of course it's linked, because what we found on the ecosystems degradation by other triggers and non-climatic drivers was, of course, worsened by the climate impact. But it was not just only the climate impact that was responsible for it. And this is a danger of the climate risk assessments, and even in our name, which somehow Concours Environment dropped off the name because it used to be Climate and Environment Risk Assessment Center. Whatever is in the name, it's not just the climate risk, and that's really important. The climate risk is making things worse. I gave you the example of Belgium, Flanders to be very precise. We are one of the most water-stressed countries in Europe. We're even at the global scale, we are really bad. And it's not because there's not enough rain in Belgium. It's because it's just bad management, overconsumption of the water. And when there is a long drought period, that comes more and more with climate change, you see the problem. But it's not climate change that is the actual problem for the water stress in Belgium yet. So then we come to the projections, and of course your resilience is not just linked to what risk you accept, but also to what is your reference? What is your reference scenario? And I may close there, not to be too long on this. We chose in the end a 3-degree scenario because that was where we had better certainty of the impacts, but also the policy readiness, because that's an important part in such an assessment, that your vulnerability is very much defined by your policy readiness. And so that was the direction we took for the 3 degrees, which is then by 2050, and resulting into different impacts on the priority risks or insurance, or the insurability of infrastructure, soil degradation, not big surprises, but also heat impact. And what was a bit of a surprise to us was the pandemics. So the impact on biodiversity outside of Europe, and the rest of the world, and how that was a high risk. The risk was high because of the unpreparedness in Belgium for a potential worse pandemic that we've had in the past. So you see it's a combination of different things that come together. And what we did then is to look at everything from a social lens. And that is where the social resilience comes in. Mm-hmm. Each of these, throughout the whole report, and apparently that was more or less a novelty also compared to UCRA, but you should contradict me if you have missed something, but there was a red thread through the whole social dimension of what we did. And ultimately, and this is what I think triggered quite some interest, is that we distilled from it our first suggestions to how this has to be taken up in our security policy in Belgium. And because of all that work, we actually have been asked to contribute to the national security strategy that is now just being published at the Belgian national level. So trying to put resilience into a context of social resilience, of complexity as well. And I haven't even talked about recommendations, but I will do that in the second round.
Thank you, Luc. It's interesting how you use the word choice. And I find that this comes up a lot when we have to deal with resilience. And it covers lots of different things, and we have to look through lots of different lenses. So thank you. Building on the issue of definition, Martin, if you don't mind, I had a question for you. I agree, it is very difficult for us to find a concrete definition of resilience and then look for indicators and metrics that can help translate that into decision making. So I was wondering how you felt about that, and to throw that question at you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. First, I need to say that I'm representing the department in the Commission that is dealing with climate resilience, but we in the Commission are now looking at the resilience concept more broadly. We are looking at it from the perspective of different threats, and we call it threats landscape. And you may have noticed that last year in March, the Commission presented the so-called Preparedness Union strategy, which is for the first time a kind of flagship initiative of the Commission that is trying to put all these risks on one map. And then we are not making a decision whether these risks matter more than the other, but we are making the point that we need to improve the preparedness and resilience against all these fundamental risks. I represent the part that is climate risk. Of course, we can talk about the military risks, we can talk about cyber threats and economic security threats, also nature resilience. But I represent the department that is dealing with climate risks. And here I think that the climate has a different feature, because here we are not talking about uncertainty, we are talking about certainty compared to the other threats, if I may say so. We know with certainty, and that's, by the way, also the role of science, that is telling us, by the way, the recent Scientific Advisory Board on Climate Change presented a paper that showed that we need to prepare for a scenario of global warming in the magnitude of 2.8 to 3.3 degrees. And this is not a kind of scenario, this is actually a prediction. So this is a certainty that the science is telling us this is where we are heading based on the current global policies. So we need to take this climate risk particularly important. what we are doing about it, you asked the question about definitions. Look, I'm not sure that this is the time that Brussels comes with a long list of definitions and harmonized pieces of regulations that would define what needs to happen on the ground, which is, by the way, adaptation and climate resilience is very local specific. This is not the time. However, we can still come up with something sensible at the European level that is maybe not, I mean, yes, there will be some definitions as well in our upcoming framework, but in the first place, we need something that would at least resemble a European framework, a common framework, that where we would have some common denominator that could be used by not only the public sector, but also private sector as a language to understand the shared risks. Because, as I said, climate risk is something that we are facing, all of us. And we need a European framework that we don't currently have. The only legal obligation on member states when it comes to climate adaptation is in the climate law. There is a very small article on climate adaptation that says member states should assess their risks and they should have a plan, basically, to cope with those risks. But the reality is that one member state, I don't want now to name one, but one member state cannot talk to another one properly to address the transboundary effects that may be, shared by not only these two, but actually another third member state. I can give you an example of, I don't know, Germany, Belgium, and France. I don't think that actually there is a possibility for these three member states to talk about what is actually coming in the next 5, 15, 20 years in an area that is common. So what we intend to do this year, and the President announced it under the new Commission's mandate, to come up with a European framework for climate resilience. We call it European Integrated Framework for Climate Resilience, that will come up with a common European framework, a common denominator, that will be based on a common reference temperature trajectory. And I think that that will be already a very good first step, because it will allow not only at the European level to have a shared understanding, but also understanding of the private sector in different member states. This is the reality towards European Union is heading. And this scenario or trajectory, I prefer that word trajectory because scenario is hypothetical. Trajectory is basically prediction. And I can tell you it will not be 2.8 to 3.3 in Europe, because as you know, in Europe we are warming much faster. What we will do in the upcoming framework, there will be also a legislative proposal that will also include definitions, but the key element of the framework will not be the definitions. The key element will be the trajectory, where we will impose an obligation on both the European Union and member states to take this trajectory into account when climate risk assessments are being done. And there will be also a duty to identify the risk owners, i.e. those actors who are ultimately in charge of managing those risks. So once you have the climate risk assessment that is based on this trajectory, you also need to follow up, which I think is a novelty as well. Because currently, yes, we have UCRA, by the way, great job by the EEA, but when I started my job almost 2 years ago, I asked, so what is the follow-up to the UCRA? And I don't know yet, actually. I mean, almost 2 years have passed. It's not clear who is going to follow up on all this rich material that is out there. We would like to change that with the upcoming framework by also requiring member states and the Union to identify the risk owners who will have to follow up on the actions, on the risks, on the threats that are coming with certainty in the different sectors that we have in the European Union. I will stop here.
Perfect. Thank you, Martin. Lorenzo, UCRA has come up twice, so I was wondering if you would like to weigh in on this question about defining resilience.
Is on? Yeah, okay. Well, thank you for the question and good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, thanks to my colleagues at the EEA who developed UCRA 1, and praise to them. I have happily joined the UCRA 2 endeavor, so we will bring home some of the reflections about implications for society and security and so on, which is part of the what to do with UCRA also in the next developments. But back to the question about resilience. I think that in a polycrisis context, resilience in itself cannot just mean protecting the status quo, so bouncing back. It shouldn't be just that. but it really should mean preserving, yes, essential functions, as in the Preparedness Union strategy, while enabling transformation away from the structures, the very structures that generate such vulnerability. So I think resilience in this context needs to take a sort of long game, long perspective into what are the fundamental lock-ins that create vulnerability in the first place. And that's stemming from climate change risks, but also biodiversity loss risks and so on. So our systems of production and consumption, how they are designed, how they are deeply intertwined with these risks or co-creating these risks, the reflection needs to be, around resilience needs to be accounting for the need for change in such systems. So it shouldn't be limited to a kind of reactive stance, but it should really go strategic, if you ask me, in terms of a definition for resilience. And this is somehow in line with the number of publications we have been putting together at the European Environment Agency, namely on transformative resilience, which indeed argues that shocks should not just trigger short-term stabilization answers, but also taken as an opportunity for long-term sustainability transitions, which is a difficult conversation these days, I guess. And along the lines of something we published around governing in complexity, which means a reflection around the governance, the very governance structures that underpin the idea of resilience, and I can share more about that later. And we're also having follow-ups to these works that look particularly into the compounding and cascading dimension of risks in these polycrisis contexts, and the way they can be understood and governed. So I think resilience needs to build from the understanding that these phenomena develop in parallel, they compound, and they interact, and focus on the interlinkages between these phenomena need to be at the core of, first of all, understanding of them, so to be able to then move into a governance and therefore resilience space. Yeah, I think that would be my answer to the idea of resilience in this context.
Thank you, Lorenzo. And it brings me back to a conversation we were having at lunch earlier in the talks. We talked about the need to fund failures. Well, in the governance in complexity world, we refer to it as experimentation. So you're funding experimentation because nobody likes to fund failure. So that's what we refer to it as. Severine, I'd like to bring you in here, my friend, if that's okay. So Sweco is one of Europe's leading design and engineering and environmental consultancies. And I was curious, in your work, how do you define resilience?
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you. So we approach resilience in a very concrete way, of course, as an engineering company. So it's about, at the first stage, ensuring that the system or the infrastructure are functioning for the future condition and not as the one as we are facing now. That's the first thing that we do. Now, in the area of polycrisis, we know, and we talk about a lot this morning, that there is this cascading effect, the compounding aspects. So resilience cannot be addressed in silos anymore. And that has a big impact in our practice on the ground. Because then we have to break these silos, and we have to put the stakeholders all together and make them work, make them speak to each other. Hence the difficulty not having a resilience definition, because we need to find common vocabulary also with all these stakeholders to work with them. And for instance, we can see, if I can give a concrete example, in an infrastructure like a port, at the North Sea port infrastructure that we have, resilience is not only about protecting physical assets from flooding. Now it's really meaning maintaining the entire economic process, logistics, supply chain, energy flow, and understanding how climate risk can disrupt this interconnected system. So this is one of the key roles of our work, this climate risk assessment into operational decision. We have a lot of information thanks to the European Commission, thanks to the researcher at the university, the think tank. We have a lot of data, a lot of map, dashboards. But we need to translate this for our clients. And that's where SWECO is acting. We act as an integrator of all this information and to make concrete proposal that's for our clients. So also importantly, I think, and we think that there is this financial question that raised all the time. We saw it this morning again. But for us, it's not about investing in climate change and have an abstract concept. It's really about safeguarding assets, avoiding future losses. So it's something very important. And that's why we believe that resilience should be embedded at the design phase. As simply fire safety is embedded at the design phase, so we should really work on this resilience aspect from the beginning of an infrastructure project. And for that, we have developed some tools, like many others, engineering company, but we have developed some tools like Sustainable Compass that we use at the pre-design phase to assess the resilience of our infrastructure. So we do that together with the different stakeholders, with the policy makers as well, when they want to take part of the process. So resilience then for us is about moving from understanding the risk to enabling better decision by integrated this data, system thinking, practical design into really a coherent approach. That's very important, I think, the idea of coherent approach over there for resilience. Thank you.
Thank you, Severine. Understanding risk for enabling a better approach. I like it. Well, thank you very much. Now I'd like to move the conversation on towards this idea of going from bouncing forward instead of bouncing back. Martin, I'd like to come to you again, if that's okay. The impacts from climate risks continually cause stresses and disruptive shocks. And I was wondering, how can policy be better used to use these as catalysts for transformation when something terrible happens?
Yes, you are absolutely right. And I must say that climate resilience is not a topic that only my department deals with in the Commission, because colleagues working in the other departments, and I trust that also in member states the same pattern happens, they do realize that their constituencies, let's say DG NR, in the energy sector, the energy sector community really is facing huge difficulties now to actually make sure that the resilience of grids, I mean, is working or is going to work in the next 20 years. The same goes for agriculture. My colleagues in DG Agri, they are really very worried about, also the effectiveness of the agricultural policy if some appropriate measures are not taken. So what I can report, and which is, I think, a very positive development, is that this is not a DG Klima policy anymore. This is not a climate policy. This is now a policy that ultimately, that's resilience policy that is ultimately mainstreamed in the different policies in the Commission. Now, we have made quite a harsh assessments so far, and we said publicly, the College adopted a communication on managing climate risks in March 2024, where we said that our EU policies are not fit for purpose, are basically not keeping up the pace or keeping the pace with the current and future climatic conditions, to be more precise. Which is a very harsh statement, but that's the reality that we have to face. We just have run a public consultation on the new framework on climate resilience, and most respondents to this consultation, almost 700 respondents, argued that we are not ready, meaning in the different sectors, not only in DG Klima. Now, on the mindset going from recovery, the ex post, to ex ante risk management. That's exactly the idea of the so-called climate resilience by design. That instead of resolving the crisis and disasters once they strike, we still have to do that for sure, but we need to increase our efforts and energy and money and also resources, both monetary but also people, into understanding how the future climatic conditions will affect not only particular assets, but also effectiveness and efficiency of our policies ex ante. And any policy decision, and I'm now talking about policy decisions, but by extrapolation it also applies to any decision that the private sector is making, any decision that is being taken today has, by design, has to consider the future climatic condition, depending, of course, on the time horizon. If you are making an investment of 40 years, then it's 40 years. If you are making an investment of 10 years, or crop for the next 5 years, then it's 5 years. But this fundamental principle that any decision embeds the future climatic conditions already today has to really be clear to everyone and has to be even imposed by law through our framework, and we will do that on the Union and member states. We don't currently plan any obligation on the private sector in that sense, but we hope that this obligation imposed on the public sector would trickle down through the different policies on the private sector. And we hope that the private sector will pick it up, and then they will also start doing that. Now, on the notion, I don't want to speak for too long, but you may have noticed that we have also changed the vocabulary a little bit. We used to use the word adaptation. We are still using it, but for us, the better term to express this forward-looking and ex-ante protection, risk management, prevention aspect is resilience. It's a kind of process that builds a capacity to withstand the shocks once they arrive ex-ante. Those of you who are speaking German, I mean, adaptation is Anpassung. It's like, I mean, you sit backwards in your chair and wait for something happening, whereas resilience and building resilience is you kind of, lean forward and then you make an action to do something about it. And that's exactly the mindset, the change of the mindset we would like to trigger with our framework. That's why we are calling it climate resilience by design. You may have also seen the terms such as preparedness by design, because I mentioned the Preparedness Union strategy that is trying to articulate the interlinkages between the different risks. So we also need, again, when you are preparing for climate risk, you also need to prepare for the deterioration of nature risks, ecosystems. By the way, there are also risks between climate risks and military defense capabilities. So we need really to connect the dots with this concept of climate resilience by design, not only in the typical sectors you would expect, which is agriculture, energy, transport sector, also financial sector, but also in the less typical, which is defense sector, which is even manufacturing sector, industrial policy in general. That really has to happen in massive scale. And we intend to inbuild this forward-looking element in the framework, both through the law, but also through some enabling tools. Not everything will be law. We also need to support public sector and private sector stakeholders to understand what is coming. So, if we expect somebody to consider the future climatic conditions, we need to help them to understand what it means. And we will come up with some digital tools that will help improving risk awareness. So we call it Climate Hazard Viewer. We will come up also with some solutions when it comes to innovation and innovation technologies, so that people ultimately can do something about the risks that they are going to face. We need solutions. And of course, finance and insurance. That is absolutely fundamental to finance the increased project pipeline that will come. I think I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Can you give an example of the digital tools other than the one you already gave? I'd be curious.
Well, in the first place, we don't want to reinvent the wheel. There are already many digital tools that are out there. And what we would like to do is we would like to facilitate the life of any actor, whether it's private or public, to navigate better through what is available. Yeah. Because currently many of the tools, and I don't want to offend anyone, are just not easily accessible. Or when you access them, some of them are not even kind of user-friendly from the citizens or SME or a small farmer point of view. So we will provide for a tool, a kind of interface that would allow, depending on the profile of a stakeholder, of an actor, to get through the different existing tools to get to the right ones. We will not say this is the best one for you, but there will be a menu. So this is one thing, we call it Navigator. And then the other thing will be Climate Hazard Viewer. That will be a digital tool that will visualize this common climate reference trajectory I talked about. That will be, again, developed by the law and agreed democratically. That will then visualize the effect of this trajectory in a local regional context in Europe. And I mentioned that, globally we are expecting a warming now of 3.3 degrees by the end of the century, meaning in Europe it will be much more, at least 1+ degree. And therefore in Europe, the impacts may be different. It may be different in Malta or in Finland and in Paris, but this tool will visualize it in the local regional context. And why it is important? Because we need this tool to facilitate the policy decisions, the public sector decisions that we will impose this duty to consider on, so that they will have support. We cannot just say, look, you will have to do that without getting any support. So this tool will really be, hopefully, a tremendous help to everyone to understand what it is, how my skin is going to be affected. And if I am in charge of a Ministry of Energy in a member state, I will be able, through this tool, to understand, if I don't have anything else, to understand what the impact of climate change in 2055 will be on a particular grid that I have.
Thank you, Martin. Perfect. With some of the best examples of transformative resilience that we find in practice are integrated at the local level, built on local governance structures and what the people are doing. But looking across the different, connecting across the different silos is a big challenge, which brings me to a question for you, Christoph. So Ecologic Institute works across a wide range of disciplinary lenses. So I'm curious how you as an organization facilitate this cross-departmental thinking and interconnectedness when working on these issues.
Yeah, thank you very much. No, indeed, we as an environmental think tank, by our nature, work a lot with cross-sectoral. Yeah, that stems from the nature of the complex issues we're working with as researchers, because none of them has only one dependency. Yeah, those natural systems, they are all interwoven, they're all highly complex, and that requires, of course, complex and, if you like, cross-sectoral answers. But having said so, if we really want to make sure that we apply to that ambition, well, first we can trust on our employees. They are all experienced, they know how to do their job. But once we design a team for a cross-sectoral or a transdisciplinary task, of course we have to take care that we build a cross-sectoral or transdisciplinary team. And if I want to translate this now into broader politics, I think that is something that we always have to have in mind when we advise policy or politicians, for instance. We always must be sure that we go beyond only target setting. We must secure that whatever we want to achieve must be somehow structurally underbuilt. Yeah, because without structural answers and structures and processes in place, I trust that we will not really achieve impact. So it needs structure, it needs processes, responsibilities, and resources. And I think that is crucial to have in mind when we think about politics, because quite often we stop at the level of goal setting because that is so compelling, but politics is more than goal setting. But if you allow me, and since we have just since we're just about to publish a study with IEEP, and Louis, you're very much aware of that. That was exactly one of the questions. So we were. It's a study on preparedness and sustainability and the governance for that. Yeah, and that was exactly one of the points. So having structures in place, or at least capacities within institutions that can deal with cross-sectoral issues, is absolutely crucial. But there is more. And that is something that is not new, but it must be said always again, since particularly we were considering the energy, the food, and the industrial systems, as well as the financial system. And a very important outcome from this study and from general insights is, of course, that environmental dependencies must be addressed within those systems. Yeah? So they must be somehow streamlined into politics, not only into environmental politics, but in other sectoral politics, but they must also be interwoven and addressed into the systems themselves. Yeah, another outcome that I would like to mention is that resilience and preparedness requires a lot of anticipatory thinking within politics. Unfortunately, politics, by their nature, is quite often, maybe even always, short-term thinking and driven by short-term interests and driven by interest groups. So resilience and preparedness requires system thinking and anticipatory thinking. And how can we inform politics better, and how can we incentivize them to look beyond the next electoral term and look beyond their one interest group that elected them? Yeah, so that is something where science come in. So to offer tools to explain and assess highly complex systems and problems, and also to create narratives that are simple enough to explain, simple enough to be understood, and smart enough to explain the complexity. And all that together, Louis, is the answer, the long answer on how to work with cross-sectoral and highly complex questions on preparedness, etc.
Thank you, Christoph, and thank you for referring to our work. It was a very nice report.
It was a pleasure.
Please go ahead, Lou.
No, I just wanted to react to your question on the bouncing back or the bouncing forward, why we don't get it done, how do we not get to this transformation, why do we not get to the transformation? Then the question is, and when I say we, it's also difficult to define maybe we, but let's say the think tanks, the environmental actors in government, not in government, I mean, those that want to understand that there is this environmental, social resilience that is needed and that is all interconnected and we need to move. And we have been putting evidence on the table, endless evidence, and actually we're moving not transformatively away from how we've been doing things. So that is just the truth. Now the question is, what is then needed to do that? And this might be a bit provocative, but if you look at where we are moving away from business as usual, is currently in the military. That's a big leap. We all know this. We are investing for our safety, and we don't even have to discuss whether that is right or wrong. It's happening, and there is a safety perception, and we need to do that. And we need to be strong not to attract any aggression. Fine. That's the conclusion, and it was taken by triggers outside, by different risk, but not deep risk assessments, as I recall, not very scientific assessments. No, there was just an understanding. There's a danger, and we have to do something. Now, why don't we get that in the context of climate and environment disruption, which is, as already said, it's not a scenario, and actually I'm going to use this from now as well, trajectory. It's going to happen. It's a certain thing to happen, whereas an attack from Russia is a possible thing to happen. Hopefully, it is not going to happen, and we want to avoid it to happen, but it's not a certainty. Here, climate impact and environmental degradation, that is even making it harder, is a certainty. So that's the first. We've always been told you cannot use the fear element when you try to motivate change. And the question now is, okay, we have to use the hope element, we have to use the solutions element, but should we, and it's a question, maybe also to the audience, should we use this again, this kind of, okay, here's something coming at us, and we better get prepared, and it's really serious. But it doesn't see, that kind of urgency is not there. Now, when you start to translate this in a defense logic, really defending from climate impact that is coming upon us, is that a trajectory to go? Is that to make it part of a bigger, because resilience, we are working at the Belgian National Resilience Plan at the moment. We're helping that exercise. It's about cyber impact, it's about terrorist impact, it's about all these different threats. And currently climate is still on the table, but it's not on the top of the table. So that's the first. And then maybe a second point with all of this is, okay, if you like it or not, but we need to always make an economic case to get things moving. We have big numbers globally on avoided damage or costs that are going to occur. We have them at the European level. We have them much less at the national level. And we have been struggling as well to actually estimate that. Now, Where does that come from? And I'll try to wrap up there. So far on the climate impact, we have been looking at the cost of no action, and we talked about the mitigation, no action. But people are smart enough to understand, and this is very sensitive, but it's something that we have to dare say. Our mitigation effort in Belgium and in Europe is not guaranteeing us that this, shit will hit the fan. And so then the puzzling thing is, okay, how do we not make more assessment of not enough resilience or not enough adaptation, if you want to use the word adaptation. So, and that's exactly what we try to do with our Federal Planning Bureau. But I can tell you, it's not easy to translate that to a national level, to then make the point to a national government to say, okay, if we are investing 100 euros now, we will be saving 200 or 300 in the future. But if you nail it and you do it with your Federal Economic Planning Bureau, as in Belgium, and we are trying it, then maybe we can move it forward and we can motivate, even for no regret measures. So all these things that we can motivate, we can argument, and then of course making the argument on security, which is ultimately the big fear of the security actors in Belgium, as we learned from our assessment, is the social disruption that might occur when this resilience is not just and when the vulnerable are going to be hit more. And we're talking not about 10 years or 20, it's like in 10, 20, 30 years, these things could start happening. So is that all the argumentation we need to make sure that we don't just bounce back, if at all possible, but that we bounce forward? But I think we need to be frank enough and putting it on that table instead of maybe too much the pure scientific evidence that we have been putting forward for decades now.
Thank you, my friend. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Still your friend. I'm so happy I'm still your friend.
Yeah, everybody is my friend. Yeah, thank you. So if I only have 5 minutes, what I will do is I'll streamline to some core questions. Very quickly, I wanted to quickly look at the concept of maladaptation. This is a word we see thrown around a lot about making decisions now that aren't necessarily fit for purpose for tomorrow. And Séverine, I wanted to bring you here. So in your role as an expert in climate adaptation, have you seen any examples of infrastructure being stress tested against multiple risks in this context?
Yeah. Yes, of course, we have seen some example, but maybe I want to come back on the concept of maladaptation, which, as a scientist, we know it. As a practitioner, we are less used to this concept of maladaptation. This is not something that we see appearing in our practice, neither in the public procurement, for which we are working on. So, but because maybe it's because it's embedded in our practice. So indeed, when we, for instance, design an infrastructure, we're going to test it under different scenarios, climatic scenarios, but also financial scenario. We'll take the most efficient one together with our clients and partners. There is also multiple tools, like for instance the environmental impact assessment that is made for this as well, I guess, to fight against maladaptation. But I will say that is not systematically done enough in practice. So from our side, there is not much to say on maladaptation, and that's maybe also where we see the gap between the policy makers and the practitioners over there.
Thank you very much. Then if I only have a couple of minutes, what I will quickly do is wrap up. So thank you very much for your input today, everybody. I've captured a few points here. So Luc, to capture what you said, the importance of changing the narrative on resilience and maybe shifting how we look at it and implement it. Resilience being strategic and not reactive, being a really critical measure that we talked about. And Séverine, you just now talked about maladaptation not really being seen in practice. So I would like to thank all of the panel for coming to speak to me today, and I'd like to thank everybody here for being here. So I've got more time. Oh, brilliant. I had a 5-minute warning and I panicked. So, okay then, I have another core... 10 minutes left. Excellent. Okay then, so Lorenzo, I apologize. I will quickly bring the conversation back to you. Under this context of maladaptation, I was curious how the EEA always promotes the importance of foresighting, scenario analysis, and systems thinking. And I was wondering how we can stress test infrastructure and financial decisions against these long-term climate realities and strengthen EU policy processes against those kinds of things.
Well, thanks for the big question. But I think I would like to bring it, the theme and coordinating deals with foresight, the system thinking. That's what we are also going to offer to the next Europe's climate risk assessment. But in relation to stress testing in particular, I think we should be increasingly thinking of this compounding nature of risk. So not limited to the limited set of combinations that are typically kind of wouldn't say easy, but reasonable to assume. But what happens when flooding, heat, supply disruption, insurance stress, and ecosystem degradation interact? So let's move into a space where kind of push the boundary for the assessment of risk. That's the way to go about understanding where things could go wrong, and therefore building this knowledge towards anticipation. No, that's kind of one of the avenues. The other thing, and here I think I would like to add the contrast to the element of certainty that was referred a few times, bringing in the uncertainty of the future, which is still going to unfold in ways that we cannot foresee necessarily. So it's important that any policies that we're thinking of is placed in different futures so that robust options or options that are better performing against different futures about the role of EU versus globally and other dimensions that we can think of becomes a fundamental tool to navigate this issue of uncertainty and therefore avoiding or minimizing the risk for maladaptation. So bringing in elements of, again, strategic foresight in this space. And and when it comes to the governance, as we did some work on what it means to govern when we don't know, essentially, when under deep uncertainty. And that, I think it's an avenue towards questioning or at least reflecting on who participates in, say, defining resilience, but also finding answers to that. So whose vulnerabilities count, whose future is being protected, therefore who should be part of the conversation. I think that's fundamental, especially in building this idea of social resilience. And also, again, governance, institutionalizing the fact that we are essentially experimenting and learning. So it's an adaptive cycle when we do policy and responses, but also the very understanding of the issues. Therefore, and it's very difficult, I think, to experiment institutionally. There's not necessarily that much space, I feel at least. And the question is, can we afford that? Can we create the conditions to be bold and say, well, we don't know. We are doing our best. We're experimenting. We will be able to learn and adapt through the cycles. And that's also kind of a way to navigate this issue of uncertainty and minimizing perhaps the risk of maladaptation, so being open to multiple futures whilst being very well aware that the biophysical realities are awaiting us around the corner, basically, or happening now. Yeah.
Thank you, Lorenzo. So building in the ability to experiment institutionally, I like this idea. Okay, then to quickly wrap up, so I don't take any more time, I'll be very, very quick. A couple of minutes. Anton, do I have? Some Q&A? We can do a Q&A, or I could ask the panelists to wrap up in one sentence. What would you prefer? Then what I would say to you all then, if you could wrap up in one sentence, what do you think the most important policy step to enhance our resilience to systemic risks? What do you think? And I will start here with you, Martin, please. I'm sorry to put you on the spot.
I would like to say something smart. Okay, I think it's really the upcoming framework that the Commission is going to adopt in October, normally in October, will be a step change and game changer in the way how we deal with resilience. And compared to the other threats we talked about, in case of climate risk, we will be able to be much more granular and specific, because as Luke said, this is a certainty. Yeah. And the goal is to make sure that we have the appropriate tools, not only at the European level, but member states level, that will ultimately embed the future climatic conditions in every decision that not only the public sector is taking today, but also the private sector. And this has to happen across all key economic sectors, across all policies. That's really fundamental. This is not an ecological agenda only.
No.
This has to really happen across the board, across the level, if you wish, horizontally, vertically, extensively.
Thank you, Martin. Christoph, the same question to you, my friend.
Yeah, one thing. I come back to systemic thinking, yeah, because that is really what is needed in politics. But as I said before, it must be supported by structures and resources.
Luke?
Yeah, maybe just to come back to the fact that we have been trying to do adaptation in the past, but too often a little bit out of the blue, or what was the possible, or what was convenient, or what was at the very moment financeable, but not based on real proper, which we call complex risk assessment. Right. So where you really nail it to the vulnerability exposure, and then you take your priority out of where the biggest vulnerability is or where the less preparedness is, and that you at least start doing that. And even without that, there's a lot of no-regret measures that can be taken that are not even costly. This just has to happen.
Lorenzo?
Yeah, if I have to make a wish, kind of, yeah, it would be great to see that every major public decision in Europe becomes climate risk literate, and possibly we're going towards that. Systems aware, future robust, so that resilience is not just a defensive kind of logic, slogan, reactive, but a driver for transformation. So that would be something.
And Severine?
Yeah, so it's clear that climate risk is a cross-border issue, but our response is very fragmented. So we need a more flexible policy framework, which I hope we can have, Martin, and to deal with uncertainty, but also a better communication across the different sectors, the governments, and a more stronger integration of practitioners, I think, inside it.
Perfect. Thank you. Then I definitely took my allotted time now, I believe, Mercedes. So with that, I would like to thank my panelists for coming and all of you for being here. Thank you so much, and I will definitely say goodbye to you now. Thank you.
Thank you, Louis. Thank you, all the panelists. We're going to break for 15 minutes to have a nice coffee. So see you in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Hello? Hello, can I please ask you all to take your seats? Welcome back to the room. Thanks again to those who were on time. That makes my German heart very happy. Okay, in the interest of time, I will kick off the next panel. Now, the topic of the panel is Hold the Water, How Healthy Soils Build Europe's Water Resilience. And when we started working on this session, we very much started with water resilience and very quickly landed on soil and soil health. Now, why soil health when we talk about water? I think our keynote speaker this morning, Teresa Ribera, already made the link for us. She talked about land degradation, how land degradation may lead to floods, and how that creates economic and social costs, and how that also impacts on our competitiveness. The link between land and water is increasingly recognized also at global stage, at recent UN Water Conference dialogues on food and water and on financing water resilience. It was the need to restore the water cycle on land as central to managing water and ultimately climate risks was recognized, and now we finally have our first law at EU level dedicated to soil, the soil monitoring law. In parallel and complementary, we have the water resilience strategy. So also at EU level, we now have these frameworks and strategies that both recognize that restoring the water cycle must start on land and soils. We heard in several discussions already today that what we don't lack in the EU or across the EU is direction. We also heard that we're very good at setting goals, but then we might not be that good at follow-up, at execution and delivery. And that's exactly something that we want to talk about with our panel today. We all agree on what needs to happen. There's maybe a little less clarity on how. And this is something that we want to discuss. As I want to take this opportunity to let you know that we at IEP, we do work on the topic of soil health and resilience. We work on regenerative agriculture, on erosion, we work on desertification. And we always start by trying to understand what are the barriers, what are the enablers to the solutions on the ground, whether they are technical, whether they're social, whether they're collaborative, whether they're linked to knowledge, and then how can policy help us scale up and adopt these solutions. And of course here, central questions are questions around governance, around financing, and that's where I have to mention our passion project, the Common Agricultural Policy. I might not be as addicted as David, but I cannot avoid working on it. And increasingly, we work on the role of the private sector. So how do we align private finance with public finance? And I hope that we can touch on these questions with our panelists. So I would like to invite my panelists up to the stage. We have 4 perspectives today with whom we want to discuss soil health and water resilience. I'm inviting Mirko Barbero from the Commission to us. He's team leader of the soil team of the Land Use and Management Unit at DG Environment. Then we have Hugo Harvey. He's a policy officer at Acqua Pubblica Europea, the European Association of Public Water Operators. So we also have the water sector with us. Then Amanda Björksel, she's chair of the Working Party on Environment and Climate at Copa Cochega, bringing in the perspective of farmers, producer organizations, and land managers. And then we have Patricia Calderon. She's climate and nature economist at the FAIR Initiative. And for those who don't know FAIR, it's a collaborative investor network that raises awareness of the material risks and opportunities in the global food sector. So we also have the private finance perspective with us today. And to start off the session, I asked Mirko whether he would be so kind to just briefly give us an overview of the soil monitoring law, specifically picking out, well, not just what needs to be done, but also some of the interactions with water resilience. So he will start off the session and then we'll move to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Melanie.
Yeah, I will be very brief, just some factual points from the soil monitoring law, a few slides to guide me on that. So slides can start. So as you may know, the soil monitoring law, which is a directive, has been adopted, as entering into force in December last year, 2025. So now it's in implementation phase. Member states are transposing it into national legislation, and the Commission is providing support in terms of information, indicative guidance, and so on. What is relevant to the soil-water nexus starts in the next slide, which I can move on myself, sorry about that. So actually, the soil monitoring law has a holistic approach. It looks at all aspects of soil degradation, but one of those aspects is the problem of water retention in soil and water infiltration. So this is a major novelty, actually. So member states have the obligation to measure the characteristics of soil and to assess them, among others, also the water retention capacity and the water filtration capacity. Actually, for those indicators, member states, they have also to define sort of thresholds, so levels that are considered to be good or less good, poor or moderate, including operational trigger values. So values that are sort of triggering the need for taking action, but that's on the choice of member states. But still is important, an important link between the measurement, the data, and informing decisions with those data. And concerning water retention and water infiltration capacity, those values have to be defined, either at soil unit level, which is a sort of small unit within administrative units, homogeneous, semi-homogeneous unit from the point of view of soil, but can also do this level for a river basin or sub-basin, taking into account the history for that sub-basin concerning, for example, effects of flooding or droughts, and looking at the ideal level or the right level or the sufficient level of water retention in soil to mitigate the impacts of such events. So this is quite a novelty. It's interesting, also because there will be competent authorities specifically for soil, which will have the task to take those measures, to interpret them, to assess and identify the areas where there is an issue, where those thresholds they have defined are trespassed, and provide this information so that decisions can be taken in an informed way, taking into account also issues in the link between soil and water. This is quite new for environmental legislation. In the soil monitoring law, there is no requirement for additional plan of action or measures. This was to make it light, but the idea is that there are already a lot of requests for different elements of nature to take action, to take measures, to set targets and so on. We want to integrate soil in the other legislation, so the measures should be integrated in the existing other plans, which could be river basin management plans, could be flood risk management plans, could be drought management plans, or risk assessment, disaster risk management planning. This is just an example. In the Annex 3 of the soil monitoring law, there is a list of 16 legislation or initiatives where the idea is to integrate the actions for soil also concerning water. This will require quite some learning by all member states. We want to avoid that 27 times they rediscover, they make the effort to learn how to do it. The Commission has the role in the law to facilitate exchange for this learning process, okay, to accelerate it and increase it. Also, facilitate cross-border cooperation, which is a key element mentioned explicitly in the law. And yeah, another novelty of the soil monitoring law is that the Commission has a specific role of supporting member states in this, facilitating, of providing information. There is a whole article, Article 24, with a long list of documents that Commission has to deliver in the coming months. We have already one document that we have to deliver by the end of this year, and then several next year, working together with member states to produce these documents. And one is specifically on the thresholds I was mentioning before, and it's for June next year. So we are already working for this. We have set up a specific dedicated expert group with member states, because member states have the obligation, so they are the first to be part of this work. We have already started working, and there will be technical workshops with them also on water retention capacity and water infiltration thresholds for this. So this is key information from the soil monitoring law, just to quickly link with the water resilience strategy, which is indeed actually complementary. So it leaves all what is soil legislation obviously to the soil monitoring law, but so it's not part of my policy, but what I can say is that the strategy really wants to step up efforts to improve water retention on land. And there are initiatives like sponge landscape and the sponge facility, which intends to better coordinate and scale up existing initiatives aimed at increasing water retention on land and providing a coherent framework for new and existing initiatives to increase water retention on land. Also, this strategy, as the soil monitoring law, they have no funding attached, so that's a challenge. Anyway, the work is ongoing, and I'm sure you will hear more about them. I just stop here. This was sort of information.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mirko. Well, thanks so much for this brief overview. Building on this introduction, we now want to turn to our panelists and discuss how we can turn these commitments into action. And I first wanted to ask all of you for a short, just setting the scene a little bit from your perspective and the sector that you represent when we talk about soil health and water resilience, what the key issues are. And I wanted to start with you, Hugo. You represent public water operators, and they are often dealing with the consequences of land management decisions. So from a water utility perspective, how does declining soil health translate into costs and risks for you as water operators today? And how are you already trying to cooperate with land users and managers to reduce these impacts?
So for Aqua Publica's members, which are publicly owned water utilities and wastewater services, the problem of soil deterioration are well known, as they directly impact both the quantity and quality of water. So concretely, in terms of water quality, for example, degraded soil will have a direct impact on water quality, since, let's say, for example, soils polluted with pesticides or nitrates will be then found in the water, since they will also contain those pesticides and those nitrates, and increased water pollution has an impact on the treatment efforts, because water utilities will have to use more treatment processes, and this costs more for water operators. It increases also their energy consumption, and could also, well, in some cases increases also the water bills, so it also has an impact on water affordability. And then in terms of water quantity, degraded soils have a lower water retention capacity. So this in terms of, can be measured in the declining green water, for example, which is the, let's say the soil's capacity to retain water. And so this therefore can have a direct impact on the quantity, since water will run off quickly into rivers, leading to increased flooding when it rains, for example, or in cases of dry periods, also creates water scarcity problems. So these are all problems that, let's say, water operators are all aware of, but then not all of them have, let's say, the capacity or the mandate to be able to act on these issues. But some are doing so, and a lot of our members are trying to at least, yes, implement some measures upstream in, for example, restoring natural river flows, create buffer zones for floods, and developing, let's say, wetlands. So such cases are happening all over Europe. And more specifically, some others are even going further, taking a step further. For example, that's the case of Eau de Paris, so the public water operator of the city of Paris, that's financing farmers working next to water catchment areas to through payments for environmental services. They help them to transition to less polluting agricultural methods, such as organic farming, basically. And so these programs really have an effect on the water quantity and, well, the soil quantity and the water the quality of both. And for example, in the case of Paris, these products are then put on the market, and the city in some cases even buys those produces produced by those farmers, and they are helped to supply, let's say, children's schools, canteens. So yeah, so measures are already being taken by water operators, but still a lot of things have to be remain to be done, since water operators don't always have the capacity to act upstream. They also don't necessarily have the political mandate, like they cannot go upstream and say, okay, we are going to create we are going to implement a nature-based solution. They don't necessarily can, and yeah, so.
Thank you so much. And a very interesting example. It's nice how that also links back to food systems and public procurement. It's very interesting. Amanda, now over to you. You represent farmers and agri-cooperatives, and we know that farmers are already doing quite a lot on their land to deal with climate impacts. They're often at the front line of both soil degradation and water stress. So can you tell us a little bit about how farmers are affected, what they're already doing on the ground, and what needs to be in place for them, whether it's financially, technically, institutionally, to implement these practices more widely and more consistently?
Well, thank you, and thank you for having me here today. It's been a very interesting day. It's a broad question, so I will touch upon it, and then I think we'll go deeper also. But I think, firstly, I mean, we represent farmers, small farms, large farms, organic farms, conventional farms, regenerative farms. It's a very broad group. And more importantly, we're also present in all member states, in quite diverse regions with quite different conditions. And when it comes to climate change and climate adaptation, we know that we are all hit, but in quite different ways. So of course we have members who have been working on this topic on water for a long time, like the cooperatives in Spain then this has been the #1 topic for a long time. And they have the infrastructure and more organizational way to face this issue. In some countries, it's something that we discover now more and more every year, that there are less water, there's too much water. Even I come from Sweden, I work for the Swedish farmers. You might think that Sweden is a land where we have abundance of water, we have so much water. We have droughts, we have floodings, we all have issues, you know. So in a general sense, we can say that this is one of the most important topics when we try to see what are the challenges for our members. Water and climate adaptation is really on top of the list. So I think that it's good also to see that the Commission is with the water resilience strategy, also with the nature restoration, soil monitoring. We see that climate adaptation is on the agenda, and then we can work with mitigation and adaptation hand in hand. So that's very good. But I think we talked what we need. How do we do more? Because we know that farmers are doing things. It's not that we are sitting and waiting for someone to tell us what to do. Things are happening. But what are the challenges? We have technical challenges, technical barriers, but we also have the financial ones. And I think we put a finger on this also. The soil monitoring law comes without funding. The nature restoration regulation, we asked for a fund. I know we were more who asked for that fund also from the civil society side. We have no fund. We have a discussion about nature credits. The CAP, no matter what you think about what the CAP money should go to, that the CAP money is decreasing that much when we have these huge challenges in front, of course, that is very problematic when it comes to the implementation. And especially when we want the farmers to do more for soil health and for nature, then we need additional financing. We need more money to this and not less. So I think that is really one of the problems. And then you can think about, why do we always ask for money? Why do the farmers always ask for money? And then I think we have to see where agriculture is now. It's not really the most profitable sector you can be in. We don't get paid for the positive externalities we produce. We also see that we have negative externalities we have to work on. But I think we also have to see the fact that we have paid our farmers to produce efficient and cheap food. Because no one wants to take the debate about the food price, for example, and the international market we are on. So I think if we want more of this, and we have many farmers who want to engage and want to do more, but we need funding, and we will also, I think, talk about the advisory services. And I think my time is running out a bit here, but I also want to stress, when it comes to cooperation, I think this is a very good setting. Also on national level, we have been working from the Swedish farmers with the WWF and the Swedish Society for Nature Conservation, and together put forth suggestion. This is something we can do within agriculture. And that kind of collaborations are important. But also with the urban areas, because we see when we talk about soil health, we talk a lot about agricultural land. But one of the big challenges we see is also that the urban areas is not taking care of the water. And then when you have too much water in urban areas, you flood agricultural lands. And that's something that the farmer kind of just have to take. And that is a big issue, and that's something I lack a bit in the discussions. We talk about agriculture, we focus on the purely on the agricultural lands, or maybe the water coming away from the agricultural lands, but not how our urban areas are affecting our production too.
Thank you. I hope we still have enough time later on to talk a little bit more about cooperation, coordination, and financing. But before we do that, just a first quick reaction from Patricia on the private sector side. So soil degradation and water stress are increasingly recognized also by the private sector and by investors as a systemic risk. So how are investors beginning to take soil degradation and water risks into account, and what kind of data or metrics or disclosure frameworks do you need to be able to do that?
Thank you, Melanie and IEEP, and it's a pleasure for me to be here on behalf of FAIR. As you indicated, we're an NGO. We are an investor network of over 400 members, representing more than 90 trillion assets under management. And our task is to raise awareness of the material risks and opportunities in the global food system. From an investor perspective, water is not just an environmental issue, it's a financially material one. As we know from the WWF, the World Fund of Nature, freshwater ecosystems support around 58 trillion in economic value globally. So when water systems are disrupted through drought, floods, or pollution, we see that there are impacts on agricultural output, supply chains, and asset values. And this flows into financial markets. So unmanaged water risks and soil risks are increasingly becoming systemic financial risks. And investors are paying attention. They care about the materiality of water and soil health. But they face core challenges, and I will mention data and metrics in particular. I want to acknowledge that we do have a growing ecosystem of disclosure frameworks and standards, which have been critical and continue to be critical in building a shared understanding of risks, opportunities, dependencies, and impacts. They are the TNFD, the Task Force for Nature-Related Financial Disclosures, the EU CSRD, the EU Sustainable Finance Disclosure Regulation, SFDR, the CDP, FAIR, the organization that I work for, the UNEP 5, and many, many others. But there are still major gaps, especially in the agri-food sector. For example, at FAIR, our recent research has found that only one of 52 major livestock companies disclose how much of its feed actually comes from water-stressed areas. So that's really an invisible impact. So more broadly, investors lack decision-useful data across the value chain, and also, additionally, the current tools that are available rarely translate water risks into financial metrics, such as cost, revenues, and profitability, which is the language of investors. And without that, it's difficult to price risks or allocate capital effectively. And therefore, I would say that we do need better, more consistent, and financially relevant data on water risk across supply chains in the agri-food sector. And I do welcome the initiatives from the European Union in terms of the soil SML, the water resilience strategy as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We want to come back to some of the key topics that you all raised. We talked about financing, cooperation. We also talked about the fact that this interlinkage between actions taken or decisions taken upstream and affecting people downstream, but also the fact that maybe downstream actors will need to implement practices to benefit than other users. So I want to get back a little bit to the question of coordination. And in the earlier panel, I don't know which one it was, we talked a little bit about risks, transboundary risks, and the ownership of risks. Of course, transboundary can also be sometimes within a country. If you're German, that is always an issue. So I would like to start with Mirko, and maybe I'm not starting with the easiest question, but of course, we agree that there are risks that are transboundary risks. What kind of coordination or aggregation mechanisms, can you imagine that would help us to coordinate efforts to reduce these risks? What kind of governance is missing? You talked about the sponge facility, where coordination is a big topic. Are there already any ideas and actions from the side of the Commission to help member states deal with these coordination challenges?
Yes, thank you for the question. Well, indeed, I think we need coordination at different levels. First of all, at local level, between, let's say, competent authorities and the local stakeholders. And this is mentioned also in the soil monitoring law. The operational trigger values I was mentioning, so those thresholds are something which will be very much quantified and which will allow to share knowledge both locally but also beyond the local area. And that's where the Commission role in the soil monitoring law comes, for facilitating cross-border exchanges. So to learn it together, because this is an important part. This is something, maybe something new that we are not yet done in a systematic way. So we need a sort of stepwise approach, which is the one also of the soil monitoring law. Let's start on the basis of what we know. Let's ask science help to provide us with the data that are relevant for decisions. And then exchanges at local level, cross-border, and the Commission will also help to exchange at the EU level, so at the broadest level within the EU, to learn as fast as possible on how to deal, how to best address the issues, actually.
Thank you. So we need coordination at many levels. One challenge facing us is that, of course, to create impact, we need coordinated action. We've heard before that farmers are often the ones implementing practices at farm level, but are impacted by other actions further upstream. We also know that, for example, in the Common Agriculture Policy, there are already quite well, not that many, unfortunately, but there are some schemes that facilitate coordination, cooperation between farmers to achieve landscape level outcomes. So I wanted to ask Amanda, how do we move from individual farm practices to more coordinated actions at basin scale? What would make that possible for farmers? Who should convene and coordinate?
Well, I think that's also, it's a very good question, because, you know, the cap money and how our systems work, it's from farm to, it's every farm, it's every business. So depending on how your business is, of course, then it affects how much of a landscape planning you have. I think when it comes to the CAP and the support that we have now for soil and for water and what might come, you have to look, it's very clear, it's quite easy with agriculture. The support that the farmers apply for to large scale, then it's working quite well. Then we have some support systems that the farmers are not applying for, and then you have to go into it and see, okay, why is this not working? Like, we got a new support system in Sweden for ammonia and nitrate emissions, which you have been calling for. And it's been over-applied so much so the government had to put more money into it very quickly, because it's a system that is easy for the farmers to apply for. It's predictable, you know what kind of investments you can do, and then you apply for it. Then we have other support systems to water and water investments that are not applied for enough. And then we have to go in and see, okay, why is this not happening? And I think one solution connecting that to the landscape level, we'll take an example from Sweden also. We have had a project with regional advisors for water. So we got like support to employ regional advisors, and they could be on an agency like the national regional authority at the municipality or advisory service, but it's a free service. And their role is to connect to the farmers, to get to know the farmers and to see what can we do with the water here on this farm. And then they know, of course, okay, well, where is the neighbor? They get the landscape perspective, and they are an independent, neutral, it's not someone who's controlling the farmer, it's someone who's there to help. And the whole aim is to make sure that we use up the money we also have in the support systems. So we see in Sweden that when we have used these advisors, we call them LOVA or LEVA, it's a Swedish wording, but it gives back like 4 times the money when you look at the investments being made on the ground than what we put in to the advisors. So I think those kind of systems are really important. But you have to look at what's working in one region, what's working in another member state. That system might not be working. In Sweden, we are trying now to get that kind of system also for biodiversity, for nature restoration, because we need that on a wider scale. But it has to be someone who the farmer can trust, can know that this is not someone who's going to control me. This is someone who wants to help me with the water and soil challenges we face. So I think that is like one example of a clue that we can key to use here.
It's interesting. So it's basically a trusted intermediary who coordinates these efforts. Yes. I also want to ask a similar question to you, Hugo. You already provided a couple of examples of cooperation. When you also mentioned some of the barriers that you're facing, so I'd like to turn the question around. What, in your experience, what is missing institutionally or also financially to move from these isolated cooperation projects to something that is more systemic, catchment-wide, that would bring us to those sponge landscapes?
So I think in terms of landscape, sponge landscape restoration, and just nature-based solutions in general, for water operators, we worked actually with one Horizon-funded project, Merlin, on the streamlining of nature-based solutions in different sectors, and in our case, the water sector. And in our case studies, we found out that, yes, there are conditions that do help us and barriers that stop members, prevent discourage members from actually working upstream to be able to implement those soil restoration, water restoration measures. And those barriers, I have about 3 of them. So one is, let's say, the still strong gray engineering culture in water operators. So this is less institutional, but more, let's say, systemic in the whole sector, where gray engineering measures are still prioritized in front of, compared to nature-based solutions. There's also a lack of standardized metrics in order to show the benefits of landscape restoration and sponge landscapes. And there's also, obviously, and this is more institutionally, the complex governance of these upstream measures for water operators and the people living in those upstream areas and dependent on them. And so on this last point, unlike traditional grey infrastructure, like pipes or treatment plants, which water operators can manage alone, nature-based solutions and those upstream measures more generally have to involve all the actors in that area across a very vast variety of sectors. So this can be agriculture, forestry, spatial planning. So coordination here is quite essential. And this becomes even more complex at the landscape scale, where actions may be local, but the benefits are also downstream. And at the end of the day, you have some people through the water bill financing upstream measures that they do not necessarily benefit, but would benefit other people. So there's also an issue with that in terms of governments. And so, so there's there can be a general mismatch between who pays and who benefits through these implemented measures. And so here the river basin governance is really important for us. And we also have solutions. So some of the solutions, the framework already exists. It's called the Water Framework Directive. And yes, a few measures can be put into place. Some countries are more advanced than others. We can try and make sure that the benefits of nature-based solutions, sponge cities, are more well recognized, widely recognized in the field and by all the different stakeholders. Ensure that clear metrics for those solutions and compelling evidence are widely available. And also just ensuring that policies and governments prioritize them by removing the barriers I just mentioned and incentivizing their widespread use and adoption.
Thank you so much. And just to say, if any of you want to react at any point, let me know. I do want to move to Patricia, because you mentioned the fact that, of course, those who benefit are not always the ones who pay. We also talked a little bit about the cap and the fact that you mentioned it. We always talk about we need more money. Maybe yes, maybe we need better targeted money. But of course, one of the big discussions we have now is also when we talk about who should pay, it's also about bringing in the private sector, of course, and for the private sector to also play a role. So I want to ask you, what kind of policy signals does the private sector need? I'm jumping a little bit, in order to also bring in private capital to invest, to help those who implement actions, to pay for ecosystem services. What kind of signals do you need? What kind of frameworks?
Thank you, Melanie. I would say that 4 things are critical to creating private capital. The first one being, and I think it's been mentioned quite a few times throughout the day, a clear direction of travel through policy, especially the cap, as it will shape the resilience and competitiveness of Europe's agri-food system over the next decade. So it really needs to send strong signals that nature, soil and water resilience are priorities, and with funding that is really aligned to outcomes. The second one, it's one that the teams at FAIR have been working for quite a while, is the repurposing of agricultural subsidies. At the moment, there is still subsidies that incentivize practices that degrade soils and water, which create a misalignment between public funding and long-term resilience. And at FAIR, we have a statement that has been signed by investors representing $7 trillion in assets under management from 2023, calling on G20 finance ministers to repurpose agricultural subsidies in line with climate and nature goals, and in line with the global biodiversity framework commitments. The third one is clear and actionable taxonomies. Investors need clarity on what actually qualifies as sustainable investments in soil health and water, going beyond carbon, and really distinguishing between risk-reducing activities and those that actively build resilience. And this is really essential for capital allocation and scaling up investment. And the fourth one, and that's been said and Hugo also mentioning, is data, metrics, and accountability. The disclosure standards and frameworks like the EU CSRD and the TNFD, they do play a significant role, and importantly, they need to deliver decision-useful, comparable data so that investors can assess risk, price it, and engage with those companies effectively. And investors themselves also need to disclose those risks. As I mentioned earlier, they are systemic financial risks, and they also inform the direction of travel of financial regulators, central bankers more widely. So to conclude, to create private capital, we need clear policy signals, aligned subsidies, actionable taxonomies that go beyond carbon, incredible definitions of sustainability. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we have about 15 minutes left, I think, unless someone screams no. Okay, I cannot let Mirko and Amanda go without talking about financing. So I'm going to ask you a couple of questions on that. In the meantime, I would ask the audience, if you have any pressing questions, think about them now, because I'm going to reserve a few minutes for you. So, Mirko, you said it yourself. There's no funding attached to the implementation of the soil monitoring law, but that's nothing new. We have the same situation with other pieces of regulation. Of course, we now have the new MFF, which substantially restructures how the EU is going to finance its different actions. We have new funds, we have restructured funds. Of course, we expect that the CAP and its different interventions will provide some funding. We also have the competitiveness fund. So there are different opportunities. So in your perspective, where do you think are the opportunities for funding these soil actions that the member states will have to take? And that can, of course, be in the agricultural space. It can also be in the urban areas, as you mentioned. So a quick perspective.
I'm afraid I will not be so specific as you may like. Still, first of all, there is no additional funding. Okay, funding is there already now in the current multi-annual financial framework. There are a lot of funds actually that can be used for soil health. And while presenting the proposal for the soil monitoring law, we have made an analysis of that, and we have made a long list of funding that can be used for healthy soils. Also regional policy, also for research, and then CAP, obviously, but also technical support instruments, and so on and so on and so on. It's a quite long list. And we have informed also the large public. This is available as a study online. And in the soil monitoring law, there is again one task for the Commission to analyze the funding opportunities. Also, in the new financial framework. So we will have to do this analysis and identify where we can synergize with other activities. I'm not speaking of taking the money from other purposes. I'm saying using for a certain purpose, taking into account that you can do that also improving soil health. So typically all the big challenges ahead of us, they come back to soil. I mean, from climate change to water resilience to biodiversity to food security. At the end, soil either is part of the problem or is part of the solution. So when you try to solve one of these big challenges, you can do it in such a way not to create other problems in the other areas. And this is a wise way of using funds. You can sort of multiply the results while remaining with the same funding. So this is the challenge and the hope we have in front of us. The fact that we have a lot of constraints is stimulating the innovation also on how to get the best out of limited funding. That's the answer I can give you.
Thank you. It goes back to, I think, what Luc said at the beginning about integration, isn't it? So similar question then to you, and that's our final question. From the perspective of farmers, I'm sure you have a lot of internal discussions about the CAP and the MFF. And of course, as for the farming community, you talked about the benefits that you deliver that you would like to see rewarded, but also, of course, transitioning to different ways of working also requires investments. So where do you see the opportunities in the proposed MFF and CAP and some of the interventions like transition payments, etc., that you think could make a difference for your community?
Well, it's, I mean, the one big challenge we talk now about the new CAP is that it's less money to do more. And it's also in a time where we talk so much about preparedness and resilience and military and defense. And then we have to remember why we also started this European Union, and the food has been in the center the whole time. And also the CAP money has been a support to produce, because the whole idea is that we want to produce food in Europe. That's why we have the CAP. But we don't want to pay what it costs to produce that food in the store. So that's where EU comes in. So that's the origin of the CAP money, and that's where, of course, we as Kopakosek as a farmers organization wants the money to also go to the production, because without it we cannot produce. We would have to import much more food, and we want to keep that that production. So I think that is a key to try to reduce the money and to do more for environment. That will be very tricky. So if we want the farmers to do more, and that's maybe not the answer you want to hear. And I think it's very good that we have discussions about the CAP and about environment, and that we can meet from the civil society and the farmers' organizations to talk about this. And we might have some differences in like how we see the structural change in agriculture and how fast we want things to go. But we also have things that where we want to advance, like we have the agricultural machinery where we could reduce the emissions quite a lot by using biofuels, for example. But we need to advance there, and the Commission is still not seeing that we need biofuels for agriculture. It's linked to aviation and to the sea and to the I don't have the words, but the maritime, but not the agricultural sector. So that's something that frustrates the farmers, that like here we could use biofuels in the tractors, we could use the same tractors because we don't have the electrical ones, but that is not really accessible. So that's something like there are things we can do. And then also for nature restoration, looking at I know the Swedish proposal best because that's the one I've read the most, but there are quite a lot of the things that are proposed when it comes to the agricultural support. We should want to be positive to, but when there's no connect to finance and to extra finance, that makes it really hard, because a lot of our members are already on a very economic challenging state. So I think it's all linked to like how much finance you put in there, and also that we have to see that in different countries, in different regions, we have different challenges, but we also have to work with the support in different ways. So there are absolutely opportunities, and I think we also have to look at the policy cohesion here, the nature restoration, how does it link to the soil monitoring, but also the Water Framework Directive and to our drainage systems, because there we start to see challenges in many countries. If we want food production, we need them to work together. And I think you raised a good question, maybe not linked to this, but who pays and who benefits? I think that is also something we have to address. And a lot of times when we see cost-benefit analysis also from the Commission for the nature restoration, we see that every euro we put in that, we get 6 or 7 back. I think that is the number we have used. But when you say that to a farmer, you know that like, okay, but it's the farmer that has to put in the money, but we as a society benefit from it. So then it doesn't go straight back to the farm. And if it does, it's such in a long future. So you have to be able to make the economic calculations for your company. And I think that's where we have to have that more realistic discussion. It's a very vague answer, but it's difficult to just take one aspect. Okay, which kind of cap support do we need? How can we transfer the cap when we're so dependent on the global market?
On the system, yeah. No, you're absolutely right. Thank you so much for now. I do want to give the audience the opportunity to also ask a few questions. So if there are some questions, please raise your hand. So, oh my God, I cannot see with my glasses. So the first one I saw was you, Carla, and then we'll go.
So yes, my name is Christian Hai. I have a question from an implementation perspective. I'm working in the Agricultural and Environment Ministry at state level in Germany. And we face not only the problem of finance, but simply the problem of staff. The monitoring has to be done by somebody. Now the finance minister in my state, and I think that is widespread, the finance minister has made a decree. Please, environmental ministry, cut your budget by roughly €12 million, and please, you're not allowed to hire new staff. Now, under such general conditions, which are widespread, how can the soil monitoring directive being implemented? How can the monitoring be done if there is no available resources for hiring the necessary staff on the implementation level? And the key problem is we decide on a law at a European level, and hope that automatically the levels which are responsible for doing the job mobilize the resources to implement. But this automatism does not really exist in reality, and perhaps this is one of the key problems of the implementation of European environmental legislation. So the key question is, how can the two layers, the layer of setting European legislation and the level of those who are doing the real job, better connected? So far, this is not connected, and it might be a reason for the implementation deficit. Do you have an idea?
I would just take another question, and then we can answer, or try to.
Hi, thank you. This is Andreas Krämer of Ecologic Institute with a question to Hugo and Amanda. From a water utility perspective, if you have farmers in your catchment areas and your pollution levels go up, you really have two choices. Either you go for organic farming in the watershed, or you go for integrated plant protection, smart agriculture, or other mechanisms to reduce the chemical input. Now, organic farming, the monitoring is outsourced to the organic farming associations. It doesn't cost you any money, it goes onto the price of the organic food. If you go the other way, you still have to monitor your water and you have to prove which farmer has polluted with which chemical, whether that is a nutrient or whether that is a pesticide, doesn't matter. So, question of optimizing the cost of enforcement, of monitoring and enforcement, where do you stand? In which direction do you want to go? From the farming side and from the water utility side?
Very easy questions, if I may say. Do you want to answer those questions?
I can start with the first one. So thank you for asking the question. It's a difficult question, yeah, indeed. So some considerations. Well, it was not obviously the Commission to decide this directive. It was to propose. And then this was discussed and negotiated with member states and with the Parliament. So the law is an agreement after a long process of negotiations between all of them. The question of the funding was often raised, and the solution is to be found at national level, but also solutions for resources in the institutions. So the current perspective is to use the existing resources, to ask help to the scientific community, which you have seen there is the mission soil, where a lot of money actually is spent to increase knowledge and to share knowledge. So this can be also a help to set up things. There is a support also in terms of money from the Commission, which is this survey of the Lucas soil. So the Commission is spending money, if member states they want, to go and take the samples, measure them in the labs, and provide them to the member states so that they can use it. Obviously, it's not covering the full cost of it, but it's sort of like 20–25% of the cost. So there are pathways to try to face this difficulty, but I'm fully empathize with you and with many other member states. Some of them they even do not have experts that are available for doing that. They were counting on the Commission survey in the past. So they will have even higher challenges, and we intend to discuss this and to try to find solutions with member states. There is an initiative also within the mission soil to find also private investors for doing that. Yeah, so there are ways to try to answer that.
Okay, could I ask you for very quick replies to the last question, and then we have to close the panel, I'm afraid. No, it's okay. It's done.
In terms of partnerships with for the partnerships with the farmers, the case of Haute-Paris is very specific, which is a very, let's say, a pilot case compared to other cities, which is basically one of the only cities in Europe, with Munich, I think, that's also acting on this issue. And it's, let's say, in this case, I think it's the operator that asks farmers voluntarily if they want to participate, and they can be financed as an exchange. But I was talking about organic farming, but organic farming is one of the solutions. There's also, let's say, they're also financing farmers to use less pesticides, for example, but not necessarily forcing them in implementing organic farming.
We'll try. I think it's from place to place also. Forcing farmers is normally, it's a tricky way. I think you should always start with collaboration, and organic is great, and other measures when it also comes from the will of the farmer, when the farmer can make the decisions. I also want to add, we see some example also. Sometimes it's the farmers that use that contaminates the water. Often the farmer also gets the blame for contamination that comes from other sector, road transport, other industries, and that's something that really frustrates when you have to take the blame for someone else, of course. But that also means that we have to take care of what we are doing and that we know. But I don't have a really direct answer. I think dialogue and try to encourage rather than to say you have to do exactly this. That's always the easier way. Yeah.
Just a quick one on the ground, how the private sector could support suppliers and those on the ground. In terms of companies, there is a strong movement, particularly for civil society, on companies going beyond the fence and really looking towards water stewardship. And there are some initiatives that come from the water sector in particular that are really trying to get companies to do that with standards. The Alliance for Water Stewardship is one of those. There is the Freshwater Challenges from WWF. And then we also have, when it comes to bigger scale, at the end of the year, there's going to be the UN Water Conference. One of the interactive dialogue is going to be about really scaling up investments in water, in particular going across supply chains. And there's another one, an interactive dialogue on the nexus of valuing water in the agri-food system. So these discussions on how to unleash capital, different actors. And another one, just a quick one to finalize, is on financial institutions and really driving sustainable finance. There is significant progress that has been done on the decarbonization mitigation side, but on the adaptation and resilience, we need far more for that. Just my team, which is like literally yesterday, we just found that there is a particular member that is actually has got, I think it's a bond on regenerative agriculture. So we really want to highlight, and they're not doing it alone, they're doing it as part of a coalition. So we really want to highlight those case studies and stories, and not just necessarily having that particular finance mechanism out there, but what is the progress, what are the indicators, and how can we socialize these and bring those stories to light.
Thank you so much. Thank you to my 4 panelists. Thank you. Deserve a round of applause, right? All right. Thanks so much for listening to us. And I think we're moving to the next panel. Yeah.
Okay, welcome everyone, and thanks for staying with us after a packed day of conversations, very interesting discussions, for a panel on trade policy. I know you're all super excited about having a trade policy panel, or you're just patiently waiting until the drinks, but whatever your motivation, welcome. No, but for us, it was particularly important to have a panel on the EU's trade policy for, I would say, for two main reasons. The first reason is that you might not know that, or you would be well advised to know that IEP over the past 10 years has built a real legacy on trade policy, building from the work of my colleague Marianne Kettunen, of Antoine Auger, Hélène Blot, Nora Hiller, on assessing the environmental impacts of EU free trade agreements, first, but also on trying to find innovative solutions to make sure that trade agreements can also actively participate in addressing environmental challenges. And here I'm not only talking about climate. We might be focusing a bit on climate in this particular panel, but we've also investigated how trade can participate in creating circular economy models, in fostering restoration of biodiversity, or at least assessing how what we trade, what we exchange, contributes to biodiversity depletion. Also how trade pollutes air, nature, soils. So that's the first reason why it was particularly important for us to gather this panel today. The second reason is also because 4 years ago, and it was, again, an idea of my colleague Marianne Kettunen, we created the Green Trade Network, which I have the honor to moderate and to coordinate. It's a group of think tankers, scholars. Some of them are here in the panel, and it's been extremely efficient and extremely effective in generating a conversation between people that are trade wonks, like real enthusiasts of international trade law, of trade economics and everything, and climate people, climate activists, environmentalists, etc. To find and to continue to delve into this trade and environment, or trade and sustainable development nexus, which has led us to meet with a diversity of stakeholders, people from the WTO, the European Commission, the Parliament. Until very recently, we were still engaging with MEPs on the carbon border adjustment mechanism, the amendments to the revision, and etc. This is the kind of things that we want to do, and so yeah, we are very happy as well to be releasing a new logo that my colleague Hadoan has worked on during the past weeks. So I guess you notice what it represents. So thanks, Ha, for revitalizing our communication tools. So obviously the past decade has been marked by a multiplication of shocks, and trade is at the center of that. From the pandemic to the Russian aggression war on Ukraine, more aggressive protectionist attitudes from the US and China, regionalization of supply chains, and attempts all over the world to deal with this uncertainty and unpredictability that is hitting the economy. So the EU has doubled down on its efforts to diversify, with a sudden multiplication of partnerships to strengthen economic security, which has become the compass, I would say the new compass of this Commission. A compass that has pointed to, first, the conclusion of FTAs that were pending signature, like the EU-Mercosur free trade agreement, the agreement with Australia recently, with India, just to name a few of them. When a couple of years ago only, the idea of seeing India and the EU signing this deal was fictitious, to say the least. So this is a notable shift in the EU's trade policy. The same compass has also pointed to simplification, with a lot of Green Deal policies impacting global value chains being revised or watered down. or at least very heavily amended. And very recently we had this revision of the CBAM that we'll have the opportunity to discuss with the shadow rapporteur Lynn Boylan. So all of this bringing us to this to the core question, I would say, of this panel, which is, in the context that I've described, how can the EU still harness trade and climate action and environmental commitments to anticipate what might well be the biggest shock that humanity will ever face, which is the triple environmental crisis, and how to stay the course in such a challenging environment. And here again, we are not only here to depict the problems, but also to try and find innovative solutions. We're also here to take stock of what's been achieved over the last mandate, because there have been efforts made in this direction. And I'd like to start with you, Sergio Balibrea. Thanks for joining us. You're an advisor on sustainable development at DG Trade. And I wanted to ask you about, well, taking a look back at what's been achieved over the past years. There's been the review of the trade and sustainable development strategy of the European Union, introducing the possibility of sanctions for non-compliance, strengthening the role of domestic advisory groups, building on the competence of CSOs as well, more and more. So from your perspective, what are the most consequential, I would say, innovations? Where do you see implementation challenges? And I'm also thinking of that because we've seen that along with the EU-India FTAs, there were a few memorandum of understanding on CBAM, on investment on decarbonization efforts in India. So are we shifting away from a FTA-centered type of paradigm to something that is more paralegal, that revolves around the negotiations of FTAs? Should we expect new types of instruments to emerge as well? Yeah, all these questions for you too. You can pick up on any of them.
Thank you, Pierre. And yeah, that's a good start, in fact. So I could go on for a conference on this. So thanks for all, first of all, for inviting me, and congratulations to IEEP for its work and for this event. So since 2011, the European Union has been concluding FTAs with trade and sustainable development chapters embodied in those FTAs. Gradually, we have moved in the level of ambition, and notably in 2022, the Commission decided on a communication which strengthened our policy in relation to those TSD chapters. It included a number of aspects, notably on enforcement, working as one, working together, Commission and Member States, together with civil society as well. And there were also a number of areas, and notably, indeed, the aspect about trade remedies, what I prefer to call, I prefer to leave the sanctions more for those kind of more political sanctions that we see more in the realm of unilateral measures sometimes, or political measures. The trade remedies that we have in the framework of the TSD chapter and in the framework of the FTA are remedies which result from a panel of experts that has been agreed between both sides. So there is a due process, a legal process that takes place, and ultimately we reach that point. So in order not to confuse sometimes, and also to make our work easier as a negotiator, because when we say that we want sanctions, then you can forget about discussing it. We prefer to talk about trade remedies. So this is indeed, which, by the way, the communication does not say that we would have trade remedies, because obviously in negotiations we negotiate with somebody else. What the communication says is that we are going to systematically propose and push for trade remedies. This is what the communication exactly says, and this is what we are doing all along. So to start, yes, this is one of the first elements that throughout the years we have been looking at, the introduction of not only dispute settlement, but also a dispute settlement with the possibility of a compliance phase and trade remedies. This goes along together with the essential elements. Labor rights, which are part of the TSD chapter, are human rights, and as such are included in the essential element clauses, which are also negotiated in the FTAs. And we have recently added also the Paris Climate Agreement as one of those essential elements to which we attach the highest importance, and which can ultimately also result in the withdrawal of preferences. So this is the, I would say, the enforcement tool, the stick. But I think that we also have to be, honest with ourselves. This is not the ideal way to apply sensitive areas such as labor, gender equality, or environment policies in a sustainable way with a partner which, for whatever reason, has difficulties or does not want to implement them. Therefore, I would say that my second avenue is actually the more useful one, and which involves you, which is the role of civil society. You have referred to that too. Our FTAs include strong mechanisms for monitoring and implementation through the domestic advisory groups, through the civil society forum. They generate an empowerment of civil society, which may be a little bit underestimated in the European Union because we have a vibrant civil society, but which is very important in some of our partners that have less active civil society. And on that area, my pledge would be for the environmental community to step up to the game. I mean, the labor community is very active on domestic advisory groups. Obviously, trade unions are very well organized. The business community is more and more active on domestic advisory groups. Groups that were initially covering only TSD, but in the last FTAs, since the UK, these DACs cover the whole FTA, and obviously business is using them to pass their market access objectives, and we would like really to see the environmental community being more active. We have found ourselves in the Commission doing the job of sometimes going out and asking environmental NGOs to join, or at least to the European Economic Social Council, who acts as secretariat, to come. Now, Mercosur is entering into force on the 1st of May, so what better opportunity? We have already started to reach out to see whether environmental NGOs may like to join those DACs, even if, of course, 1st of May is the International Labour Day, unfortunately not the International Environmental Day, but anyway, it's a good day for us working on TSD for that important FTA to enter into force. So I would say that the monitoring and the role of civil society, and in particular working together with the local civil society in those countries, is very, very important. And I would say that the third aspect also, which is very important and which we will see in the years ahead, is the geographical expansion of TSD chapters. We are currently covering around 8% of world population with our TSD chapters. Now, with the entry into force of all those FTAs which are coming up, Mercosur is the first one, but you have referred to a number of them. India, Indonesia as well, large populous country, Australia. But we are also, of course, expecting to sign soon with Mexico, where the negotiations have also been concluded. And we are actively negotiating with Thailand, Philippines, Malaysia, with ESA 5, the European, the Economic Eastern and South African countries, so ESA 5 countries. So a number of African countries. Of course, we also have Kenya in force. So we are going to be reaching very soon from 8% to almost 40% of world population covered by TSD chapters. So this also shows that the potential, the transformation potential of these chapters is going to increase, but we cannot just do it alone. I mean, if the environmental community does not believe on these chapters, then, I mean, of course, we are losing the potential to use them. These chapters include legally binding commitments on environment to implement the multilateral environmental commitments that the countries have ratified, to abide by the Paris Climate Agreement. They include commitments on CITES, on CBD, on marine fisheries. They are very detailed on deforestation. For Mercosur alone, we have a specific clause to stop deforestation by 2030. But we need the support also of the civil society on these areas, and together with this expansion is the key. Now, aside from those FTAs, TSD chapters, yes, in some cases, we need to accompany our agreements with some side products, which are not there, obviously, to replace the core of the commitments, but they are to support them on an ad hoc basis, I would say. And in the case of India, which was a very extremely difficult negotiation, because, I mean, India has been refusing any relation between trade and environment. Do you want to talk on environment? We will meet in Geneva with Alice, and then, you know, we will discuss about these things in Geneva. You know, what do we have to discuss bilaterally about environment, and in particular, in the framework of the Ministry of Commerce. So their concern was basically, obviously, on CBAM, which they call a protectionist tool, obviously, and we know where they are coming from, with requests to exonerate India from CBAM, or at least to delay the application of CBAM, and we have managed to turn this dynamic around and agree on an annex in the FTA whereby we agree to work together to implement CBAM vis-à-vis Indian exports, and to support India to implement the measures that are required in order to be in conformity with CBAM. And we believe that this is a way. Now, we cannot apply it as a one-fits-all rule. You were asking what is the approach ahead. In this case, we had a very strong push from India, which was quite negative on the side, and we managed to turn it into a positive side. We have also agreed separately a memorandum of understanding, which will further support decarbonization in the country. If other countries are interested, we are happy to work together and to see what works best. Now, we are using, obviously, FTAs to support the green agenda of the European Union, but it is as much as the other party also wants to play. Otherwise, I mean, we are happy with our TSD chapters, which are very strong, and of course the challenge is there on the implementation. On the implementation side, indeed, you know, I mean, that is where issues can make a difference, but throughout the years we have achieved a number of ILO ratifications, also ratification of environmental agreements and changes on the ground, recognition of a number of trade unions that were originally not allowed to operate in some countries, changes in the law. So there is a number of elements that have been achieved on the ground and not just on paper, which is what we are looking at. Then to finalize with that, I would say that we should compare the potential of those TSD chapters for what they can deliver on the ground. And when sometimes one compares the New Zealand agreement, the New Zealand TSD chapter with the India TSD chapter, I am tempted to say actually the Indian TSD chapter is better, because the transformational potential in a country of 1.4 billion, of a developing country with such challenges on labor and environment, is incommensurate with the transformational potential of the New Zealand agreement, a country of 6 million, which largely has no or very little challenges on those areas. So we are going to achieve much more transformation with the India TSD chapter, even if the enforcement is going to be challenging than with the golden standard, which is the New Zealand. So overall, we are quite happy. We will continue to work in this way, and also to supporting the autonomous agenda of the European Union. Areas like CBAM, obviously the FTAs offer us a very important platform to, I would not say educate, because we are also educated also from the other side, and we understand much better the Indian challenges now that we have spent all those years negotiating, but they understand much better also what we aim to achieve with CBAM, and that is how we are managing to turn the agenda around and to deepen our relation, which will make, hopefully, that maybe one day we will not have India complaining about CBAM in Geneva, but Alice will tell us more about that.
Thank you, Sergio. And we quite clearly see that it was a big step to sign those agreements, but it will not be a smaller step to monitor how the TSD chapters will be implemented and everything. And here I think we'll all need to rely on the CSOs. We have Virginia here who can tell us about her experience in domestic advisory groups and everything. But yeah, the monitoring part of it will be challenging, I guess, as well. Thank you so much. Lynn, I'm turning to you now. Lynn Boylan, you're an MEP from the Left Group, but also a member of the International Trade Committee in the European Parliament. Thanks for being with us. The Parliament is in a very peculiar place these days when it comes to trade, isn't it? We've seen these waves of simplification, of, well, the the revision of CBAM, but also these trade deals, the Turnberry Agreement, Mercosur, each of which the Parliament has taken a very peculiar stance. And I wanted to ask you where you see consensus maybe emerging in this new legislative setting. Well, is the Parliament speaking as one sometimes when it comes to defending those standards in trade agreements and everything? Where do you see the direction going and taking us on CBAM, since you've been very active on the file as well? Yeah, and what are to you the most promising files of these legislatures when it comes to harnessing again trade and climate?
Okay,
thank you.
No, and thank you for the invitation to be here. And I suppose I'll preface it with my background is environment, and when I was first an MEP, I was very active on the ENVI committee and continue to be on the ENVI committee. But INTA was a new departure for me, so I can't compare it to the committees when I was last here. But certainly finding consensus, good luck to you is what I would say. But there, I suppose where we do find consensus is when the Commission tries to bypass the procedure of the Parliament. So you've mentioned like EU Mercosur. I mean, I came at Mercosur from the approach of that I think it's deeply damaging from an environmental point of view and around deforestation, and it'll increase emissions and just, bringing products that we're producing in Europe from so far away in. So I was looking at it from that way, but a lot of MEPs were looking at it from a more protectionist or from that looking over the shoulder of the agricultural lobby. But where there was a consensus was the fact that the provisional application now has caused huge annoyance among the members of the European Parliament. So, and I think you'll see that with other strands through the trade policy. So with the voluntary partnership agreements between the EU and Liberia, for example, on forestry law governance, what looks like the Commission abandoning these sort of agreements that we had, which were flawed, but at least they had civil society engagement, they had scrutiny by the Parliament. They're now being replaced with memorandums of understanding, which again doesn't have that parliamentary oversight. In the case of Cameroon, even the Cameroonian government weren't really informed about its cessation, and the civil society certainly weren't. So I think that that's where you will see consensus from MEPs, is that there's a feeling that, we might not agree on an approach or ideology, but one thing we do agree is that we deserve to be respected by the Commission and by the institutions in terms of the role that we have as being directly elected by the people to represent those. So I think that that's one area where you will find. I think when it comes to CBAM is an interesting one, because we just discussed I'm the rapporteur on INTA and then the shadow on ENVI. I brought forward the proposals for the INTA file, and there was generally a consensus around the Commission's approach to 27A, which is this sort of braking mechanism for certain sectors. And that was really interesting, and I think it makes sense in one case, because large industry holds a lot of sway within the European Parliament, and members are very alert to what large industry is saying. And certainly what they're hearing is the 27A is not a good way to go about it. One, it's not going to help give the certainty that we keep talking. The simplification process is supposed to, make life easier for business. But what I'm hearing from businesses is, there's no certainty at all now with the way that the EU is behaving. So with CBAM, that's one where certainly from all of the political groups, they all raise concerns about 27A, EPP, so saying, well, we might be able to tinker with it and time constraint it or put in justification clauses. But other than that, all of the political groups were like, this is the wrong approach by the European Commission. So I think that that's something that I would take heart from in it. Where I come at the approach with CBAM on the INTA file is that when you go to Geneva, and you talk to other countries, CBAM comes up quite a lot, and they see it very much as a protectionist measure. So how do you address those concerns? So one, it is about supporting, you know, preventing carbon leakage, supporting businesses in the EU, but not being used in, I suppose, in the manner that Donald Trump is using trade. So what I'm proposing, I'm not getting an awful lot of uptake from what I'm hearing from colleagues from the other political groups, is that while we now have a mechanism for 25% of the revenue raised to go to member states or to go to sectors that are affected, I'm arguing we've now set a precedent for sort of ring fencing part of the revenue. So could we spend 25% of that going to the global south to help with the transition, because that would bring a climate justice perspective to it. It would also demonstrate that it's not a protectionist measure, that it is actually a climate tool. And the other thing, you know, in terms of the knowledge transfer, and I very much am focused on climate justice, that we can't see trade just solely about the EU getting all of the materials it needs for the green transition and leaving the global south, who haven't contributed to climate change in the same way we have, behind. So I think that that's one, to demonstrate sort of that cooperation and respect for the global south. And also we've seen, you know, as Sergio was talking to India and kind of giving advice about how you develop carbon pricing models and all of that, that's part of what I've put forward in the rapporteurship as well, that should be the model that we go and we give that technical advice and technical assistance to countries. So it does demonstrate sort of a climate justice perspective.
Thank you so much, Lena. I think we'll have the opportunity to get back to these concerns from international partners with Alice, who's coming from Geneva. Thank you. So I'm turning to you, Ursula, maybe back to more inner European politics. So companies are obviously navigating an increasingly complex policy landscape. We've mentioned CBAM, but there was all the negotiating period around the CSDDD, the due diligence requirements, the product standards, etc. So I wanted to ask you, and we've heard that some companies were happy about this simplification, and some companies were saying actually, well, we need some predictability. We need to know where we're going. So do you think this is providing sufficient predictability and to support long-term investment decisions? And how do you assess CBAM specifically as an investment signal for a company? Does it create clarity? Do you think it's an sufficient investment protection tool to increase the investment in decarbonization in the EU? That's already a lot of questions.
I was going to say, I could talk for the rest of the panel. I'm actually just maybe slightly going off track here, slightly struck by the dissonance in this, because, you know, so I work with the Corporate Leaders Group Europe, which brings together leading businesses that really are trying to support the economic transition. And so on the one hand, we're hearing about how CBAM, you know, the Commission has spent years trying to negotiate with India and others. Fundamentally, it was a carbon leakage protection tool and other things, and it's about carbon pricing. And on the other hand, I've recently had to help mobilize businesses to protect the ETS, which is the fundamental tool of carbon pricing in the EU. So I sort of, what I think is, I think we really need to make sure that there is this predictability. We need a clear, robust ETS. The CBAM is there to kind of, as you say, to sort of assess how globally we have carbon pricing and to make sure that we're not paying less for goods being imported with less carbon measures and so forth. And so we really need to make sure these conversations are connected. We cannot lose the robust ETS and at the same time spend years negotiating on bits and pieces of the CBAM. I think this is really clear, and I think this goes across many of the other simplification conversations that you just referred to. I think in general, I mean, if you speak to businesses across different companies and different sectors, you'll get various different stories. I think many of them that I work with had spent a lot of time and effort implementing CSDDD, implementing CSRD, and then now it's all changed, right? Others would say, yes, fine. It would be good to have a bit of simplification on the data points, but I don't know what the Parliament position was, because that's not going to help at all. So I do think in general, what we do need are these long-term predictable signals, and we need to ensure that any simplification that is taking place is not leading to extra confusion. And I guess the same then goes for trade agreements, for the sort of trade approach. One thing I did want to touch on is then about if you're looking at it as a company and you're trying to think about how do I make sure I can invest in the types of industrial goods and products that we need for economic transformation, you're thinking about the investment case. So you're thinking, okay, the long-term carbon price is this, what is my market? How am I collaborating with different producers and vendors and suppliers across value chains, across countries? How am I doing this? So fundamentally, we need to make sure that we have clarity on the long-term markets, we have collaboration, and as I think you were saying, Lynn, it really needs to be clear and productive collaboration between countries and not just extractive conversations, to make sure we're developing these markets we need to achieve the goals we need and to achieve our autonomy in the face of the massive fossil price and other types of crises that we are facing at the moment. And on that note, tomorrow we are launching a report on lead markets that I recommend having a look at. We'll do it in a webinar, which will examine a little bit the kind of ins and outs of how lead markets may function. So I just genuinely think, yeah, we need predictability. We need to work out what the collaboration looks like in this complex geopolitical world. We do need to make sure we are making friends with our trade partners and looking to the middle powers, for example, that Mark Carney was talking to as we were hearing, to see how we can navigate these increasingly complex moments as well. So just some thoughts from me, but not so much in detail on the CBAM this time, but I think maybe I'll pass on to the next people in the panel.
Thank you so much, Ursula. I'm going to you, Virginia. You've participated, and you're a day one member of the GTN, so we're very glad to have you with us. And we've worked together a few years ago, and I'm mentioning it because it's also still a very topical issue on this report, Alternatives to the EU-Mercosur, and with Virginia and with other colleagues from E3G and the CISDL, we try to work on legal and political avenues that could replace the text that we had under our eyes, including small and incremental changes. But that's the type of exercises that we've tried to do together. But you have a special role in this environment. You're representing I would say, social and climate justice movement as well, the fair trade movement. So I wanted to ask you about your involvement in this process of strengthening trade and sustainable development chapters, of also raising the level and the bar of ambitions when it comes to what we can ask from the EU's trade policy. And do you see this, what had happened over the last years, do you see it as a genuine shift towards a new type of paradigm where we actually acknowledge trade as not a problem, but a real lever for progress? Or do you still see some gaps in how the EU, the Commission are addressing that? Thank you.
Thanks a lot, and thanks IEEP for the invitation, and congratulations on the 50th anniversary, very big milestone. Thank you for your question, Pierre. So indeed, as fair trade movement, I mean, it stands by its own. We believe that trade is a lever for change, and we want it to be fair. So we do see trade, as you know, not the only solution, but a very large solution. So I can only second the calls in that say, well, maybe we need to move from extractive models. Maybe we need to look more at partnerships. And in that sense, I really praise the work that the Commission did in 2022 to adapt the TSD policy, and I do see coherent progress towards better implementation and enforcement on environmental and human rights aspects. But I do think that there was a bit of a hiccup when we went into this simplification and omnibus rush, where, let me be clear, like simplification is not per se bad. In some cases, it could be helpful. We saw that in the organic regulation, for instance, but deregulation may not be the solution. So I think that the Commission at a state-to-state level was going in the right direction, but I think that at the other level, there was a bit of a hiccup. And I think that today, 2026, we're trying to see how all the pieces go together in this puzzle. And as fair trade movement, we think that not trade agreements alone are the solution, or EPAs or CTIP, CIFAs, whatever. We think that there should be a toolkit of measures and actors involved in this. So for example, you need to have trade agreements with robust and enforceable TSD chapters. Okay, check. But then you also need to look at, okay, what's happening at company level? What are EU sustainability regulations doing here? What's the role of CSDDD, due diligence, deforestation, CBAM, and so on? And then you also need to look at bottom up. What do we need to do there? And I think that in that sense, yeah, what happens in Geneva may be very relevant, but I think that at this point, we were going into a coherent pathway, but I think that the simplification rush may have put us a bit in a, like, okay, but what do we do? And I'm really keen on seeing how do we move forward from this year and the years to come on this, and go back to the path of, okay, the EU being the pioneer and the protagonist in pushing others or levering up what we're doing in environmental and human rights aspects. So I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you, Virginia. Richard, let me bring you in. Thanks for joining. You're the director of the Trade and Industry Program at the ECF. And you're currently undertaking a massive analytical exercise around the concept of embedded emissions. So can you tell us more about that? And so in the EU, we're seeing a growing convergence, as we've already said, between climate policy, industrial policy, and trade through different instruments, including the new clean trade and investment partnerships. So from your perspective, is this evolving into something that is coherent if we want to address the emissions that we consume and do not produce? Or do important gaps remain between these different policy agendas?
Thank you, Pierre. So let me start by saying that the framing is really an industrial policy that the EU is now engaged on to try to adapt its productive capacity for decarbonization, among the many other goals that we have with strategic autonomy and so on. And so to us, that requires adapting policies across the board for those goals to the extent possible. We are, of course, a very open economy and remain an open economy, and any policy that we take domestically to reduce our emissions, whether it's on eco-design, the ETS, and so on and so forth, at some point has a cross-border effect. And so we have to recognize those measures as they are painted sometimes from the outside as unilateral measures, and acknowledge that they are there and that we have to talk to the rest of the world about how to implement this, but that we are pursuing a goal and that we're going to stay firm on that goal. I think the Industrial Accelerator Act in its current form, and whatever shape it takes after that, is going to add a swath of other unilateral measures that we're going to see. We're going to see local content for some of the public procurement efforts. We're going to see lead markets that are going to have local content as well for batteries and so on. And to the rest of the world, this is more that I guess DigiTrade will have some explaining to do. And that's fine. That's in your role, and it's a tough one, but this is what it is. There are questions of coherence that to us remain, and I appreciate what Sergio Baribrea just described about efforts underway and on the TSD chapters and so on with trade agreements. But we have all these unilateral measures that are about climate, and then we look at the trade agreements, and we don't believe that primarily at the core of what they're trying to do, appreciation for the TSD chapters and everything, lowering tariff across the board does not automatically lead to lower emissions. It leads to more economic output, and in some cases we see the negotiations starting with agricultural products from far away from here that are unlikely to actually bring emissions down. So there is a question of the alignment of the fundamental objective of trade agreements that we have and the climate goal. we also see the Paris Agreement as an essential element. So on the 1st of May, it comes into force. Argentina is hardly, hasn't deposited its NDC, and I doubt very much that we were going to go after the Mercosur agreement immediately upon day of entry into force, following the fact that Argentina is not complying with the Paris Agreement. So in many ways, trade trumps every other economic or every other goals that we have in that context, and we have to acknowledge that. Now, we appreciate that these are jobs that different directorates have to do, but we think that the job description maybe needs to be accommodating also the other goals that we have, and maybe that's a tough arbitrage to be made, but voilà. I could point to other contradictions. I mean, the IEA has a strong message towards the battery industry to try to develop European battery, a supply chain of that, because we are seeing overcapacity and a dominance from a single provider globally. And at the same time, there was in the CTIP conversation with South Africa an effort to try to revise, I think, the rules of origin so that we could import electric vehicles with Chinese batteries from South Africa. And people look at this from different angles and say, I don't know which answer is right, but they're not the same answers that we're providing to the same question. Now, I'm going to move to something more positive on how can we look at the alignment of trade and climate. And yes, we've embarked on this journey to look at imported emissions. There's a lot of interest, I think, across the board by consumers, by industrial players, and also by countries in some cases to better understand what their carbon footprint is. Because they want to reduce that carbon footprint, or maybe they want to tax at the border, like the carbon border adjustment mechanism. And it's important that we actually be able to have an objective view on what that really is. The EU has a carbon footprint of 4.8 gigatons, I think, if you exclude exported emissions and include imported emissions, and out of that 1.7 of imported emissions. So 40% of our carbon footprint is made of imported emissions. And the question that we raise, because we see a lot of other G20 countries, even those that export a lot, have a large amount of imported emissions, is to what extent can you look at those and start engaging a conversation with your trade partners on how to reduce those? Not to block them, but to engage in a cooperative agenda to reduce those emissions. If my imports are driving your emissions, they're making your NDC more difficult to accomplish, what is it that we can do to accelerate mitigation? I appreciate it's a difficult case in a lot of sectors, that cooperation won't be coming everywhere, but I think there are spaces that if a group of countries that are large importers team together and look at their trade partners and say, what is it that we could do to actually accelerate mitigation with regulatory cooperation or climate finance, isn't that something we should be doing? And I refer also to the CBAM conversation earlier now. I think a good way to trigger and to focus that conversation would, of course, would be to start thinking, what would a target on imported emissions look like if a country were to take that? And what sort of cooperation and tools they look at to actually achieve that target down the line? Thanks.
Thank you, Richard. It's actually a very nice segue to the cooperation side of the conversation with you, Alice. We need to find those spaces where, if not harmonization, at least alignment can happen in terms of monitoring systems and everything, and methodologies for accounting carbon emissions. This is something that is happening somehow between the WTO and UNFCCC. There are some new forums that are in the air. We don't know yet what they will look like. And I wanted to ask you from your Geneva perspective, how is the EU approach being perceived? How has this evolved over the last years and months? Because we've repeatedly heard the concerns of developing countries regarding the autonomous measures. But now that there are all these technical intergovernmental initiatives, plurilateral initiatives on carbon leakage, what do you expect and where do you see change and progress happening in the multilateral space of Geneva? Thank you.
Super, well, thank you very much, Pierre, and thank you to IEP for the invitation. So IASD is both a very proud member of the Green Trade Network and also the Think2030 network, so delighted to be here on both counts. So maybe let me speak a little about what we see sitting in the Geneva context about sort of the the great green juggernaut that the EU has been, right, in much of the trade and climate and trade and environment discussion, and how we've seen countries react. And as you were hinting at, I think the reaction of the rest of the world, at least in the WTO and fora associated with it, has evolved, right? We still see concerns at the political level that many of these unilateral measures could be protectionist, are protectionist, depending on where you sit. But I think we see also at the technical level a growing engagement, and I like to think some of our work has contributed to that, a growing engagement and a more pragmatic conversation about what these will mean. So maybe the first message is, you know, the Brussels effect is real, but it's not a sort of a one-to-one transferal of what the EU does into other contexts, right? So we've seen other countries that are thinking of adopting their own border carbon adjustment mechanisms, the EU, Australia, and there's a number sort of further down the line, have watched and learned from the EU's experience, right? There's a degree of first mover disadvantage that comes from leadership. It just does. And kudos to the EU for taking some of the flack and leading us all into this discussion. So we've seen those countries watch how the EU has presented its measures, where they've presented their measures, what information they've shared and when, and we've seen them sort of learning from that experience and doing some things the same and some things differently. We've seen many of the countries affected by border carbon adjustments realize, I think over time, that, you know, that they will hold their political concerns, and we'll get to the UNFCCC context because the discussion's different there. They will hold their political concerns, but I think they also see the EU as setting a sort of inexorable policy direction. And they can see that and begin to think and actually adopt a regulation in response to that. But it's not usually, and almost never, sort of a cut and paste of the EU ETS will work for me, right? So, you know, an emissions trading scheme of the kind the EU has in place requires a huge market with a lot of producers. It's required decades and decades of technical work and political work. And even setting a carbon price of any kind in a country is a hugely technical and politically very sensitive thing to do. But we do see countries begin to recognize that, you know, if they are going to have to pay one way or the other for carbon emissions, they may as well hold some of that revenue themselves, and they may as well think about how they can move their own economies in the direction that the EU is setting. And I found it very interesting today to talk to those of you in the European Union about how far some of the simplification, deregulation agenda might be muddying that policy signal, because sitting in the external sort of part of the trade system, that's a big question that I have. Is that signal going to start getting muddied? And what will other countries who've been following that policy signal therefore do? So, you know, as we see countries begin to adopt their own versions of carbon pricing and climate ambition, I think the challenge for the trade system and the challenge for the EU is how to begin to mesh different carbon pricing systems, right? And the question of equivalence immediately comes up. But then also how to start making different systems interoperable, right? And so what was a sort of a theoretical idea many years ago is now front and center in the discussions in the Committee on Trade and Environment in Geneva, right? What would interoperability between different border carbon adjustment systems need to look like? And so this is what's interesting about the sort of the choice of forum question, right? Not every conversation about trade and climate can or should be a multilateral one. We know that work on, say, interoperability of border carbon adjustments within a small group of countries would be helpful, right, and would take us forward. The challenge, of course, is that you trade off efficiency for inclusiveness, right? You should, I think, countries should be moving forward in a discussion about some of these very technical issues and how to make things work cooperatively. The challenge is you will, sort of almost by the nature of the conversation, need to exclude some countries that are not at that level of conversation yet. And I think the challenge for organizations like ours, mine and others, is to make sure that the two conversations don't lose sight of each other, right? That climate ambition can move forward, but that the rest of the trading system, many of whom have producers who require and who rely on access to the EU, can still be part of the conversation somehow. And so it'll be interesting to see some of these new fora, the Integrated Forum on Climate Change and Trade, and also the technical discussions on trade that we have for the first time formally in the UNFCCC context. We'll be following very closely both of those discussions to see what's possible, right? And there's always the possibility that a different constellation of actors in a different fora might be able to have a different sort of conversation. And maybe my last point is, you'll have probably picked up the very fact that in Geneva, in the trade context, we're having discussions about the interoperability of border carbon adjustment, suggests to you that the trade system is actually a long way ahead of where the discussions are in the UNFCCC context. And what we're hoping is that the new fora and the new discussion in the UNFCCC context can find a way of sort of catching up to where the very pragmatic trade policy discussions at. So we'll wait and see. We don't know yet.
Thank you so much, Alice. And what you said actually reminded me of one thing we heard from the chair of the European Climate Foundation, Laurence Toubiana, when we organized our Green Trade Day in last April, and she said we should invest every type of forum when it comes to bringing and sustaining the momentum on trade and climate, but that doesn't mean that everyone gets to participate in each of these forums, but that supporting this momentum was about continuing to have the conversation wherever it can happen and whatever the kind of technical discussion we can have. So, but thank you so much. We have limited time, and I don't want to take too much of your time. You've been very patient before the drinks, but I do want to give the opportunity to the audience to ask questions to the panel. When asking your question, please give your affiliation, your name, and direct, if possible, your question to one of the panelists. Thank you. And you can raise hand if you want to ask a question to the panel. Yes, sir.
This is not a question, but it takes us back to the first panel, and that is, this was an excellent panel. It was on the interface of environment, climate, and an economic policy. And this is exactly what Konrad von Moltke would be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you. So Marianne Kettinen, so one of the trade enthusiasts here in the front row. Hello. I have a short comment to Alice and then a question perhaps towards the Commission. So Alice, I was just delighted to hear how you distinguish between, in Geneva, the discussions which are political and which are more pragmatic and on a technical level, and also how there's a difference. Because that sometimes does confuse us when we are looking at it from the outside in, whether there's, strong resistance or there's some collaboration. There is definitely also collaboration, as you said. You have to see them through different lenses. So thank you for pointing it out. And then my question was reflecting on the civil society organizations and their involvement, and also looking at the call to domestic advisory groups. And I'm delighted that you made the call, because that also was something that we at IEP were looking at and have been looking at, when I was still at IEP, working on this. And we really were surprised and puzzled why we weren't using those groups more. So sad to hear we're still not doing that, but glad to hear there's a call for that. And I was wondering, any best practice, somewhere where been used them well, might be Virginia also for you as well, and particularly when in a trade partner country, they've been used really actively and well, and whether EU development collaboration or cooperation funding was supporting that as well at the time. So any best practice to follow is my very concrete question. Thank you.
And if I may, to complement on that question, last time when I checked, a couple of years ago, 3 years ago actually, I was advised against IEP participating to the DAGs that we were not technically an NGO. And NGOs, as civil society organizations, were more sort of incentivized to participate to DAGs rather than independent think tank. So I don't know if this is still the case or if there's a case for us to apply again.
Shall we take one more question before going back to the panel? Yes, Basile?
Thank you, Basile Chartier. Thank you very much for a very insightful panel. Quick question to Lynn Boylan on, you mentioned the revenue recycling and the CBAM, and it's been a recurrent criticism, especially from the Global South, that the CBAM as a whole does not reflect climate equity as embedded in the national climate architecture, governance architecture. What do you see that go? What do you hope, and what do you think is realistically achievable in the future? Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no other pressing questions, let's take one more. Antoine, you decide who takes the mic. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Really great panel. My question is to do with water. Prior to FAIR, I used to work with CDP, and I was part of an initiative called the Fair Water Footprint. It's pretty much an initiative from the UK government as part of the Just Transition Forward Security Programme. There's a report from Chatham House and also part of the water community that the water footprints, particularly of the global north, and global north, there is Europe and obviously the US, are coming from, significantly coming from unsustainable sources. It's about 50% of the growth of the water footprints of the global north are coming from unsustainable water sources. And so my question is to do with how do we achieve climate justice and just transitions, including other topics and other themes like water and soil health.
We'll start with these few questions, and I'm immediately getting back to you, Sergio, about the domestic advisory groups and best practices.
Yes, so my first advice would be first to be a member. Yes, indeed, think tanks in principle do not qualify because it is not intended to be that, the domestic advisory. They are there for advocacy, and we don't want to have universities and think tanks. Now, there are some think tanks which actually go at the border of advocacy, you know. So I would say that one can make the case because of the activities of the think tank move beyond mere academic research and into advocacy. So why not, you know? I mean, I would say let's give it a chance, you know. What we miss in the environmental area of DACs is the large organizations that everybody has in mind that are doing 100% advocacy that we have on the labor front, because we have ETUC, we have all the labor unions there represented, and we know the strength that is behind of them, but we don't have the same weight on the environmental front. Now, we have a facility that funds the DACs, that funds the travel of the DACs to meet with their counterparts in third countries, that can also be used to commission studies that the DACs may decide to do. So my best advice would be to target the real issues on the ground, which have to be done together with the corresponding DAC. So actually the DAC is a formal institution of the FTA. And as such, normally, the government of the other party cannot deny access to the members into activities. Now, in some countries that may not be an issue, but in other countries it may be an issue, and actually maybe one of the few instances where one can have honest access to civil society and to empower civil society without risking some kind of repercussions. And there build a joint agenda. To me, the key of the DAC work is not the work that is done by the EU DAC in Brussels, but the work that is done together with the Vietnamese DAC. And if you can agree on a common agenda, on common recommendations, it becomes very difficult for us bureaucrats to kind of stop them, you know. And if in addition they are back with the evidence that has been commissioned, that has been obtained through commissioning a report that has been funded with or other, you know, maybe we can also fund IEEP, even if you cannot become a member, we can fund your studies, why not? Then this is the thing. So evidence-based work, together with advocacy, together with the other side and building recommendations on practical issues. That is the other key thing. Sometimes we see some kind of high-level things that get, of course, diluted in the day-to-day business of policy making. We would need some concrete recommendations agreed by both sides, backed with policy, with evidence. Yeah, that would be the key things, I think. Yeah.
Thank you, Sergio. I'd like to give you the opportunity to respond to the question on the resources of
Can I make one small comment on the DAGs, just because I'm the standing rapporteur for the monitoring group on with the UAE, and the commissioner in the process of looking at a trade agreement with UAE. But how do you have a DAG when you have a partner that doesn't allow for civil society organizations to be established, whether they're trade unions or environmental NGOs? So it's something to look, because clearly the momentum now with the EU is to sort of diversify your trading partners because of the geopolitical situation, but at what sacrifice and at what cost? So I just want to make that point for our colleagues to keep an eye on that one, and also on the EU-Morocco agreement, which was ruled illegal under the ECJ, is now being provisionally applied, hasn't come to the Parliament, but again, there was no consultation with the Polisario Front or with the Swahili people, and yet again, the EU is looking at sort of doing arrangements around renewable energy and phosphates, but effectively is going to be rewarding an illegal occupation. So it's not a perfect model. So just to flag that. On the resource ring fencing, I think, like, as the rapporteur, we're making the political point and putting it onto the agenda as a talking point, but we really don't believe we're going to win the argument with the other political groups, unfortunately. But I think it was important to start the conversation that if you want to win, because as I said, I'm new to the trade side of the policy, but every time I've been in a room in Geneva at the WTO, CBAM has come up and has been flagged as this is protectionist. So this was a way, I'm saying, that this is how you get the buy-in from the Global South, and this is also how you address the other thorny issue of climate finance at an EU level. So it seems to me to be a win-win, but the political appetite just at the moment isn't there, and it's really, for me, been interesting listening, because I'm making the point back home in Ireland that, you know, all of this deregulation is not necessarily what business is looking for either. It's not necessarily what our trading partners are looking for. So who are we doing this for, and at what long-term consequences?
Thank you so much. Then we had one question about water. I don't know who among you would like to pick up on the question. Virginia?
Does this one? Oh, yeah, it works. So it's not on water per se, but but I wanted to highlight the sustainable food system chapters in some trade agreements. For us, those are a tool to promote, okay, not water-related things, but sustainable farming methods. And we do see an opportunity through those chapters to work towards this, which, okay, in a way we're farming more sustainably, we may be looking also at water management. So for me, goes back to the point of, like, yeah, TSD is not just a chapter, it should permeate the whole agreement. And I do see how maybe the thought behind the DigiTrade was like, okay, sustainable food system chapter does connect to the trade and sustainable development chapter as well. So I do see an opportunity there, or maybe a thought behind of, like, yeah, maybe this is how we should go forward into mainstreaming this as well.
Yeah, just one point on that. I think there's going to be a lot of scrutiny, in particular when it comes to partnerships that the EU is establishing on transition minerals. And I know there's a water footprint that comes with that that's fairly heavy. But I know also that the EU is trying to come up with standards of operations and beneficiation that are going to be better than the alternative. So that's probably quite important to look at. But I wanted to come back on this question of interoperability and where is the discussion taking place and so on. So Alice would know better than I. There are lots of places where that is discussed, right? There is in the Climate Club at the OECD, there is the Inclusive Forum and carbon mitigation approaches, and then there's the IFCCT that's coming up in the CTE, the Committee on Trade and Environment at WTO. So what we want to see is countries deciding to partner on something tangible and say, interoperability between you and I, or this group and that group looks like this, and let's work on that. And what we're trying to do with this tracker of imported emissions is to encourage countries to look at who would they want to team with to have a conversation that's going to be bringing gravitas to mitigation. You look at your imported emissions, it's significant. Can we do something together? And is there something we should do at the border to facilitate that? And through climate finance, using CBAM revenues or whatever is there to facilitate that conversation. And I think that acceleration is possible and is needed, and looking at, you know, embedded emissions in trade is a good way to start that.
Maybe that's for our next conversation, but the potential inclusion of Article 6 credits in the functioning of CBAM might actually trigger that conversation or be the start of something, whether you like it or not.
Just briefly on the water, of course, I mean, if the impact of economic activity is has a negative impact on the environment, then obviously the TSD chapter can be used somehow. In particular, if there's a violation of a commitment to a multilateral agreement, for instance, the Wetland Convention. But on the issue of the Chatham House discussion, which is more sophisticated, because there we are talking about the water which is embedded in the products which are exported, that is more difficult because one has to see whether this creates an environmental concern in itself. The beef from Brazil may have a lot of water embedded, but obviously the Amazon, maybe it's not the place where there are going to be water problems. But for instance, tomatoes from Morocco, maybe that is an issue, you know. And then we have to see, but maybe that is solved through the desalinization. So the embedded water in a product in itself would not be sufficient, I would think. One has to look at what is the environmental impact of that economic activity, and if so, I believe that we can do something with our TSD chapters, in particular if there are violations of for instance, the Convention on Biological Diversity or of the Wetland Convention or others maybe. Yeah.
We will have to wrap up. I'm extremely touched and honored that the memory of Konrad von Moltke was brought to the conversation. Thank you. I'd like to thank my panelists, and please join me in giving them a round of applause. And now over to you, Antoine.
Thank you so much for the panel. We're good. You can move. Yeah, very sorry. We're running a little bit late, as you've noticed. This is the price of good conversation. You will be very soon freed for the cocktail. But before that, we just asked our Director for Climate, Julia, to make some concluding remarks for the day. Thank you again to all of the panelists. Please feel free to go back to your chairs. And Julia, you have the floor.
Yes, do I have the mic? Great, thank you. Thanks so much. Hi, just to quickly introduce myself, I'm Julia Bogner, and I'm the Director for Climate at IEEP. I just wanted to give a few very short closing remarks because I know you're all itching to go and get some refreshments. And you've been absorbing a lot of information today, so I really just wanted to keep this short for everybody of what's been really thought-provoking and very rich day, and to thank everybody for coming here today. So just very quickly, we began this morning setting the scene for you for a moment of reflection and forward thinking, marking 50th anniversary of IEP, looking at the immense challenges that are ahead of us in facing Europe. Antoine introduced the Green Policy Barometer, which provides a really important snapshot of where Europe stands in delivering on its environmental and sustainability ambitions. So the survey reminds us the progress that we made, the gaps that remain, particularly when it comes to implementation and coherence of all the measures and translating our ambitions into tangible outcomes. So it's a really important compass and valuable for discussions that we've had. And so we really ask you, please, if you haven't yet filled it out, to please go and do so and give your answers for it, because it's a valuable tool for us and for you. Just to give a quick recap on the keynote speeches and some of the high-level discussions that we had today, I wanted to just briefly give you some snippets to take away with you. So we heard a lot of strong messages about leadership of Europe, its place in the world, the urgency of different environmental problems, and the directions that we need to take. So Teresa Ribera gave some strong messages that the green transition is not just about environmental policy, but it's really the foundation of all other EU objectives on competitiveness. Resilience is a word that we heard over and over today, and Europe's role in the global order. And that Europe has the responsibility to lead by embedding environmental sustainability at its core of its economic model, so that it's integrated into its social and economic policies, even as the global landscape is becoming more polarized. The high-level panel reinforced this argument, arguing that EU climate and circular economy policies are key to improving your EU's resilience and competitiveness. The Cyprus presidency, Eva Yasinru, outlined that the central objective of strengthening Europe's strategic autonomy and resilience in the face of the triple crisis are interconnected challenges that are already affecting citizens and economies and prospects, and it requires an integrated and forward-looking policy response. So the presidency's mission needs to be to advance the sustainable, competitive, and resilient Europe, but ensure that no member state is left behind, no regions are left behind. And the high-level panel, the discussion really underscored that the EU needs to prioritize better, not less regulation. So the idea of simplification through harmonization and strong impact assessments, but also maintain ambitious environmental standards that are backed by robust and independent evidence. We had some excellent messages from our Science for Policy sessions this afternoon that you just sat through, really bringing us closer to the heart of today's theme of bridging science and policy. So from the risk to resilience in the age of the polycrisis session, we really tried to have a more in-depth conversation about what does resilience mean, because it is a key word that we keep hearing over and over again. Policy-wise, it means that the integrated framework for climate resilience needs to establish a common language that will enable both public and private sectors to be prepared and to interlink risks. And this includes climate change and ecosystem degradation. So it doesn't necessarily, and we hear this not just bouncing back, but bouncing forward message over again. So it doesn't mean just protecting the status quo, but preserving essential functions, but also enabling transformations away from the current structures that are creating these vulnerabilities. So renewable energy is one of the ones that was brought up today, that we need this transition to make our sovereignty stronger, to make our security stronger as well. So it's not just an environmental practicality, but also a security practicality as well. The Healthy Soils and Water Resilience session, soils are not just a nice to have. They're a foundation for our infrastructure, for our water system, for resilience, for climate adaptation, and for food security. And so policy, thankfully, at the EU level is starting to treat it this way. So it's part of the problem, or it's part of the solution. So this is a stark shift from seeing soil as just a passive land cover, but treating it as an active, life-saving infrastructure. But we still have questions and tensions remaining about who's ultimately going to pay and who's going to benefit from soil and water resilience measures, especially when it was mentioned that farmers often bear upfront costs, societies capturing the downstream benefits, and dedicating funding still remains a bit elusive. During the trade session, we highlighted that trade policy can't be treated as separate from climate or from industrial strategy or from environmental resilience. If Europe wants to support competitiveness and strategic autonomy in a credible way, it has to have a much more coherent approach. So combining predictable rules for businesses, stronger accountability, and civil society oversight, as Anton was emphasizing at the end there, and closer attention to environmental and social impacts that are embedded across value chains. So just some key takeaways to take with you tonight, that hopefully that we all sort of embed these in ourselves. But as Ribera emphasized, that environmental stability is a precondition for Europe's wider objectives. It can't sit apart from competitiveness or resilience or preparedness. In a polycrisis, risks are moving across systems, from water to agriculture to ecosystems to finance and trade. So the task is not just separate files, but coherence across these frameworks and measures that shape them. The transition is a governance challenge. So it showed that governance needs to be more anticipatory. It needs to work across these systems. It needs to be capable acting under uncertainty. So on certain issues like climate change, it was mentioned by Luc Ba that we have a level of certainty, but there's also certain levels of uncertainty, and people are looking for easy answers or the simplified answers, and sometimes we just can't give simple answers to complex problems. So preparedness means that once crises arrive, we need to identify vulnerabilities early, we need to stress test choices against multiple futures, and invest in no-regret solutions and make complexity manageable and easier to understand, which is no mean feat and a big challenge for us. And it needs to be politically workable without flattening it into false simplicity, because there's a more orange man across the ocean who's trying to simplify things and tell people that he's offering simple answers to very hard questions, which is not the case. Think tanks matter because we help connect the long-term perspective with real-world policymaking. Janusz Potyczny put it very beautifully, we need less tanking and more thinking. So that's the role that we need to play. We really need to translate the complexity into usable judgment, keep coherence in view when policy processes are fragmented, or we need to clarify the trade-offs rather than obscure them. And we need to sit between the reality of short-term decision-making, that this is a reality for policymakers, but keep the long-term analysis in view and close enough to policy to understand it. And then Europe's direction, it was mentioned, we need a compass for this. We need to make the transition credible in practice. It's all in the delivery of the transition. So we need to be brave, as Teresa Ribera put it, and stick to our vision and get on with it, as others put it. But we have to have transition models that are governable, investable, navigable for those who are expected to deliver it. So more support, better aligned incentives and pathways that help businesses, local authorities, farmers, citizens, not just understand where Europe wants to go, but how the direction can be made workable in reality. Before we depart, I just want to give some quick acknowledgements and some sincere words of thanks. A special gratitude to our institutional partners, especially the Cyprus Presidency of the Council of the European Union, for their endorsement and recognizing this conference as part of the Presidency's events. Special thanks go out to our sponsors, Sweco and Wavestone, for their valuable support today and making it possible. All of the speakers who contributed to their expertise and insights throughout the day, our excellent moderators, Luc Ba and Mercedes Sanchez-Varela, Philippa Nuttall, Marianne Katunen, Louis Durant, Melanie Muro, and Pierre Leturc for guiding really engaging and meaningful discussions today. Our big thanks to you. Special thanks to the venue, Area 42, for hosting us here in Brussels and providing a great venue for us to have a nice day here today. Special thanks to the IEP team, everybody who made this happen, our director Antoine Auger for his leadership, the communications and events teams, Carla, Ha, and Aditi in the back there. You guys did great today for all their outstanding work. Thank you guys, you did fantastic. Mattia and Carlotta, our partnerships team, who are really instrumental in shaping today's program, and to all the colleagues who contributed at different stages to bring this conference to life, we give a big thanks. And thank you all for being an important part of this conversation. We hope it's provided you with insights and inspiration and a renewed sense of urgency and purpose today. I'm pleased to invite you to continue the conversation over refreshments. And thank you kindly for joining us today. Good night and good luck.